Hey guys, welcome to the Revit Electrical Beginners course. This course is going to walk you through step by step how to use Revit to create your electrical model quickly and to the point. Electrical topics only, no architectural door schedules or furniture families, just electrical. This is a linear course with each lesson building upon the previous lesson, focusing in on only the tools or commands or buttons or concepts that you'll need to progress quickly without any fluff. You will learn how to start an electrical model, how to link in an architectural model, how to add your own grid lines and levels and room names, how to model receptacles of all types, how to model motor connections and adjust their electrical characteristics, how to model panels and switchboards, and how to connect them all up logically, to add up all of your loads automatically, how to create panel schedules, and more. Now, everybody learns differently, but I encourage you to load up Revit, download all the models and families that I show you how to obtain with each lesson, pause the video, and follow along step by step. And most importantly, practice, practice, practice. This will only stick in your mind if you repeat it over and over. Now, these lessons only utilize models and families that are freely obtained online. Or when I do use a custom family, I will show you how to create that family, or in some cases, even how to just download it. But enough talk, let's get right into the lesson. So when you start your Revit app, it will look something like this. Now, I have recent files disabled here because in our firm we don't use that screen. Depending upon what you've already opened with your application, you'll have a variety of different recent projects. We are going to start this project from scratch. Now, you can either open a project, and they call these models. You can open a model that you already have, or we can start a new one. You can also get into families, and we'll get into those later, the building blocks of our project or our model. But we are going to actually start a new project, and we're going to start it here on our own hard drive, not in the cloud. So let's just go to New. And when you go to New, you need to start a project from a template file. This will have the settings and some of the preloaded families that you need to do your kind of work. And depending on which version of Revit you're in, this is 2023, you'll find a host of different kinds of templates. Now, it depends on how it's set up also as to which of these will show up. But if you can't find these, you can go to Browse and then go into your system and find them. For now, what we're going to realize is we have a number of imperial templates and we have a number of metric templates. Depending on which part of the world you're in, of course, will depend on which units you use. Imperial would be, of course, feet and inches. So we are going to start with an imperial systems template. Now, systems means MEP systems, which we are the E, of course. But you can also have one set up for any kind of construction, architectural, and they'll have maybe different units and different families loaded. We need systems because we need our electrical systems set up. So let's start with that template. Now, eventually, as you learn this, you're going to learn how to create your own project template and give it a name, similar to what I've done at the bottom. I have my own ER electrical template. But for now, we're going to start with out-of-the-box systems template and go from there. We're creating a project, not a template. So let's keep it on project and hit OK. That will simply preload that template and you're ready to go. Now, depending on how things are, you may have the things look a little different. Up the top, the very top, we end up with a quick access toolbar, and we will get into all these tools one by one as we get through these lessons. I don't want to overwhelm you right now with telling you what all this stuff is. We're going to learn it piece by piece. The second row down is the ribbon. And if you're familiar with any other Windows applications like Word or even Google Docs, you'll be familiar with this ribbon. And you have different headings. You can get to all the different tools. Even some of the tools have drop downs. For example, you get to systems, and you can get to ductwork and mechanical equipment and pipes and plumbing and conduit. It has all of the MEP systems up in here. So, of course, we're going to be concentrating on some of our own electrical things here on the right. But even some of these have drop downs, and there's a lot of little things here where you can do settings, and so there's a lot going on up here. We'll learn these one at a time as you need them. Over here on the left of my screen, and this can be anywhere, I have what's called a project browser. Now this can be undocked like this and moved where you want. It can be resized. I find it most helpful to have it docked over here on the left. So if you go clear to the left, it will automatically dock like that. And you can change its width. But what this is it's kind of an explorer view of everything that's in your project. So if you take these down and minimize these, it helps to see what's going on. And we'll go through these again, piece by piece, learn them one at a time, because right now it's overwhelming with all of this. But we have different views. And because this is a systems template, it's already set up electrical, mechanical, and some plumbing basic views or basic floor plans. Views are presentations of our 3D model that we can use to design. So sometimes a view is a floor plan view. Under electrical, we have lighting and power. And if we go to floor plans, we see we have a 1 power, 2 power. Well, 1 and 2 means in this case, level 1 and level 2. Our model has 2 floors set up, or they're called levels. And we'll look at what those are. But as you can see, you can get to all of your different views, even 3D views from here. There's elevations. If you have sections, they'll end up here. So all the views here. And then we're not going to worry about mechanical and plumbing because we're doing electrical. There's things called legends, which can be like a symbol legend. We don't have any yet, but this is where they would be. Schedules can be here. And they give you some out-of-the-box schedules, but maybe we'll put a mechanical equipment schedule, connection schedule here. We'll put a lighting fixture schedule. This will be schedules. Now, panel schedules, which we'll get into, will be in their own heading eventually. Then you can get to your sheets, the sheets that you would export as PDFs or print to paper. We don't have any yet, but this is where they'll be. Then you have this heading called families. This is where all the Lego pieces are, if you will. So we've got all different kinds of families, and they're arranged by what's called categories. So air terminals are for the mechanical guys. They have supply grills and diffusers, and we have cable trays. And a lot of this is already preloaded with out-of-the-box families. We get down to conduit fittings. Look at all this. We have elbows and couplings and junction boxes. And these are here because we selected the systems template. If we get down to lighting devices, we will see that we have switches. Lighting fixtures is a separate category, and there's only one recessed light fixture in here. We're going to have to add to that. We're going to have to bring in other families. We get up here to electrical equipment. Now, equipment is, think of distribution equipment, transformers, lighting and appliance panelboards. We'll have generators in here, UPS systems, distribution switchboards, all the electrical distribution. Think of that when you see equipment. And then electrical fixtures are more like devices. There are loads, like a duplex receptacle. You can have a load plugged into it. Eventually, we'll have a motor connection in fixtures or an equipment connection. These will be the devices and different kinds of receptacles. And even here, we've got a GFCI and a standard. So a lot of families are already in here. We're going to be bringing in more. But this is where they are stored. They're all here. And you can drag these from here like an old-fashioned CAD tool palette. So you can drag these into your model from here. Now, this view is a power view. Click on it. It's a floor plan view. Now, there's no walls or anything yet. We haven't put those into our model. But these little symbols are elevation symbols. If you click on this and then click over here, you'll see it's an elevation, building elevation. And right now, it has 4 different arrows or triangles, and one of them is clicked on. If we were to double click that little arrow, we would see an elevation view. So as you know, elevation view is we're standing on the ground looking at the side of the building. What we see in here are these things called levels. And they're actually something you can click on. They are a family. This is a level with a 1/4-inch circle head. These are the built-in levels within this project template, and it put 2 in. Now, levels are important because this is what determines what our floor plan views will look like. We can tell it, give me a floor plan view of level 1. So it's at 0 feet. And now I want a floor plan of level 2, which is up at 10 feet. So we can determine where those floor levels are within our building. So these are called levels. Now, there can be levels for other things besides floors. You could have a ceiling level, a parapet level, a mezzanine level. It can just be anything that has a level in our building that we care about. So we'll deal more with those levels. So this center is where we see our views. Now over here is another dockable, removable box called the Properties dialog box. Now this has the meat and potatoes of what we use. And I'm going to go ahead and dock it. Now some people will dock it down under here and do a split view, which works for many people. That way you have a nice big space here. So you can move this around how you like. Many times you'll see videos where they have these docked on top of each other, but you can put it where you like. I prefer it over here because I kind of like a larger, a taller view of my properties, less scrolling. But anyway, the properties, if you select something, it changes. So now I can see that I'm looking at a level and it tells me it's at 10 feet, which is related here. And so these are called parameters. And we have different kinds of parameters, and we'll get into those as we get further into this. But right now, it shows some basic parameters for this thing that I have selected, and we'll learn what all this stuff is. You can also get to a button here called Edit the Type, and we'll learn what types are. They are a sub-family, if you will. We have a family called Level, and within a level, we can have different types of that family. And here, more parameters to mess with. As you'll see, Revit is very parameter driven. It's a parametric program. So we'll have to learn what all these parameters do, how to change them, how to modify them. We will do these one at a time as we go. Now down here we have some little things we can check. We have scale. You can click on that to change the scale. We have different levels of detail we can get to, coarse, medium, or fine. That will determine whether 3D objects appear 3D or just as lines. Here we can change the graphic display from wireframe to hidden lines, shaded. We can do all that. And there's a number of other buttons that we'll get into. We get things advanced like sun path. We can get into shadows. We can crop views. And there's a number of things here. Well, again, we'll get into these one at a time. And then clear at the bottom, sometimes you'll have something show up here, which will be work sets. You have a little bit of an instruction thing here. If I click on something, this changes to give you some idea of what you need to do next. And then clear over on the right, we have some more buttons that we'll deal with. Again, we'll deal with all these things one at a time as we get into it. But this is the overall layout that you're going to be dealing with. In the previous lesson, we kind of covered what each of these areas of your main screen are for and what they do. So in this lesson, we are going to start using these buttons. So let me just minimize some of these things down so it's not so overwhelming here on the left. We have our views open with electrical, and right now you can tell because it's highlighted, it's bold. I'm in a power floor plan, and in this case we've labeled this to be a 1. We can change this label if we want, but this indicates that we are on the first level of our power plan. Now again, we have nothing in here yet. The next logical step for us would be to bring in an architectural model that has floors, walls, windows, doors, everything we need to design our electrical system. Now, most of your work will probably be using an architectural Revit model. I will say, though, that sometimes your architects won't be using Revit. You may use a CAD background, or let's say a site plan may only be a CAD background. A civil plan is only CAD, or even a PDF. So there's other versions of backgrounds, if you will, that we can use. And we'll cover those in future advanced lessons. But for this very basic lesson, we are going to assume that we have an architectural 3D Revit model that we can use to design our electrical system around. So what we're going to use in this lesson is a free architectural model that you can download from the Autodesk site. So I will show you how we do that. So let's open up a browser, and we're just going to type in Revit Sample Project 2023. That's the version we're using. And here we go, Revit Sample Project Files for Revit. Now this put us into 2025, and we want, so what I typically do is I'll just go up here and just put a 3 up in here and see if that works. There we go, Revit 23, and that gets us into the proper version. You could also probably navigate through here to find it, but this is what we're looking at. Now we have a basic model here and an advanced sample project. We are going to use the advanced project because this lesson is going to cover a basic commercial design, not residential. Frankly, Revit is, at least out of the box, set up better for a commercial type of project, in that it doesn't really have residential load calculations built into it. It takes a lot of custom work to get into the residential end of things. So we're going to start with a commercial project. So you want to download this RAC, Advanced Sample Project RVT, for a Revit file. Get that in, and then we are going to show you how to bring that into your project. So back to Revit. You've got that downloaded. Now we're going to bring that in. Now we bring it in, we're going to link it into our project. We're not going to insert it. It's going to be linked. It's not actually loaded into our project. It's just going to be referenced. So what we can do is go up to the Insert. Now up here are the number of tabs I was telling you on the ribbon. Go to the Insert tab, and there's a whole bunch of different kind of things we can insert. But typically on the far left, you can see Link Revit. So we can link a different kind of format. We can link a CAD. We can link in PDFs, all different things, images, all that. So we want to go Link Revit. It brings us into your hard drive, and so go to wherever you downloaded that. So I've got this under an XREF, and it's called RAC Advanced Sample Project. When I downloaded it, I added R23 after it to remember which version of Revit it is, because as you get into using Revit for production, you'll find that you need a number of different versions of Revit to keep up with your architects. You'll want to match the version that they are in, so that when you give them your model, they can insert that into their project, and they have to match. So I'm going to use the Revit 23 version. Now, something important down here is positioning. There's a number of different coordinate systems in Revit. They get tricky. There's an internal origin spot, there's shared coordinates, there's a center spot, there's a base point. So the best option to start with would be to use project base point to project base point. That will get you your most accurate positioning. Now, right now, we're only bringing one model in, and we only have one model. It's not as important. But in future work, if you're trying to bring in mechanical models and plumbing models and site models, all that, you want to have the same coordinate system. So let's just go with project base point to project base point and say open. Linking in the model, and as you can see, it just shows up. So there, now I have walls and doors, so we have something to add our electrical system to. Now, one thing you'll notice is these little elevation symbols that were here kind of get buried within this project, so I can move them by just surrounding them. Now, you'll notice too, if I click here, I've clicked on something, turns blue. Well, if you look over here under Properties, I've clicked on the linked Revit model. I clicked on it. I don't want to move this around. I want it to be locked. So let's go ahead up here. There's under Modify tab, there's a little pin, stick pin. Click on pin, and that locks it in place. Now, depending on how my selections are set up, over here under the Modify, there's a tiny little button called Select, a little drop-down arrow. Hit that. This allows you to decide what you can and cannot select or highlight. If it's checked, I can select a link. I can select underlay elements, which we'll learn about. I can select pinned elements. Right now, I can't select pinned elements because it's unchecked. Select elements by face, drag elements. So there are all these different kinds of selections. Right now, it's unchecked so that I can't accidentally click on that background. So you'll have to make sure, if you can't click on something, double check your selections over here. So select pinned elements. You can see now I can pick it. But if I try to move it, I can't move it, because it's pinned, which is what I want. So you can unselect that so that I don't actually do it. But now what I can do is I can surround, I'm just putting my cursor down, dragging a box around this elevation. Now I do that because it's actually a couple pieces. If I just click on one, you can see that there's two separate pieces there, and I want the whole thing to move, so I surround it and then use my little move tab to move it around and drag it. And I want to move this out of my building. So same with this one. Let's get this out of the way. This guy's not too bad, but I want these things. Here's another one. I want these out of my project area. So what I see is my entire site. There's some kind of maybe a property line. So we see the entire thing here. So now we have the architectural plan linked in. This floor plan view that I have has some parameters that are very important. So you can see I'm looking at a floor plan. Now we got all kinds of parameters here. A few I'll call your attention to. The view scale. It's set up right now for 1/8 inch to the foot. Now I can change it here by using the drop down. Let's say I want it to be 1/16 of an inch. I can do it here, right there, 1/16 of an inch. And I hit apply at the bottom. Now, what did that do? Well, it made it look like these are grid bubbles. It made the grid bubbles bigger, it made the elevation views bigger. So by making my floor plan a different scale, it in effect changes the look of my annotative elements. Now, annotative elements are things, they're not in project space. They're not 2 foot by 3 foot or 4 foot. They're just an element that are in more of a paper or sheet space. And we'll get into that a little later, but you can change the scale of your drawing, and this may help it fit on a sheet better. There's a number of other things here that we're not going to go through, but one I'll call your attention to down is under extents, associated level. It's based on level 1. Any dimensions of height we have are going to be based upon above level 1. And in the next lesson, we will take a look at how important that level is and how to make sure that our levels in our model match the architect's levels. We'll get into that in the next lesson. So in this lesson, we're going to look at levels and how important they are in our modeling. So as I mentioned before, we have 2 levels built into this template that we can get to. So if we click on the south elevation or any of the elevations, or we can also do it from here. Let's open up the south elevation. Now we can actually see our building that we linked in, and we can see it's got a number of floors. Now, if you look here, you'll see these levels, and there's more levels here than what we originally had. We only had 2 levels in our project, and where are they? Well, they're way over here. They don't line up with the building yet. So here's our level 1 and our level 2. Now we know these are ours because we can hover over them and select them individually. And up here it says level. So we have 2 of those levels. The other levels we can't hover over and select. And because we have don't select pinned elements, we can't even select the architect levels. These are levels built in to the architect's model. Now we want our levels to match their levels because each building will have different levels. The bottom level may be at 150 feet above sea level, and that may be your dimension, and you may have 15 feet between floors. In this instance, the architectural model was set up in metric units, and that's what we're seeing here. Now, luckily, Revit will translate those for us automatically, so we don't have to do the conversion. But what we need to do is we need to make sure that these levels match the architectural levels. So the first thing I want to do is get these levels dragged over so I can actually see them. So what I can do is zoom in here, click on a level, and you'll see this little teeny circle. And there's a padlock tied to it. The padlock just means it's locked to this other level. These move the same. So if I click on here and drag it left and right, you can see both of these levels are locked together, which is handy too. So if I click on this little circle and drag it, now I can only drag so far and I run out of room. If I drag it off the screen to the right and then let go and then scroll without clicking, you can see that it drags these around. So I can continue to drag these. And I like to drag them a little bit to the right of the architect's levels so that I can see them. Now, if you're having trouble seeing these levels, sometimes you'll be at such a large scale, for example, something like this, that you can't see these. So remember, you can adjust the scale here or up here, and that will change the size of these annotations. So let's get back down to something like 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch. There, they're even smaller, so that we can see these. What we want to do is make sure that our levels match, at least in elevation, but even in the name, we can change them to be the same as this. So if this level, for example, was not matching, let's say it was there, and I want it to match. Now I couldn't just manually move it down and try to get close, but the more accurate way and the better workflow is to use a built-in tool called Align. So if I go up here and make sure I go to the Modify. And if I click on something, it will automatically open the Modify tab. But if I go over here under Modify, this thing here called Align. You can also get to it with this, see how it says AL? You can use a shortcut on your keyboard to get to Align. So I can just hit AL, and now I'm in the Align tool. So there's some shortcuts, and you can see what those shortcuts are when you hover over them. And a more advanced feature is you can change those shortcuts if you want. But for now, we're going to stick with the built-in. The Align tool, and I'm going to be using the selecting the tool instead of shortcuts, just because I find it's a little easier to learn by clicking on icons. So Align, and now at the bottom again, it says, please select line or point reference for alignment. Well, what that means is, where's my target that I want to align to? Not from, but to. I want to align it to this level. And what do I align? What do I want to align to there? I want to align mine to it. So I select it second. Again, let's go and do align it to that guy from that guy. And it's aligned. You can see the elevation changed. Now they match. They're all at 0. Now I can change the name of this level as well. If I click on there, click again, I can change this to 01 entry level if I want the level names to match. This is only internally for us, and so we can call it what we want. This guy here, I want this one to match. I don't need to convert it from 3800 millimeters manually. Revit will do that for me. Use the align to there, from there, and you can see it converted 3.8 meters to 12 feet, 5 and 19/32 of an inch. So it gets down to that level of precision. Escape out of that, now I have there. I can create floor plans for levels that are in my model. So I can only create a level 1 and a level 2 floor plan. I can only create an entry level and a floor. So let's change this to 02 floor, second floor. I can only create floor plans for these. So if I want to create floor plans for the rest of these, I need to add these levels into my project. So how can I add a level? Well, I can manually go up into the Architecture tab, and way over here on the right under Datum, I can add a level. So I can do it like the architects do. I can click on that, and now I can add a level and put it where I want. Another way I can do it, and this is pretty handy for everything else, is right-click on this level and say, there's a bunch of menu options here. Again, we'll get into all these. But in the middle, you'll see Create Similar. So let's create similar, which means I'm going to create a level similar to what I had. Now I have a couple of tools I can use for drawing. I can use my line tool, or I can use things called a pick line. So if I go pick line, then I can pick that, and it puts it right on top of that line. And now it's already aligned, and I can bring it over this so that this little blue line lines up and it locks to it. Now I notice I don't have a head on here, and that's what this little box is for, to turn the head on or off. Now it's already in the mode of labeling these based upon whatever the last level was added. So when they made this template, they must have been adding mechanical levels, and that's why it defaulted to this. Well, we can change that. I want to change this to 03 floor. And do I want to rename the view? No, I'm not going to rename views now. I want to call the views what I want. 03 floor. And let's make sure that the other end, okay. And here's my other levels here. See these guys? I want this level to actually, turn that off. I want this level to match my others, and there, get to the blue line, now they're lined up. Let's get these all to line up. That's just being picky. There we go. Now I need, what other levels will I need? Well, I have a roof and a parapet. I know from experience that I will typically need to have a roof floor plan, if you will, a roof plan, to show mechanical equipment, some receptacles, maybe even some lighting up there. So I'll want that. So let's go ahead and create a roof plan. Now, again, I can just create similar. Another way you can do this is I can copy a level from the architectural model into my model. So I'm going to show you this technique as well. So this technique is under Collaborate, under that tab, and it's called Copy Monitor. Again, there's a number of things you can do here. Copy Monitor, click on that. Now, I can say use current project or select link. I don't want to use my electrical project, I want to use a link. So select link, hover over, and you'll see it see that blue line up there highlights. That's letting me highlight the link. Even if I have this unselected for pinned objects, I can still, in this command, pick a link. So I'm going to pick the architectural link there. And now I have things I can do. Now they give you separate buttons for copy and monitor, but if you hit copy, it does both. Copy, monitor. A little confusing. Copy, monitor. Now, if I want to select multiple levels to copy, I would hit the multiple tab and go that route. In this case, I only need one level. I'm only going to copy the roof. I'm not going to copy the parapet at this time. So click on roof and then say, after it's done thinking, then we can go up and say finish. And it finished copying and monitoring. Now, all the monitoring means is that if this roof level moves in the architectural model, if I bring in a new updated architectural model and it's different, it will flag me and say coordination alert, something changed. And it will just highlight to me that something changed and I can double check my levels. So let's go ahead and drag this guy over to match ours there. And roof is already named roof, but it's set at the right level. So now in our model, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 levels of which we can create floor plans and ceiling plans. So that is the key to getting levels into your project. In this lesson, we are going to learn about grids. Now, if you're familiar with doing this work, you know that architects and structural engineers put in these grids, which are a pattern of lines, usually dashed like this, with bubbles describing their name, usually numbers one way and letters the other, which is pretty much set up on any structural columns or other related architectural and structural elements. And this helps us to locate things within the project and gives them a place to put some dimensions between things such as columns. These grids normally come in with the architectural model, and we cannot move them or change them or alter them at all. Now, sometimes that's not an issue, but many times you'll find that these display differently than you want. We've learned that we would like ultimate control on these grids. So what we will do is, like we did with levels, we will copy these grids into our model so that we can have full control over where they are, how they look, and what size they are. So first I'm going to go ahead and change this back to 1/8 inch, which is a very common overall size. And you'll want to save your project whenever this pops up. The time interval between these saves can be adjusted in the settings. But for now, let's just go ahead and save it. And you want to go ahead and give it a name. As you get into Revit, you'll want to come up with a company-wide or firm-wide naming convention. So the way we do it in our firm is we have a project number assigned with a project. So maybe you want to assign a project number. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we give it a name. So we will call this Big Office. And then we will add the discipline that this project or model is. And this is electrical. And finally, we want to get the version of Revit that it was created in so that you can look at a glance to find out what it is. So this one is done in Revit 2023. So that's how we name it. You can come up with whatever convention works, but I would just recommend that you get that R23 in here. Yes, when you try to open a project from here, it'll show you what version it is. But before you even start Revit, it's good to know which version to load up. And then you have an option of how many backups you want to create when you save this. Now we have an overnight backup system in our office that backs up everything we do. If you don't have that, you may want to record more than one backup. You may want to have a different point in time to go back to previous renditions of this. So that's up to you. We set this for 1, and that's all you need to know in here. and then just save it. So when that's done saving, we can jump into this to get these grids copied. Now, again, like the levels from the previous lesson, we could just start drawing grids. If you go to architecture and over here with the datum, remember we had levels, now we have grids. We could start just drawing grids and aligning them, but a much quicker and more accurate way is to just circle all the grids and copy them. So we will go to the Collaborate tab, and over here we have Copy Monitor, similar to what we did with levels. And then we want to select the link, and that's when we hover over our architectural link until it lights up blue like that, and select it. And then we want to go over here to the Copy, and this actually does a copy and monitor. Now in this case, we want to copy monitor multiple grids at one time. Instead of doing them one by one, we want to say multiple, and then we can select more than one. Now, one way you can select things is to click it and then hold down the Control key and click another, and that will let you pick multiple. Another way to do it is to window it. So start at the top left here, left mouse click, hold it, drag it clear down to the right to get all of the grids in there, and release. Now, you'll notice that many things highlighted. I selected more than just grids. There's a nice little feature in Revit many times called a filter or a funnel. So here's the filter, select that, and it will show you what you have already selected. We've selected 2 floors, 22 grids, and 72 walls. Now, we can narrow this down to be just grids by unselecting these. You can also just check none and then only select grids. So this is a powerful tool for selecting things in your model. So we only want the grids. Say OK. Now we only have the grids selected, and it gets confusing up top because there's 2 finish buttons. This is the overall finishing of the copy. This down here is the finishing of the multiple selection. So we first want to hit finish the multiple selection, and then for some reason it pops you out of your command. It's annoying, but just go back to the copy monitor, click it again. Now we can finish the actual copy monitor command. So it's kind of a 2-part finish to that. Now what you should notice is if you hover over the grids, they highlight, which means they are in your model. So I have these grids in my model now, and what I can do, I don't need to move them around. I want them to match the architects, but what I can do is change things like where does the head end up. So I did that and they all move, similar to levels. Now what you'll notice too is that the architectural grids still show up. We would typically want to turn those off so that only ours show up. Now the way you can turn those off is to get into the visibility, graphics, and overrides of the actual architectural link. So that's what I'm going to show you next, is how to turn those off in this view. Now these controls are by view. So what I'm going to do is go over to here, this thing over here called Visibility Graphics Overrides. And this is a button you will get very familiar with. If you click on Edit, the Visibility Graphics Override, you get this giant box with all this stuff. These are different tabs to identify what type of categories, what type of elements you are controlling. For example, this first tab is Model Categories. Now, model categories are 3D elements within your model. They call them the model elements, versus something like annotation categories, which are like tags and grids and levels, the things that are not really a 3D building element, like a door, window, or wall. So the model categories are the pieces that we model in 3D. We can turn those on and off here. So let's go to annotation, because our grids are actually not a building element. They're just a datum, an annotative thing. So if we go down, scroll down with the scroll wheel, clear down to grids. Now, if I turn grids off here, I'm turning them off in my project. You can see that these first few are in my project, and you have to remember, where am I controlling things? Because we have our project, our model, and we have the LinkedIn architectural model. Well, we can change how the architectural LinkedIn model looks from here without having to go back into that architectural model itself, and change things there. We can do it here. The way we get to the architectural model is over here. This tab is called Revit Links. And this gives you a list of all of your links that you've brought into your model. We have this advanced sample project. This is the architectural link that we brought in. And now we can start controlling it. Right now, it is the display settings for that are controlled by the host view. Well, the host view is our model. Our model is hosting this link. So our model is the host. So our host view controls what categories in the architectural link show and how they look. So if I want to turn off grids in the annotation, I would turn off the grids, both ours and the architects. Let me show you. Grids are off. Say OK. Now all of the grids have disappeared. Ours and the architects. Because we told the Revit link to be controlled by our host. So the way we get around that is not to turn them off in our model. We want ours to show. So we turn grids back on here. But now we want to go over to the Revit links and turn off the grids here. Now, how do we get to those? Well, we have to change the display settings from host view to a custom. Now you get this other big box with all these things. And again, we will go through these as we need them one by one. But for now, the basics are we want a custom setup. We want to customize how this link behaves. And again, we have repeated before, we have the model categories of the link. Look up here. This reminds you that we are controlling the architectural link now, not our model. It takes a few times to get familiar with this. But right now, just look at the top. It reminds you that we are dealing with the link. We're dealing with the model categories. And again, we need to tell us that we want this to be custom. We're fine with what's in here for now, but we want to change an annotation. So go to annotation. We want it to be not host view. We want it to be custom. And this now, these brighten up so that we can change them. Now we go down to change the grid visibility of the Revit link. So this is your key to where you are. So turn off the grids here. Okay, okay. So we've turned off the architectural grids, but we've left on our electrical model grids. So that's how you can turn things on and off independently of the link and your model. And again, we can control these grids. We can click on it, and this little box means we can check mark, add the bubble up here. Let's say we want the bubble to show up at the top and not at the bottom. We can go through each of these and just turn these off and turn them on up here. Yes, it's a one-by-one thing, but you do it once and you're set for a while. Another thing you can do is occasionally, and if it's best if I change this to a different scale to show you what I'm talking about. If I go to something like a 16th inch scale, now, for example, F and F1 are overlapping. If you click on this grid, I can hit this little squiggle and it breaks it. It lets it move. So now I can adjust that, and I can do the same to this, and it puts it up there, but I can just take this grip and move it down. So you can rearrange these heads the way you like. Furthermore, you could even change what these heads look like. Over here in the properties box that I showed you before, you saw this grid and it was set up for a 1/4 inch bubble. You'll see a drop down with some other type options within this family of grid. But I can do a bubble gap. So what's going on is they've added a gap in here. So there's different displays of grids built in out of the box that you can change things to. Furthermore, this can all be customized because a grid is just a family, just like a wall or a door or a receptacle or a light. It's a building element that we can modify as we get more advanced. So in the previous lesson, we learned how to copy the grids into our project, and we learned how to control their visibility both in our model and in our linked model so that we don't see the architectural grids here on the first level. We want the same kind of visibility to happen on all of our floors of our power plans. If we only had one floor, it'd be no big deal. We'd be done. But because we have multiple floors, and we actually have 3 levels in this building that we haven't yet finished producing plans for, so we need to find a shortcut to this view issue, this visibility issue. So we are going to learn today about view template. Down here, we are actually in a floor plan. So down here under identity data, view template, and you see this none. Click on none, and you can see there's a few out of the box built-in view templates, and they're set up for different disciplines. What this would do would not only deal with the grids, but it would turn things on. Like an architectural plan would most likely have the electrical and mechanical devices turned off. Electrical plan, we'd have the electrical devices showing and the mechanical and plumbing turned off, and so forth. So we can control not only grids, but any category of element by using a view template. And once we create a view template for a certain look or certain view, if you will, then we can apply that template to other views. So what we can do is set up a view the way we want it to look and then create a template from it. So what we're going to do is this power plan on first level that we set up the architectural grids to be off, we're going to make a template for this view, and we're going to call it something like power view because it's power versus lighting. We're going to give it a scale name because that can be part of the template. So let's do that. The way we do that is we're in the view we want to create a template from. Right click on power and you'll see a big context menu. We'll get into all these as we go, but for now we want to create a view template from this view. So create a view template from the view, and then we have to give it a name. Eventually you'll come up with some kind of a standard for naming these. And I like to put like a company name or a company initials in front of it. So I do something like ER. So I will say, let's call this power plan and give it a scale. Now it's 16th inch now, but we're going to make it 1/8 inch. And I'll show you how we can change that. So we're going to make it a power plan 1/8 inch. Simple as that. Okay. And then it shows it added here. Now, sometimes it assigns it, sometimes it doesn't. What I mean is right now we still say none down here. So now we need to click back into this. Now we can select our power plan and say OK. Now, one thing that you'll notice once you create this view template is now certain things that are controlled by the template I can't control anymore out here. For example, view scale. It is gray. Grayed out, I cannot click it. This is your indication that, there's a view template assigned to this view. So I can't control this independently. I can't control it down here either. Other things are grayed out. Detail levels, part visibility, all these things I can't control because now they are in a view template. So if you find grayed out things that you can't control, that's your key that you have a view template assigned to this view. So what you do is you click on the view template, and now we get a repeat of these buttons in this view template dialog box. So now instead of coming here to VG overrides, for example, if I hit VG overrides, see all this stuff is grayed out. I can't change it here. I have to jump into the view template. Now I can get to my controls. Now I can get into this. And just notice that these tabs up top are also repeated vertically here. So I can get to my Revit links here rather than up here. So either way, a couple ways to get to these. But what I want to get to is now is my scale. This is how I change the scale in a view template. Now I go up to my 1/8 inch and say apply it. Okay, and then it changes it to an 1/8 inch. So now any changes I want to make to this view, I have to do in the view template. Now the power of that view template will be apparent in the next view. Let's double click to the second floor power. Right now, architectural grids show. If I assign this view template, ER power plan 1/8 inch to this, boom, they're gone. So I just repeated the architectural grid hiding instantly by using a view template. Now it doesn't change the appearance of these grids. This is still a view by view choice that you make. It's not contained in the view template. So not everything is in the view template, but 99% of the view characteristics will be in this template. So we will be referring to view templates pretty much every lesson. That's the best practice, is to have a view template. I think it's good workflow and good practice to have a view template, even for a one-off thing like a site plan. It just keeps you in the habit of always changing things in a view template. And as we'll find out later, you can change what view template is assigned to each view, even just temporarily. So it's a very powerful feature. So that is view templates. So for your homework, you can practice creating a view template from a view, but also practice changing the view template characteristics. For example, if I zoom in here, I can see these look like lights in the architectural model. If I want to turn those off in a power plan, how would I do that? You would go into the view template. Now I can get to my Revit links button that I had before, which is set up for custom. Get into custom, this is a model category. A light is a 3D model. It's a building element. Now I can go down to lighting devices and lighting fixtures, uncheck those in my power plan. Okay, 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 lots of okays. Now they're gone. They are gone in this power template. In this lesson, we are going to create a third floor view. We already had the first two views set up in the project template that we started with. Now, different templates could have different numbers of floors by default. Before we get into creating that plan, I want to get rid of all these other categories that we don't need. We're not going to need mechanical and plumbing plans, so let's just go through and get rid of these right now. So let's hit delete on each of these. You can't do it at a category. You have to get to the actual plan. I'm just hitting the delete key. Let's get rid of all these because they are really just distracting. And when we eventually get to creating our own project template, we're not going to have all these extra plans in our template. So let's just get rid of these. There. Now we have a cleaner looking project browser. So now we want to create another power plan. So we go up here in View to Plan Views. We have floor plans and reflected ceiling plans. These are the two different plans that we are typically dealing with, and they're different. In Revit, they behave differently. In short, floor plans show the floor elements and the ceiling plan shows the ceiling elements. They behave differently as far as the 3D aspect, which we'll get into. Structural plan, we don't worry about. Plan region is a special sub-region within a plan that's very important, very powerful. We will get into that as we go. It's a more advanced topic. And then we don't worry about area plans. But we are going to create a floor plan for our third level, third floor. So click on Floor Plan. And of course, save the project whenever it wants us to. Right now, it's telling us, do not duplicate existing views. We have not made a third floor or a roof yet. It's not letting us make one or two. Now, sometimes you want to duplicate a view if we want a different kind of view, but for now we're fine. So we're going to make a third floor view. So third floor is checked, say okay, and there. Now, the problem is I don't see it. It didn't pop up here. Where did it go? Well, that can happen when you create new views. It tries to mimic what the previous view was made. So someone made a view probably in the template, and the key over here, view template, is mechanical plan. So it made a mechanical view. See over here on the left, it added a mechanical view. Darn this mechanical, guys. It added a mechanical view to this. Now, we don't want a mechanical view. How can we move this around? I can't just drag this around and put it where I want. Well, where it ends up in this project browser is part of now the view template. It's part of this. If you look over here, you will see a discipline and subdiscipline. So discipline here, it's hidden up in the middle of all this stuff. Discipline is mechanical, subdiscipline HVAC, which relates to this, mechanical HVAC. And then furthermore, it's under floor plans. So this stuff delineates where it ends up in your project browser. Now, again, because these are gray, that means they're in here. So if you go to the view template, you will see in here as well, discipline mechanical and subdiscipline HVAC. So we just, instead of changing all that, we're just going to use our power plan. This is another powerful feature of the view template. We're going to use the power plan and say, okay, that magically moves it up into the right place because all of this organization is contained within that view template. Another reason to use a view template. And we can rename this. And while we're thinking about renaming these, I like to name these with a little more of a description of the floor. So for example, my power plan, I can hit F2 and just rename this. My first level power plan, I like to put 01 and I'll call it overall. And I use all caps as my key that this is a view that I will be publishing on a sheet, because you can have some views that are just working views or coordination views. They're like a practice view, just a design view that you're not actually going to drag onto a sheet and print. So my key is to all caps the views that I really want to be my final document. And you'll see in the future how we can deal with these other kind of views. So I like to give this a descriptive name. Hit F2, there we go. Oop, stay F2, 01, overall, first floor, plan, power. And you can name this however you like. And you'll find out too that when we drag it onto a sheet, we can change the name that it displays on the sheet as well. But for now, this helps us keep things organized. Overall, second floor, plan, power. And then this one, furthermore, simply 03, overall, third floor, plan, power. Now I called it overall because I may be enlarging some of these areas as I go, and that will delineate it from an enlarged view versus overall view. And what dictates what this looks like is we assigned it to level 3. So again, if you go over here, you go down to associated level, 03 floor. It's on the third floor level. So those match up. So that is how you create new floor plans. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to crop our view so that we don't see the entire site, like all this property line, all these trees. We may just want to see the building itself. How can we constrain this view? So there's a couple ways to do this. Let's go back to our first floor plan. And one way we can do is over here on the right, extents, is we can crop the view. We can make the crop region visible, the outline of the crop. And we can also crop some annotations. Now, these are not grayed out because these are still controllable outside of this view template. So this is some pieces that are not contained in the view template. And that'll be a hindrance, as you'll see. But what we can do is we want to crop the view. And then we want to be able to see that crop region so we can adjust it. Right now, I can't see the boundaries. So turn on the crop region. And what you'll see is you'll see this boundary. I can click on this boundary and I get some controls. Now I can split it into pieces, or I can just use this grip to move it around. So I can actually pull this crop view in with these grips, and I can start cropping my view. Now let's say I want to crop it nice and tight. Now if I crop it clear to the building, what happens? The grids still show, so that's good. So I can crop this in, let's say really nice and tight. This guy I want to crop into about this door, and I want to crop this in to there. So there, it got rid of all this stuff outside. So that's how you can crop your view. And then when I eventually put this onto a sheet for publishing, it'll only show this portion. Now the only drawback with this is I jump into my second floor plan and I have to do the same thing all over again. Well, luckily, there is a shortcut to this. It's not in the view template, but it's in a thing called a scope box. So let me turn off this cropping. I'm going to uncrop this region so we see everything again. What I can do is create a scope box, which will apply a crop that I can use in multiple views. So up under view again, another button up here in the views is called scope box up here. And if you hover over this, you'll get a little description of what things are, and then eventually like a little movie. The scope box controls the visibility of datum elements, grids, levels, and reference planes. Not only that, but it also controls what you can see. So create a scope box and apply it to your view. So what it does is it says, again, at the bottom left, click to place first corner of scope box. So I want my scope box to be I want to be able to see these little wings sticking out, and any doors that are out. I don't see any doors. I want to make sure I cover that. So, and I can change this easily later. I'm going to put it right here. Just click once, let go. And now it lets me drag clear over to the bottom right corner. I want to catch these little wings and this door. So I'm going to put a little bit outside there and click that there. I've created a scope box, and the scope box is selected up here. Now I can give it a name. Scope box 1 is the default. I'm going to call this building. It's just the building. Apply it. Now, just so you know, a scope box isn't just a 2D element. It has a height as well. And this brings up a good point of how can we look at a 3D view of this? Well, there's one built in. Over here in your project browser, you'll see 3D views, 3D electrical. Let's click on that. Double click that. There. It jumps into a nice orthographic view, and we can control this view with this little box. We can hold this ring and kind of orbit. We can change it left and right to orbit. We can also hit the front, and then we're starting to get things like elevations. We can hit the top corner again to get a corner view. We can get the other corner, look the other direction. So you can see this is nice for looking at the 3D view. Now, the view, how it's set up, right now looks like it's kind of an X-ray vision. I can see the lights and things like that within the building. We can modify how this looks, and that's a whole nother lesson. But the basics here are, here's our 3D view, and what we can see is this green dash. You hover over it, it says scope box building. It's the one we created, and it has a certain height. Now we want to make sure the scope box encompasses our entire building. So let's look at the front. In the front, you can see the scope box here. There it is. Now luckily, it drew it up just above the parapet, but you want to make sure it encompasses your entire building. If it, for some reason, drew it down here, you can easily take this little grip and drag it up. So we just want to make sure that we have the entire building in our scope box in 3D as well. So back to our floor plan, and you can get to our floor plan back with these tabs, and sometimes you'll only see a 4 or 5. If you go clear to the right, you can see a drop down, and you can get to all of your tabs this way. Another thing you can do is just double click back over here to get to your view. And if there's too many tabs showing, up at the quick access toolbar, this little guy with a little red X, close inactive views, click on that, and it will just close these views. It didn't eliminate them, it just closed them. So you don't have a full row of tabs. So here we are back in our first floor plan power, and we have our scope box. Now, I still see things, so I have not yet applied this scope box to this view. The way you do that is down under Extents. Instead of cropping, we go down to Scope Box. It says None. Well, let's go ahead and click the drop down, and we can see our scope boxes. We only have one so far. Building, apply it, and there it automatically cropped it. Now, just for your future notice, you see this crop line? We can see it, but when we print our drawings to PDF, that won't be visible, just so you know. But it's handy to have it here. Well, let's apply this to other views. Again, it's not part of the view template, but it is still controlling multiple views if we, again, take the scope box and apply it. This is on a view-by-view basis. There it is. Overall third floor plan, same thing. Simply scope box it. So you can see the powerful nature of a scope box. It lets us crop all these plans with a click of a button. Furthermore, when we get into lighting plans, we could do the same thing, use the same scope box. So that's a very powerful part of Revit. So believe it or not, we are almost to the lesson where we get to add some electrical to this project. We're almost there. So just a few more things of view setup to do. Typically in a view, you will want your rooms labeled. So Revit has a nice room labeling feature called a room tag. Now, tags are a very important element in Revit. There's tags for everything. And what a tag is it's a text, but it's a smart text that reports something that is in your model. So, for example, if we go up to the Annotate tab, we're up annotating now. Annotate tab, there's a bunch of annotations, everything from dimensions to different clouds and tags, all that. We're going to go over here to the thing called Room Tag. Now, what this does is you use this tool to add tags to selected rooms that are not already tagged. Now, there's a shortcut called Tag All, but we're going to do it room by room right now. So click on a room tag, and sometimes in a project template, you'll find out that rooms are not visible. It's for some reason, the Revit system template doesn't have rooms, which are a 3D element, turned on. So we simply want to turn those on. A view template is assigned to the view in order to make rooms available. The view template needs to be edited. So let's manage our view template. Here, it's popping us into our view template. We need to make sure we turn rooms on in our model. So let's go into our model. This is our model. We want to make sure we turn rooms on. Again, they were turned off by default in the out-of-the-box template. Click that, turn them on. Okay, now we have rooms on. So we'll go to Room Tag, and we hover over, and I see a name, Cafeteria. That's good. If I click on it, I can't see it. I got another warning. Here we go. None of the created elements are visible in floor plan, blah, blah, blah. You may want to check the active view, its parameters, and visibility settings, as well as any plan regions. Okay, so there's a whole list of things to check, right? What's going on here? Well, again, in this out-of-the-box systems template, something is not set up right to allow these room tags to show up. So what they're giving us is a list of all the different places that could be controlled. Let us first go back into our view template and see what is not set up. We already turned the rooms on. Let's go into the annotations and see if we have room tags turned on. Down here to room tags are actually turned on. What else could be preventing us from seeing these room tags? Well, not only do we have our model to check, but we need to check the linked model. So let's go back into our link and start looking at that. Model categories. Are rooms turned on in the... Okay, rooms are turned off in the Revit link. Now, why are those turned off? If you recall, when we linked in this architectural model, it was set up to be controlled by the host view. Our host view, our view, electrical view, had rooms turned off, so it in turn turned them off in the architectural link. We have to turn those back on. There. Now our cafeteria shows up. So again, you'll run into this now and then. You may jump into a plan that someone else set up, or you may start with a template that's not yours, and things may not be set up correctly. This is one way to troubleshoot that, is to go into those view settings and try to figure out what is turned off. So that is just a clue for how to deal with some of these view issues. But there we go. Again, when we create our own project template for electrical, we're going to make sure that the rooms are turned on. Okay, let's continue. Room tag, or we can do like we did on levels. We can right click on something that's in the model, right click it. And these are in our model. These aren't in the architectural model. These are ours now. We can repeat room tag room command, or we can go down to create similar, which will put us back into the room tag. Now, this looks more like what I'm used to. The rooms turn blue, and they have big X's in each room. This is more indicative that we have rooms turned on. So again, we can hover over here, and we can put these anywhere we want. I can't put them outside the room. If I do that, it won't let me stick it. So I have to put it inside the room, like this. And we want to label each room. Now, escape out of there. Once I'm here, I can take these and move these around. Now, I can't move them outside the room. It turns into question marks. Now, the way I can move them outside the room, for example, this electrical, the tag is kind of large. If I want to move this outside the room, I need to add a leader to it. So I click on this, and over on the right, you can add a leader line. Click on leader line, and it's added a leader line. I can't really see it, but what I can see now is I have this little plus, the little move sign. If I hover over that, I can drag it from there, and I can drag this outside the room, and it leaves the leader. And I can adjust this leader. I've got two little grips that I can, add a shoulder to it like this, or I can make it linear if I want. I can move the circle. And I can also, and escape out of that, I can also control how this looks. Right now it's just a line. Maybe I want a dot on the end of this. Click on this, and I can go this edit type. Well, remember, type is a subcategory of a family. I can edit this type. And right here under this room tag, leader arrowhead, it says none. I can change that to be any kind of an arrow. I can make it an arrow. I can make it a box. I can do diagonal. I can do all kinds of things. I'm going to do a filled dot, a 1/16 of an inch filled dot. Let's see what that looks like. There. I like that. So you can use this, again, click on it, turn on the leader line, drag it from there. Now, if I drag it somewhere else, I'm dragging the leader line, not it. So you got to make sure you really get on top of this little move sign and do that. And I can move this where I want. That lets you put your room tags outside the room. So we'll just go through and do the rest of these, create similar, and it's very fast to put room tags into your project. Look at that. I could also do a tag all. So look at this tag all. Now I can go room tags, but I want to include elements from linked files. Say OK. Now we will see that it put all the room tags in. I can move them around. But it went ahead and put room tags into every room. And when you click on a room tag and move it around, it'll give you a little red outline to show you which room it's dealing with. So I have to keep it in there unless I add. So that's a quick way to add some room tags to the entire project. And you can move these around so they're more visible, not on top of other line work, etc. Again, this is a by view, per view only. These room tags are what's called an annotative element. They only show up in this view. If I go into second floor, first of all, it's a different floor, so the rooms will be different. But also, if I had another first floor plan, I would not see these room tags. They are only in this view. If they're annotative, they're view only. If they're model based, they're universal. So I can do the same thing with second floor. Let's try the shortcut, tag all, include elements from linked files, and click room tags. There they are. How fast is that? One more, tag all, room tags, boom, there we go. And we can adjust those. Now we have every single room identified in our plans. Now in this lesson, in preparation for actually adding electrical devices to this building, we are going to learn how to see this building in 3D and in elevation and section. You've already seen elevations, exterior elevations, but what if I want to look at something inside this building? There is a simple way to cut a section, a cross section, so that I can see it. So if I go up here to the quick access toolbar up here called section, creates a section view. Click on section. So I'm going to take a look at this cafeteria. Let's say I want to look at the cross section of this entire wing. So I'm going to start here and then click it once, and then I can just let go and then move it, and it lets me put a section marker. And I want it to be pretty much perpendicular. I don't want an angle. So see how the angle pops up? I don't want that. I want it perpendicular. Click again. That created a section. Now if I click on this section, you can see this little dashed blue line, and it shows the extent of this section. So not only how long the section is this way, it's controlled independently of this symbol. How far this way, but also how deep is my section. Now I want this section to include this back wall. So I'm going to go beyond the building. See how that includes this whole area. Click out of that. Now to see this section, I can either find it over here, and if I expand this, you'll see that there's a thing called sections, and I'm in section 1. I can click on that, or I can just double click the head of this, the arrow, double click that. Now I'm looking at the section. So it cut a vertical section through my building, and now I'm looking at that wall. It's kind of a combination of section and elevation, if you will. It cuts the walls, but then it lets us see the elevation. And it created it full height. Now we can control the crop of this section with this crop view, similar to what we did before. So I can move this up here and I can move it down here. But now I'm looking at the cross section of that cafeteria, and I can see some of the tables, I can see windows. This here, I'm not sure what it is. What I can do is if I hover over something and hit tab a few times, you can usually select stuff. Now, if I can't select anything, it means my selection tool needs to be modified. So go up to select. It wouldn't let me select a pinned element. So turn that on. Now, because the background was pinned, now I can select it. But if I hover over something, let's say I hover over this chair, hit tab until it highlights. Tab, oh, there, that highlighted. Click on it. It's telling me it's furniture. Now, if I tab over that, it's a ceiling. So that's a ceiling inside my cafeteria. So this is, again, another ceiling. And this guy is a window. So you can actually tab through some of and select some of the items in the architectural plan. So that's how you can draw a section. And that helps you decide what's going on with that wall. If I want to know if those windows are full height or not. And I can label this section. Hit F2, and I'm going to say section cafeteria, and let's say north. Now that's pretty descriptive, and what I can do is I can still take this section, I can move it around. So I may not even want to label that. I may just label this, section east-west. And then I can move this section wherever I want. So let's go down and look at the vestibule. Same thing. Click on that section, and it changed my view because I moved the section symbol. Maybe I want this section to look further. Maybe I want to get to that wall. So you can control the view of this section. Back into the section. There. Now I can see the walls. So drop a section wherever you need to. If you need to see ceiling space, you want to see how for our windows, these windows are all the way to the floor. So when it's time to put receptacles on this wall, now we have a clue that, well, we can't. We may have to put receptacles in the floor or on columns. Dropping a section is a very powerful tool. Another thing you can do is drop a camera. That's one way to get a 3D view, is to drop a camera. Up at the quick toolbar, you'll see this little house, default 3D view. There's a little drop-down arrow to the right of it. Click on that, and you can get to the default 3D view, which is that overall 3D view outside that we looked at. Or you can drop a camera. So click on camera. Now we can say, where do you want the camera to be? So let's say this cafeteria again. I want to put a camera in this lower right-hand corner right here. Click it once. Now it's saying, where's the extent of this camera? Where am I looking? What view? And it gives me the view range in an angle. So I'm going to take the view clear outside, so make sure I get this back wall, and click again. Now I've created, look at that, a camera view inside that cafeteria looking at that other corner. So now I can see in 3D what it looks like in here. It's an isometric view. It's got perspective to it. So that gives me an idea what that room looks like and kind of its volume and ceiling and windows and all that. So you can drop a camera wherever you want. But there is two handy tools to analyze the building. Again, we also have that overall 3D electrical that you can look at and pick which way you want to look at it. Now this lesson will be the final lesson for view setup and getting things ready to put electrical devices in. So this last lesson is a very critical lesson for learning Revit, and it's one that takes a while to fully sink in. But we are going to cover what's called view range. Now view range is like it says, it sets up the range of the 3D view for these floor plans and for any view you're dealing with. It's over here on the right. You can get to view range right here, view range. Now, again, it is grayed out because it is contained within the view template. If you click on the view template, you will see view range is in here. Now, a clue to whether things are included in the view template or not is right here. There's a little box called include. That means, should this parameter be included in a view template? By default, all this stuff is included. In special cases, you could uninclude view range, so that if you unclick it and say, okay, now I can get to view range here rather than in the view template. But you will notice that in most instances, 99% of the time, you want that view range to be included in your view template so that it applies to all of your views of that type. So let's keep that on. But the way it works is it sets up the 3D aspects of what a view looks like. So let me show you what I mean. Edit view range. Now, they have a little bit of a picture to show you, and I will show you this picture, but I also will cut a section and draw our own picture. The basics are a view is a section cut through your building, but it's a horizontal section. So, you know, a vertical section is a up and down slice through the building, and we can see the walls cut and all that. Well, think of a floor plan as a horizontal section cut through the building instead of vertical. Architects have been doing that for decades, deciding where in the building, like at what elevation, a foot above the floor, 3 feet above the floor, where are they cutting the building walls to show what's the walls look like. If you want to see a window, you have to cut through the view at window height. If you want to see the door, you have to cut through the door. If we cut way up here at the ceiling, you're not cutting the door. You're not cutting the window, so it won't show up in the floor plan. So we have a number of horizontal lines that make up the view. There's a bunch here, but let's look at basics. The top, right here, number one, the top. How high do we want to see inside this room? We want the top to be below the next floor. I don't want to see second floor on my first floor view. So this top will be a certain level below the next floor. The bottom, down here, how far down do I want to see? Well, I don't want to see the floor below in my first floor plan, for example. So I need to set a range for how far down I see. What's the bottom? And then this cut plane is actually, where am I cross-cutting my section, horizontal section, through the building? Where am I cutting the walls? Where am I cutting the windows? Where I cut depends on what I see in the plan. So you have bottom, cut plane, and top. And then there's one more element called view depth. On a floor plan, how far below the bottom can we see elements, and they will have a different line type, for example. Maybe they're dashed, maybe they're thin lines or grayed out lines. So there's still another element to be seen. So there's pretty much these 4 lines that we're dealing with, and they can all be adjusted by selecting the level and applying an offset. So for example, this view range, the bottom is associated level. What's the associated level? Well, it's the level that this view was created from. Remember our levels in our project, level 1, level 2, level 3. Well, whatever this level was created from, the bottom is that associated level, and there's no offset. So the bottom is actually at level 1, for example, on this first floor. The cut plane is level 1, associated level, but 4 feet above that level. So we're cutting the walls and doors and windows at 4 feet above. And then the top is our associated level, level 1, but 12 feet, 5 and some inches above it. There's an actual offset. We only want to see 12 feet, 5 inches above the floor. Now, this can be hard-coded like this, or we can simply say level above. So level 2. And then we can apply an offset. Do we want it at 0? So right at level 2? Do we want it a little bit below level 2? So that's how this is all set up. And that affects what we see in level 1. So I find it best to play around with this view range to see what it does. How does it affect the view? So for example, right now I see these doors. I see these are windows. So view range, let's set the cut plane at like 10 feet above the associated level. Apply that and see what happens. Now, not much changed. We still see the doors, but look what happened in the cafeteria. Now, I don't see all of the tables. I see this circle thing. Well, that circle thing, if you highlight over it, it's a ceiling. So now my cut plane is way above the ceiling. So let's go ahead and take a look at this section and look at our levels. So not all of our levels show up. Now, why is that? Well, kind of advanced, but levels are a 3D element within our model. So we have to make sure that they extend throughout the entire model for it to show. So let's take a look real quick at our 3D model. There we go. Now over here, the edges, around the outside edges, you can see these dashed lines. And these are our levels. Now I can't get to all of our levels. There's our level, second floor level. The level may not extend throughout the entire building. As I can see now, it doesn't look like it extends throughout the entire building. So I want to make sure these levels extend both ways. We looked at a south elevation and made sure our levels worked. Let's look at an east elevation. So let's go to our east elevation here on the right. And let's make sure that our levels extend all the way. So what we can see is, here's our levels. I'm going to turn off pinned elements so I don't select the R. I'm going to select our levels. There they are. So I want these levels to extend all the way beyond the building. Lock. Now there's a third floor level. There he is. Click that. So now I've made sure that all of our levels, so I know they're mine because they highlight, are extended beyond the building. And I also want to make sure they extend to the left of the building. So let's make sure that all of our levels extend all the way through the building. That's ours, that's ours, that's ours. Okay, so we've made sure they all extend. I'm going to put tags on these just so we can make sure we can see them. Like I say, it's kind of advanced, but these little things can trip you up if they're not set up quite right. So our level extends all the way through. And again, these are a model element, so they have to extend where we're cutting our section or we won't see it. So let's try that section again. Look at that section. Now we can see all of our levels. There we go. Now what I want to show you is this view range. We started at level 1 and we put a cut plane at 10 feet. So let me draw a cut plane. So I'm going to just draw a annotative line to demonstrate. So I'm going to draw what's called a detail line. And I can use the line tool here, and I'm going to pick not a thin line. I want to pick my wide red line. And I'm going to draw a cut plane just on this view like that. This red line indicates my cut. And let's dimension it. So if I go up to the top, there's a tool called the aligned dimension. And I can dimension it from this level 1 up to my line and click there. Now I can adjust where this line is. I click on the line. Now I can change the dimension. I'm going to change it to, what did I say, 10 feet? Okay, this is imitating my cut line in my view range. My cut line is cutting the wall here, cutting the stairs, cutting the wall, cutting walls, but it's above this ceiling. It's above the ceiling, and the cut plane is looking down at the floor. It sees the top of the ceiling. I need to move my cut plane down below the ceiling so then I can see these chairs. So I need to move it down around 8 feet. So let's try that. First floor plan, let's go into our view range. Now I'm spending a lot of time on this because this is a huge issue in Revit. View range, I'm going to make my cut plane at 8 feet. Just by changing the cut plane, see that? Now I can see what I want to see. So that cut plane is very important as to what you will see in your plan. And you may need a different cut plane for different views. If I do a roof plan, I may want that cut plane to be down like a foot above the roof so I can see the parapet walls. If the parapet walls are only 18 inches tall and I make a cut plane up at 4 feet, I won't see those walls. So that cut plane is critical. Now, when we get to lighting plans, that the top of the view range will be very important too, whether we can see ceilings. But as you can see, that view range is very important as to how the building gets cut. Right now, this view range applies to the entire view. So in this case, the entire building. In some cases, I may need to see a different view. There may be a window that's high that I need to see, or maybe I can't see a receptacle mounted up high on this wall because of my view range. I can isolate an area of the building with what's called a plan region and see it differently. So as we get into this project, we will deal with that plan region as needed. But for now, this is a very simple building in that the floor levels are all one level. There's no steps in the floors. There's no little mezzanines to deal with. So it's a very simple, it's a good beginner plan. So we will cover that plan region at another time. But the basics are the view range. And again, that's part of the view template. So as you jump into other plans, you will see the same thing. Now, in this plan, I'm noticing that I don't see any doors. So let's see what's going on. I see a door here, but that's it. So what's going on here? Let's look at our power plan. Let's look at our view range. Our cut plane is still at 8 feet, which is above the doors. So we need to put this cut plane back down at 4 feet. There, now the doors show up, and even the room names were affected by that cut plane. So again, you can see how important that is. So if you have any issues with how you see things, remember that you need to get that cut plane and the view ranges all set up properly. So in this lesson, we have finally arrived at the point where we can start doing some electrical design and electrical modeling. So we are actually going to install some electrical duplex receptacles into our perfectly set up electrical model that we've done so far. So we have a good looking model with grids that we can adjust and room tags, and we've got the view range all set up. We've got all this ready to go. So now we can proceed with our bread and butter, that is the electrical modeling. So first we need to have some families that are electrical families in our model so that we can place them within our model. So let's take a look down at our families heading here in our project browser. So click expand the families, and we covered this a little bit quickly before, but there's so many categories. You've got everything from mechanicals, stuff, ducts, pipes, all these things are in here. We are most interested, of course, in our electrical stuff. So we have electrical equipment like transformers. They even have some technology stuff in here, which we're not going to deal with, and a couple panel boards. And then with fixtures are things like receptacles. All we have in here is an out-of-the-box duplex receptacle, GFCI and standard. So let's see what out-of-the-box electrical receptacles look like. So let's pick a room that we want to work on. Let's see, we've got a big building. We're not going to design the entire building in this course. We're just going to hit and miss some things. But the electrical main room is here. And so let's start with a room nearby. We have an instruction room. Normally, if you're already an electrical designer, you know that the process is, it's collaborative. You will work with the architect who will work with the owner, eventually the people who are going to work in this building. You may be working with interior designers. A number of folks collaborate together to figure out what the needs are. So that's all happening in the background, but we're going to say what we've decided in all those meetings is that we need receptacles, let's say something like 15 foot on center, kind of around this room. And this is just a kind of a classroom. Let's take one of these receptacles. Now, there's a couple ways you can drag a receptacle into this project. One way is to go up to the Systems tab, go clear over to your electrical systems way over here. And by the way, you can move these around. You can grab electrical and move it around over here. Let's put it in front. Let's see, get it in front of the ductwork. There we go. So now we have our electrical over here. But we can take this and hit the device drop down, and we can go to communication devices, electrical fixtures, data, all these different things. Our stuff is electrical fixtures. Hit electrical fixture, and you will get this. Now, you have to click on the properties to see it. But now you have drop downs for all the different electrical fixtures. And we only have receptacles, so that's all we get. You can use this and you can hit standard, and that's how you can bring in a receptacle. The other way you can do it is from the project browser. And this is my preferred way, is I use this like a tool palette where I can drag and drop tools that I need. So either way, take the standard, hold it down, drag it into your model, and let go. And now you'll see this do not enter sign, a circle with a slash in it. It's not letting me put a receptacle in the middle of this room. Well, why is that? Well, as you'll find out, most out-of-the-box Revit families that we will encounter are hosted or face-based, it's called, which means I have to attach this to a building element. Now, I have to attach this receptacle. If I get close to a wall, you will see my receptacle symbol will start to show up there. And if I get too far away from the wall, I can't. So what this is doing is it's kind of sticking or hosting, it's attaching to the wall. Now, what's funny is I can also attach it to a grid line, which is kind of silly because the grid line doesn't really exist in the building. It's just an annotative element. So don't let that confuse you. But there's a column. I could stick this receptacle to this column. As you can see, as I go around it, it's putting it right against that column. So I can stick this receptacle onto, I can even attach it to the window. Now, in reality, you're not typically going to put a receptacle on a window, right? But Revit doesn't know that. So it's just going to let me attach it to anything. I can't attach it to the room tag, thankfully, but I could attach it to the door. So anyway, keep in mind that it wants to attach to something. Now, in advanced courses, we can get into customizing receptacles that don't attach, that just let us put them wherever. But for now, we're going to get used to the way it's out of the box, and you can learn it this way. So I need to find a wall to attach this to. Now also the symbol, maybe this symbol isn't what you use for a receptacle. Even in the US, this receptacle can be this way, or it can be turned around where the circle portion hits the wall and the two little tabs stick out. Again, that's all customizable. We can customize these families, but that's an advanced feature that we're not going to do right now. So we're going to live with what we are given in our out of the box. So let's go ahead and just put this receptacle, not in the corner, let's get away from the wall. Click on it there, and now it's attached. So that receptacle is attached to the wall, and I see a symbol. Now let's take a look at what that looks like in 3D, just for fun. So I'm going to take this section that we did and drag it down. And I'm going to back this off down to here. So now this section will let me look at this wall. And I'm going to get rid of my cut line I drew. So let's go into our room. It's over here on the left. So there, we have a little box. That is our receptacle on the wall. Not much to it. It's just a rectangle. Now it's also kind of thick, that 1/8 inch. Up top, we can go to this thing up here called thin lines. And you can toggle this on and off to just help get rid of that thick line weight if you want and see things. But this shows our receptacle. Here's our floor level. So it's up off the floor level. Well, what dictates how high that is? Well, if you click on that receptacle, over here on the right, you can see, and it's a receptacle, you can see some what are called instance parameters. These are parameters that only affect this one receptacle, this instance that is in my model. So I can change its elevation. Right now, the default was 1'6", 18 inches above the floor, and that's typically to the center. And you can kind of see here these temporary dimensions kind of show that it's to the center, 1'6". And it happens to be 4'3" off of that grid line. It's also showing that it's set up by default as 180 VA as a load, and it's 120 volt. These things can be changed. There's even things for phasing, which we will get into in future lessons. It can be, right now it's new construction. We can make it an existing receptacle if we are doing a remodel, but we'll leave it like that. And the rest of these we don't worry about. But the electrical data is grayed out. I can't change it here. Well, that's because the electrical data is not an instance parameter. It's a type parameter. Type parameter means that all standard duplex receptacle types are going to have the same electrical characteristics. If I go edit type, now I'm into parameters that are type parameters, type properties, not instance. So if I change the load of this receptacle, every standard receptacle that's in my project will have that same load. So if I have a different receptacle, if I want to, let's say I have a refrigerator receptacle and I want it to be 1500 or 1200 VA, I need to create its own type so that when I change its load, all my standard receptacles don't change. So that is the key to parameters, type versus instance. So in this case, I have a 120 volt, and you'll see funny names like switch voltage. Well, it's not a switch. It means the receptacle voltage. And it's a load of 180 VA. That's this type of receptacle, standard. Now, load classification, what's that? We can itemize or classify each of our loads in our building by load classification. So that, like in a panel schedule, at the bottom, you'll get a tally of how much load is on receptacles, how much load is lighting, how much load is motors. We can classify those, and furthermore, that classification can have a demand factor associated with it. So we will get into all of that as we go. But right now, just know that this is classified as a receptacle. If you click on this, you can see there's a bunch of things. It can be cooling, it can be clothes dryers, equipment, existing loads, kitchen, and many, many, many. And we can even add to this. If we want to put EV charging, things like that, we can add to this. But right now, out of the box receptacle, it works fine. And then it's a load of 180 VA, which is per NEC, it's a standard load. So that's what's going on here. This receptacle has a load associated with it. It's at a certain height. Now, offset from host, well, the host happens to be the wall in this case. So if I was to apply some kind of an offset, let me close these out like I've done before, reopen my floor plan. There we go. If I was to apply an offset from host now, it's different than elevation from level because the host is not the floor, the host is the wall. If I was to put an offset of 1 foot and just 1 enter, you will see that it pops it off the wall. So if I have something that things that are stacked like this, maybe I'll want to do that. But in this case, I want to leave it right on the wall. So that is how I assign a receptacle. Now, if I want to put another receptacle in this room, I could go back and just drag it in like I did before. Or I can right-click on an existing one and say, create similar. So it'll create a similar one at 1'6", and I can put this on the wall somewhere else. Let's say I'll put it over here. There, it attached to the wall. Now, what's the distance between these? If I click on one, it's giving me dimensions to grids, things like that. If I actually want to see a true dimension, I can go to the dimension and click on it and then click on it, and there, it shows. And I wanted 15 foot on center. I got pretty close, didn't I? So that's roughly what I want, is 15 foot apart. And then I can get rid of that dimension. But I can go around this room and do that. Now I can dimension from here to a wall or a grid in about 6.5 feet. So I want to go another 6.5 feet. I can do that. I don't need to be that exact. So I'm just going to get close. I'm going to put a couple on this wall here, one here and one here. And let's just, again, this is all design decisions that you will have to work out with your clients. So let's say that's what we want. Now, this window, like we did before, we want to know if that window is full height. Now, we already have a section here. Let's try this and see if we can tell. Look, this window goes all the way to the floor. So we can't put that there. Let's go ahead and put this over here. Now, how do I can't move this receptacle off that wall. It is hosted to the wall. It's firmly attached. All I can do is slide it around this wall. If I want to move this to this column, for example, I have to re-establish the host. So I need to pick a new host. Well, what I do is I click on this, and up top, under placement, pick new. Well, pick new what? Pick a new work plane. In other words, pick a new host. My work plane will not be the wall. The work plane will be the column. So pick new. Now I have free choice, as if I'm putting it in new, where I can mount it. So I'm going to mount it to this column right and it won't let me do it right here because the grid line's in the way. If things are stacked, what I have is I have a grid line stacked on top of my column. The tab key is very powerful in Revit. You'll get used to the tab key. I'm going to hold it here, hit tab. Now what tab is doing, I'm hitting tab, tab, tab. It's drilling down into the plan to hit each of these pieces that are stacked. We've got grids stacked upon floors, stacked upon columns. If I use tab, it cycles through the stack. And once I get, now there, I'm tabbed into the column. So tab, tab, there we go. Now I can hit click and it puts that receptacle on the column. So if you can't find what you want, hit that tab key and it will let you do that. Now this one here, I'm just gonna have to get rid of it because it's window. I can come back later, maybe put a floor box in here if I really want to, but for now, we're just gonna leave it. So now we've installed receptacles. Each of these receptacles again is the type called standard, and they are all have 180 VA. If I was to change this to 300, there, I changed one. I changed them all because I changed the type. So if I go to this one, edit the type, it's 300 because I changed this type parameter. So remember that when you're putting things in, it changes all of them. Let's say that in here I have a copy machine in this instruction and I want to apply a different load. Click on this receptacle. I don't have a copy machine type, but I can create my own type. I can create kind of like a type, a subtype within this family. So I can go to the edit type like I did before, and in here you'll see a thing called duplicate. I can duplicate this type, give it a new name, and change its type parameters. So I can create whatever kind of receptacle I want. Let's say duplicate, and I'm going to call this copier. Just a name for me, copier. I'm still going to let that be under the receptacle load classification, but I want its load to be more like 500 watts. I want to account for a larger load there. Now I'm only changing the type called copier. Okay. Now I've only changed this receptacle, which you can see is a copier. The rest of these are still a standard. So I've added a copier type. The rest of these are standard. They're not affected by whatever I do on this copier. So creating, duplicating, and renaming, so creating new types is a very essential skill to learn in Revit. You will do that with motor connections and equipment connections and things like that. So that is the basics of installing receptacles. I can also change the height of this copier. Let's say I want this copier to be at 4 feet. I want it higher, easy to get to. Well, click on the copier. That is an instance parameter. Things that pop up in this properties are an instance. It's only affecting this one instance. So I can say 4 feet. 4, enter is 4 feet. Apply it. Now, if I was to look at this wall, how do I look at the wall? Let's drop a section. Section. And I can just draw a section just in this room if I want. I don't have to go the entire building. And make sure I've got the wall. Click on this section. Now I'm looking at that room. Now I can see that my copier is above the ground. Now I need to add my own dimension to verify that. So let's go to the middle right there, down to here. There's 4 feet. This copier receptacle is now 4 feet above the ground. Now, does the third dimension really matter? Many times no. It depends on what you're doing with your model and the scope and the level of detail that you are assigned to perform. More and more architects want a copy of our model to bring into theirs so that they can see where things are and coordinate our receptacles with other elements in the wall. Maybe in a restroom, you've got paper towel dispensers and things like that. They want to coordinate. So they want a more 3D accurate model from us. So we need to pay attention to the third dimension many times. Sometimes you don't, but that's how that works. In this lesson, we need to connect these receptacles that we installed last time up to a panel. So first things first, we need to get a panel installed into our electrical model. If you look on the left, we have a few electrical panels under electrical equipment. Remember, electrical equipment is pretty much distribution equipment like transformers, generators, panels, even switchboards. And right now, out of the box in this template, we ended up getting a 208 panel board and a 480 volt panel board. So what we can do is bring one of these in and put it into the proper area of our model. We have a room in this building that the architect has labeled electrical. So let's say behind the scenes, we've talked to the architect and interiors people and decided that we want to put as many panels as we can into this centrally located room. It's pretty central to both wings of this building. So we're going to go ahead and say our main distribution will be in this room along with our branch electrical panels to serve all of these branch circuits. So let's go ahead and start with now at least getting this panel in. So we're going to hook up a 208 volt 3-phase 4-wire commercial style panel. Residentially, you'd probably end up with a 12240 split phase. But in this commercial building, we're going to go with a 208 3-phase. So click on this and you can see that there's a few amp sizes already set up. So we can bring one of these in, and as you'll see, a lot of these parameters are variable. We can change them, but we're going to start with a 225 amp panel board for now. And I'm just dragging it in. Now, when I drag it in, I get the do not enter sign again because this is another face-hosted, face-based family. It has to mount, in this case, on a wall. And up top, you can see what I'm trying to mount it on. By default, it's saying place on a vertical face, like a wall, which is what we want. You could also place it on a horizontal or slanted face, or even some other kind of a work plane if you had some other surface. But we want vertical face. So as we get close to a wall, we can see that this panel tries to recess, it looks like, into this wall. Now, what it doesn't say on this description is this is a recessed panel. That graphics are set up to make it look like it's recessed into a wall. Now, if we want a surface mount panel, we need to bring that in from the cloud. And in this instance, in an electrical room, we would typically mount a surface panel because this is a utility space. It's easier to get into the top of the panel with conduits and cables, etc., if it's not buried into the wall. So let's go ahead and practice downloading families from the Revit cloud. Up here at Insert, to load Autodesk Family, and you can see the little cloud symbol. But let's go down to the electrical, and we do not want architectural. We know that. We want MEP equipment. If we go to distribution, then we can get to transfer switches and switchboards, things like that. We want to go down to Panelboard. So look at this. Lighting and appliance panel board. Now again, these are the recessed ones that we already have. That's the 208. And here is a 208 surface. Now that's what we actually want, is a surface mounted. So check that, say load, and it will bring it in. And there it is. It popped into our project browser. Again, you can get to these if you use the button up top. You go to System, and our electrical we put over here. So we want electrical equipment. And then it pops down here. But to see these, you kind of have to click on this to see them. And here you get the different panel boards, and this happens to be our surface. So we can do it from here, or we can drag it in from the project browser. So click 225. Now that you'll see that this graphic wants to attach to the surface of that wall. We're going to see our main distribution board will go in this space here. So we want some panel boards maybe aligned along this south wall. So let's put a panel board like right here and click. And there it is. It's mounted to the wall. It's like a receptacle. If I click this and try to move it away from the wall, I can't. It is stuck to that wall. I can only move it along that wall surface. If I want to move it to a new wall, I need to use the Pick New, which is a Pick New work plane. Pick New. Now I can put it on another wall as if I'm putting it in brand new. So remember that if you need to move it, you have to do Pick New. So now that is there. Let's turn off these thin lines, and you can see this panel comes in. This is a little thicker. Now we'll be messing with how to make line types thicker or thinner or things like that in future lessons. For now, We are just getting the basics going for connecting these up. Now let's take a look at this panel. You click on it, and over here on the right under the properties, remember I have my properties palette over here on the right, we can see all of the instance parameters. Now many of these are grayed out, which means I can't control them directly. They are controlled elsewhere. And there's a lot of parameters in here, but the ones we will take a look at first are its elevation from the level. Right now it's 4 feet. Well, 4 feet above what? Well, above our level, we are in level 1. Offset from the host, again, is offset. The host is the wall. If we want this panel to be offset from the host, let's say we have some kind of a rack behind it it's mounted to, we can offset that a foot or 6 inches. Now, 4 feet to what? Well, that depends on how this family was created as to what the 4 feet is. Let's go ahead and take a look at an elevation of this wall to see where it is in 3 dimensions. Now, we have a section this way. Let's cut a section east-west. Again, go up to your section, create a section view, and pick and then pick. Now, if you happen to pick it this way and it's facing up, you can click on it and you will see eventually a little up down arrow. Now, the rotate does something else. We want the little up and down. If you click up and down, it changes which way it's facing. There it is again. It's kind of hard to see. It's little, but a little up and down, and it keeps moving around. That way it faces here. And again, remember that this tells the section how far to look into our building. So I want to catch it just into the middle of this wall. And then I can double click this section to open it. And there we go. And you may have to adjust the up and down. And this happens to be right on top of that other section. And if you can't get to something because they're stacked, you can use your tab button. Tab is very important here. So if you type tab, it'll cycle through what you're looking at. See, now I was able to, I'm actually moving this entire section. And I really just want to click this little dot. There we go. And then let's move this one up here. But now we can see our panel board. Now, the receptacle I see is on the other side. It's in the wall because I have this in the wall. Move it up a little bit. There we go. Now we can see the height. Now, 4 feet to what? Let's go ahead and we can drop a dimension in here. Right there, a little dimension. I'm going to go from the level up to where? There's kind of a center mark pops up. There's also a top. Let's go center. There it is. 4 feet to the center is how this Panelboard family was created. It's made, this is out of the box. It goes to the center. In future advanced episodes, we can go in and change how this is set up. So maybe I don't want it to the center. Maybe I want my dimension to the top. But for now, this is what you get out of the box. And just know that this is to the center of the panel. So maybe we want the top of the panel board at a certain height. So we can draw another dimension and do that. Now, by adjusting this center height, I can change the top. Maybe I want the top at 6 feet. Now, one way I can do this is to just take it and start moving it around. But I can also click on it and use an arrow key, up arrow key, to nudge it. Now, it looks like it's going about 1/2 inch increments right now. And it depends on what zoom you're at, is how much it nudges. See, this is nudging 2 inches now with an arrow. So it depends on what zoom you're at. But you get it zoomed in, and I can get it down, nudge it to 6 feet, and then escape out of there. So you can use your arrow key on your keyboard to nudge things left and right. If you need a bigger nudge, you can hold the shift down and nudge it, and it does bigger jumps. So just keep that in mind, that to do little increments, it's nice. So that ends up being 4 foot 2 to the center and 6 foot. This also depends on how large this panel is. So if you go over here to the right, I can't adjust the height of the panel board in an instance parameter, but I can go to edit type. Now I'm in the type properties with the type parameters, and this is where heights can be adjusted. Now this panel has some built-in parameters and built-in heights that are formula related, so it gets a little complex in here. It is set up to know based upon how many circuits it is, it puts it at a certain height. So again, out of the box, it's not super variable, but this works for now. So here, back to the instance parameters. Other parameters we can deal with down here is we can put a panel name in here. That's an instance parameter. Each panel has its own name. So we can give this one a name. Now, depending on your naming convention in your projects, different buildings, different facilities have different naming conventions. In this instance, we're just going to call this panel A. Simple as that. Nothing fancy about this panel naming scheme. And then down here, there's a number of parameters. Maximum number of single pole breakers. This is an important one. Right now, we can only connect 12 single pole circuits, or a variety of single pole, 2-pole, 3-pole, up to a maximum of 12 individual poles. Now, on a 225 amp panel, typically has more than that. So we're going to set that up to 42 and hit enter. Now, you also know that it says mains, the main bus. It says 100. Well, that doesn't match 225. Well, again, out of the box, the way this is set up is it comes in with 100 as a default. So we want to make that 225. Now, this also has a main circuit breaker, MCB rating. It's set up for 225 as well. Well, what if you don't want a main circuit breaker? You can't get rid of this MCB rating. What we can do is when we get into the panel schedule, an advanced topic is adjusting the panel schedule so it doesn't show a main circuit breaker. But for now, we're just going to live with this. And then the other thing that's important here is the distribution system. It is set up as a 12208Y, and if I drop it down, that's all I can select from. Now, the electrical data itself is set up as 208 volt, 3-pole, and there's no load on it right now. It's grayed out. Well, maybe I can control it in my type. You hit type, there's no place to change the voltage. Now, I must say that there's a little thing up here called voltage and wattage, but these are just text. Like I can just type an ABC in here. It does nothing to change the actual voltage. These are just like comments that you might add to your panel. They don't affect the voltage. So this panel is hard-coded as 208 within its family. We cannot change that here. That's why there's two different panels on the left. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Some of these parameters are instance parameters on the right. Some of them are type parameters here, and others are hard-coded into the family itself. Over time, you'll get familiar with where all these are. But for now, you can always look at these dialog boxes to figure out what is adjustable. So again, we can't change the voltage there, and therefore, the only choice we get in this setup is 12208. Now, what distribution systems are available in this model are set up elsewhere under some other settings that we'll get to also in future lessons. But just so you know, this is set up right now as 12208Y, 3-phase 4-wire system. That means we can connect any 120 volt or 208 volt loads to this panel. They have to match, or it won't let you connect them. So this is one of the powerful features of Revit, is actually connecting logically devices to their panels and letting the panel add up all those loads and categorizing them. And that, again, that's the very powerful feature that you can do in Revit. We're not just drafting lines and circles and symbols. We are actually simulating an electrical system within our model. Let's see how we do that. We have a panel and we want to connect this receptacle. Let's say I want to connect that receptacle to this panel. Click on the receptacle and we will see up here there's a power button. Creates a power circuit for the selected electrical device. And the circuit will be shown in a system browser, which we'll show you. A lot of browsers. So we're going to connect it. So if I just hit power, connect right there, it gives me a drop down for modifying electrical circuit. I can edit the circuit. I can select a panel this way by hitting this button and then finding a panel in my model physically. Or I can do a drop down to find a list of panels that I can connect to that match the criteria of my receptacle. So if I click this, it shows panel A is available. That's because panel A is a 12208 distribution system. My receptacle is a 120 volt receptacle, therefore they match. If I had 480 volt panels, for example, in here, they would not show up in this list because I can't connect a 120 volt receptacle to a 480 volt panel. Hit A. Now, it connected it to panel A. It automatically assigns it to a circuit, the next available circuit, based upon some circuiting criteria that I can modify. But right now I connected it. Now let's go over and take a look at the right. Right under electrical loads, we can see that it's connected to panel A, and it connected it to circuit number 1. Now this is grayed out. I cannot change what circuit it's on from this dialog box. I can change it elsewhere, and I'll show you how we do that. But it automatically assigned it to the next available circuit, which is number 1. Now, it wants to connect it as a breaker. Most of your loads will be connected to a circuit breaker in panel A. There's a few other options. You can do a feed-through lug. If you are feeding, like for example, another panel, and you want to do feed-through lugs, you can use this connection, but we want a breaker. And then the load name. This load name means what would I print in the panel schedules directory. You know, you typically would label a circuit as it's a receptacle in the office or receptacles in the classroom, lights in the gym. You know, you'll give it some kind of a descriptor for that circuit. So this really should be circuit name, not just load name. So let's call this, however you name things. We like to name things with just receptacle, REC dash, and then we'll say, where are we? We're in the instruction room. So I'll say instruction. I don't typically use room numbers because in the real world, not every room has a number, a number label plastered on the door or next to the door. It's typically maybe just a name. So I use that. Apply it. I can also, down here, change the rating of that circuit breaker and the frame. Now, typically, I don't have frames showing up anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. But in reality, this ends up being a 100 amp frame for the breaker. And a 20 amp breaker is what I'm using for this commercial project. You can change this to 15 if you have residential, or if you have a small motor, for example. And then here's all of the loads associated with it. You can see it fills all these in automatically in this circuit. I'm looking at an electrical circuit right now. Circuit 1 in panel A, and it's showing me all this stuff it just pulled in automatically from this receptacle. So I don't have to type into Excel or anything like that. It's all here. And it even has wire sizes and wire types, and we'll get into that later. It's assigned number 12 to this circuit, and it knows the load. So all this stuff happens automatically. So I can escape out of this, and I have my receptacle circuited. Now, it doesn't look any different in the screen. How do I know this is circuited? Well, I can't tell yet. If I click on it, I can see over here. Now, I'm clicking on the actual receptacle, not the circuit. You can see here I'm clicking on the electrical fixture, which is a receptacle. But it says it's connected to panel A, circuit 1. So I can get to that here as well. And it's a 120 volt single pole 180 VA load. So there's a lot of electrical info here. Now let's say I want to see what the panel schedule looks like for this. Well, how do I create a panel schedule? There's a couple different ways to do it. One easy way is to click on the panel, and up here I get a Create Panel Schedule button. Click that and I get a drop down. Use a default template or choose a template. Now right now we only have, I think there's only a couple default templates in this model. But in the future, we may have separate templates. Maybe we want a main circuit breaker template. Maybe we want a main lug only template. Maybe we want some other kind of a template. So let's use the default template. And there it is. It's called Branch Panel A. So you can see this panel schedule. This is built in to your project template. A lot of templates built into the project template. And we can take a look at that up here. It tells you where that panel is located. It knows what room it's in. There's no supply yet. I've not connected a supply to this panel. We'll deal with that later. It's surface mounted. I can change that. Some of these things are automatic. Some of these can be changed. If you click on it and you can type, that means that you can change it. Enclosure, it's also just a text. It's just type like a NEMA 1 enclosure. It's not outside. 122.8, I can't change that. 3 phases, can't change that. 4-wire, can't change that. Now the AIC rating, I can type that in. The mains type, if maybe I want to call it aluminum or copper, I can do that. The mains rating, I can change. And the main circuit breaker, I can change. So here I have my panel, and this is arranged as a 2-column panel with my 3 phases in the middle. This is a very common way to show a panel schedule for a 3-phase system. Again, this can all be changed if you do something differently. But for now, out of the box, we're going to stick with this. It's adding up all the loads, connected loads per phase in both VA and amps. And then down at the bottom, it's given me a table of my loads based upon the load classification. This was set up as a receptacle load. Now, if you remember back when we looked at the receptacle and put that in, we could change this to be a different kind of load classification. But the load classification gives it a name, but it also applies the proper demand factor, typically based on NEC rules. So there's only one receptacle, so it gets connected as 100%, as shown here, connected versus demand. And then I can scroll over here to see the rest of this. It gives me totals for this panel. Adds up all my loads. The connected and the demand are the same in this case because 100%. And then we have it in amps. So it does all of our calculations for us, and it presents us in a nice panel schedule format. Now, you can hold control down and scroll, and you can see scroll in and out changes the size. We can change the zoom of this if we want to zoom in, if it's too small, or if you want to zoom out, see the whole thing. So you have some control over how this is displayed in here. But that's the panel schedule, and it updates that for us anytime we change a circuit. Let's do that now. Back to our overall first plan. We have this one circuit. Now, if I want to add this receptacle to this circuit, how would I go about doing that? If I click on this, there's no way to add circuits. So what I have to do is hover over it. I'm not clicking it, just hover with my mouse. The almighty tab key. Again, you're going to wear off the letters on your tab key by the time you're done learning Revit. Hit tab once, and look what it did. It changed what I'm hovering over. It gave me this blue dashed line. If I move it, it does. Do it again. It gives me this blue dashed line around the panel and my receptacle, and I have a little arrow thing. So, and also, I get the little box that says electrical. Oh, it's gone. Do it again. Click. It gives me a little box. Sometimes, there it is. It says electrical circuits. So if I click that, select it, you can see that I selected the electrical circuit. So escape again. Hover over something that is connected, either the panel or the receptacle in this case. Hit tab, and sometimes it takes a couple times, but tab until you get the electrical circuit highlighted. Then click on it. You can see up here that I get back to my circuiting tools. Now, I can edit the circuit. I can edit a path, which is a whole nother lesson. We can control what path this wiring takes between the receptacle and the panel. So for longer runs, we can vary that if we want to. It's behind the scenes as far as circuit length. We can select the panel. If we want to change it from panel A to panel B, for example, if we had a B, I can do that here, or I can do it here. So it's easy to change this receptacle circuit to a different panel, and it will automatically update the panel schedule. But I want to add something to this circuit. So what I want to do is I want to hit edit the circuit, and it pops me into another menu. And over here, it highlights automatically add to the circuit. I can remove something from the circuit, but in this case, I want to add to the circuit. So it's already highlighted. I can click it to be sure it's already highlighted. And now you can see things are grayed out that are not in my circuit. The panel's not grayed out. This receptacle is not grayed out. But the rest of these receptacles are kind of grayed out. And when I hover over them, they light up. and you see a little plus sign on my cursor, I can add this receptacle to my circuit. Anything that has the proper voltage and phase and pole characteristics will highlight when I hover over it. I want to add this receptacle to my circuit. So I click on it and it highlights. And then I can say finish editing the circuit there. Now, again, you can't tell by looking at it yet, but I've added this receptacle to my circuit. How can I tell? Hover over it, hit tab until we see those dashed lines. There we go. And now click it. I've selected my circuit. Now you can start looking at it and realizing that now my apparent load is higher. It jumped quite a bit. Why is that? Well, if you recall, this receptacle is a copier that we set at 500 VA. So 500 plus the 180 is 680. There's our 680 VA on phase A. So it added it to my circuit 1, which is what I want. So I've added it. That's all I had to do. It's added. And I can escape out of there, go back to my panel schedule. Here's A up here. You can see here, I'm going to zoom in, that it added that load automatically to circuit 1 on phase A. It adds up here, and it added up here, and it shows it all the way down to my panel. No more adding up loads. So we can continue doing that, and we can continue adding. Let's say we're going to add this also to this circuit. We're going to have 2 circuits in this room. So we want to add this receptacle. Let's hover over this and hit tab. There. Edit circuit. It's automatically on add circuit. Hover over what we want to add. Let it highlight. There it is. Click it and say finish. Back to the panel schedule. There it is. 860 VA all added to circuit 1. Now we want to put these 3 on another circuit. So what I can do is I can select one and circuit it. Now I could select all 3. If I hold the control key down, then it will let me continue to add to my selection list. So I can pick all 3 of these at once and then circuit them. Or I can circuit 1. Now my preference is to circuit 1 and then add the rest. And you'll see by doing that it's easier to select these as an add to circuit rather than originally. But just try it this way to see how it works. Hold control down and I have a little plus shows up. And so now I have all 3 of these and I can say power these to panel A. Yes. Now what circuit am I doing? Look over here. It will put it on circuit 2. Again, based upon settings, right now it's set up to circuit these in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You may prefer to go 1, 3, 5, 7 down the left of your panel board. That can be set up that way too, and I'll show you in future lessons how to change that. But for now, it's just picking circuit 2. Now again, it's a breaker type. Yep. Load name. It's just giving it the same as the load classification as a default. I want to call this receptacle instruction again. Now once I start typing, I get a drop down of previous load names. Well, that's handy because I can just click on that and I don't have to type it again. And hit apply. Now these are all circuited. And so if I hover over this, click it, you can see I've got my full 540 VA, which is all of these. Look at panel circuit A. Now I need to scroll over here because it's over here now. But now it's connected to phase A, and I've got these set up to show in this column. And it's showing all the load down here. Now what if I want this circuit to be circuit 3? Well, if I didn't have my circuiting set up to the order, I can still move this around. If I click on this, up top are some tools for moving things. Right here, I can move it down, I can move it across, or I can move it anywhere. So if I hit move down, you can see it just moves down. If I hit move up, or move up, there's move up now. Or I can move it across. Let's zoom out on this. I can move it across by hitting move across. And then I can move up. Now, instead of doing all that, I could just click on it, say move it to, and then any green spaces that highlight up, I can move it to. I'll move it to there. There, it's instantly moved to circuit 3. Go back to my panel, go back to my floor plan, and highlight this circuit, and you will see it's on circuit 3. Now, the final thing I'd like to show is how we can show in this plan view how these are wired. You can use a custom tag. If we click on here, this little thing, tag by category, it's also under annotate, tag by category, similar to what we did with the room tags. Tag by category. If I hover over this, I'm getting a tag. Now, this happens to be, by default, a Panelboard name tag. It's telling me a circuit hooked up to panel A. That may be helpful for you, but maybe you want something more. To do more, we'll have to edit these tags, and that'll be a future lesson. Same with this panel here. This is giving me a panel name, which is actually handy. And now I've got a leader, because up here at the top it says leader, it's putting a leader on it. I can uncheck leader, and now when I put it in, it won't put a leader. So I can click there, use the little move arrows, and move that there. So now I've labeled that panel A. But for circuiting, I'm going to use the arcs. A lot of firms use arcs between circuits to show how they're connected. It's a nice visual tool. How can I do that? Let's hover over this receptacle, hit tab, click on it, and you can see all these dashed lines. That's showing me where the wiring will be shown. Now, wiring is a whole nother entity in Revit. I can set it up as arc wire or chamfered. I like arc, hit arc, and it automatically arced the wires, and it's putting in the conductor counts in here. It also gave me a home run with an arrow. Now, it's not a great location. These can all be moved around. We'll cover more in depth on wiring and how that works and what's going on. But just remember that this is not showing a wire. This is showing a cable or a conduit that contains wires or conductors, those little tick marks. And this can be all changed depending on how you show things. But for one thing you can do is you can take this wire and click on it, and it gives you a number of grips, little pluses and circles. If you start grabbing these and moving around, you can see that I can move things around. I can move how that bends. Even this, I can move where that shows up. Now, what I did is something you have to watch out for. I grabbed the connection point of this wire and I disconnected it from this receptacle. So let me do an undo up here. Undo. I got to be careful when I move this that I don't take this little plus sign. That's the actual wire move. I want to grab this guy, which is wire change. The little circle is what I want. And if you can't see that circle, if it's like right now, it's hard to see, you can hit the thin lines button up top, click on this wire, and now you can see that circle grip a little better. So I can move that grip wherever I want. So maybe I want it here, and maybe I want this home run. Maybe in this room is okay, but maybe I want this home run to be like, let's say it's out here somewhere. I can move this around, move this here, and then that, and get my thin lines back off. So I can change how that goes. A lot of times we like to point these to the panel, but sometimes it doesn't work. Now, what happens if I tag category this? It puts a circuit number next to it. Now, maybe I want it to say panel and circuit. Well, again, that's a customized thing that we'll get into in the future. But for now, out of the box, we get these circuited together. It shows it's going to circuit 1. I can do the same here. If I hover and tab, I've got the circuit. Click on it. Once I've clicked on the circuit, I can either hit these little tools here, or I can just hit arc wire, and it draws my arc. Now, if these don't hit where I want, let's say it hit way down here, and I want it again, I can move it with the circle. If I can't see the circle, use my thin lines, and I can move it where I want. So visually, you can get this guy to look how you like. I want that there, and I want this. This affects the spacing of these tick marks. You can see how that changes what they look like. So you have a lot of variety in what this thing looks like. Turn off thin lines. And let's go up here and tag this guy, circuit 3. So at least this now is starting to give us more information about how things are circuited. In this lesson, we're going to look at the case where you need a receptacle that is not just a 120 volt single pole connection. So we're going to look at a 208 volt 2-pole receptacle. This may be a larger copier, or in some cases it may be a large coffee machine, or it could even be like a welder in an industrial facility. So let's see how we can deal with that. Now, the receptacle that we have loaded right now, if we take a look at it, we cannot, in here, in these type properties or parameters, we cannot change the number of poles that this connection has. That information or that kind of modification is not available to us here in the type nor the instance properties. And that has to do with how that family was created. So instead of going into the family editor and getting advanced right now, we're going to take a look at what other options do we have. We're going to go back to the Autodesk Cloud and see what they have that we can bring in. So if you recall, we go up to Insert, Load Autodesk Family, and it has a little cloud symbol on there. So we're going to get back into Autodesk's Cloud and see what we have. Go down to Electrical, and then we do not want the architectural versions of these. Again, these have no electrical connectors on them. And MEP. Now, let's go back down to where we were. I think we were at terminals, is what they called load devices. So we have something called a clean receptacle, disconnect switches, double pull switch. There's one here called high voltage receptacle. And let's take a look at what that is. So we just download it, and then it shows up in your project browser. And it's not equipment, which was our panel that we installed on a previous lesson. We need electrical fixtures. Here's the high voltage receptacle. And so I'm just going to grab this and drag it in. And again, this is a face-based or hosted family. So we need to find a wall. So let's go over here. And again, if for some reason, if it doesn't seem to do it right against a wall, you may have place on face selected, which would try to put it on a floor or ceiling, which kind of looks right. You see a symbol, but you also see the black rectangle, which is the back box or junction box, which we don't want to see. And it might be on work plane. So we want to make sure we're on place on vertical face up here at the top. And then we can place it against this wall, and it should hopefully find a wall. Sometimes they don't find a wall very well, so you have to flip it around. Another thing you can do is if it doesn't find a wall is use that tab key like we did before. And that will tab through the various layers of wall that might be stacked on top of each other. So looks like that will go right there. We're going to put this right here for a larger copier. And this is just the symbol it comes in with. This may not be the symbol you like. Again, we can get into family editing eventually when we get advanced, and we can change the look of this. But for now, we're going to live with this. And over here, we see there are no instance parameters for poles or voltage, so it must be in the type. Let's hope it's there. Hit type. Now in the parameters, we see that we have voltage and number of poles available. This is what we need so that we can connect a 2-pole receptacle. And then we have our load classification and our load. So we have all we need to get this thing connected to our panel. Now we want to make sure in this system, since we have a 208 volt 3-phase commercial system, we need this to be 208. So we simply just type in 208. It'll let you type in any number that you want. Now, of course, this needs to match our panel, which it does. We do want 2 poles. Now the load for this, we're going to say it's larger than just a 180 VA receptacle. You know, maybe we've looked around and find out some copiers, or maybe something more like, you know, some of these guys maybe more like 1,000 watts, a large copier, maybe a commercial, commercial copier. So apply that. Now this receptacle is set up with that characteristic. Now we can leave it as standard so that all of them called standard have this information. Or like we did the other, we can just duplicate this and call it big copier, for a lack of another word. So we'll call that big copier, and now big copier has these characteristics. And that's mainly for internally for us to remember what we're connecting. So now how do we connect this to the panel? Well, simply like we did the other, we just click on it and go up to the power button and hit power, and let's hope that our panel shows up in the drop down. It didn't find one yet. There it is. Panel A is available for a 208 two-pole connection. Click on A, or we could have just done, once you've already hit power, it doesn't show up again. When you go to electrical circuits, I can select panel and then physically find it in my model and click on it, and it sets it to panel A. And I can escape out of that. So now it's connected to panel A. Oh, look over here, electrical circuit, panel A, circuits 2 and 4. It took up 2 poles just like we expect. And if we go into the panel schedule that we created last time, go up here and find the panel schedules tab, go to double click on A, and there's the panel schedule. And it put it in the next available slot, which is 2 and 4, and there it is. Now it, by default, just assigned the load classification, which we typically like to change into something more descriptive. So let us type in REC big copier, something like that, that helps the staff know what this circuit breaker does. And we're going to leave it at a 20 amp 2-pole. And we can go further and add some wiring to this connection. So remember, to get to this circuiting, we just hover over it and then hit tab until we see these dashed lines and the little arrow. Click on that. Now we can say arc wire. And it draws an arc and it points it towards the panel. Well, in this case, that's in the way of our other circuiting. So we can simply grab it by the grip, move it around, grab this grip here, which adjusts the arc, and move that. Now, maybe we want this point to be down here. So again, we have grips that we can move all this wiring around. So get this where you want it, because I'm going to want the circuit to be here. I don't want it to interfere with other lines, just a drafting practice. Escape out of there. And then let's go with our tag by category, uncheck the leader, and then just hover over this, and then we can move this. There's little teeny move arrows here that we can move that around. You can also escape out, and if you have settings set up right, you can just click and drag it. So again, that's 2 and 4. And this is putting 2 hots, a neutral, including a neutral, and a ground as the default wiring. Now, again, in advanced lessons, we can get in and change what these tick marks look like. We can change whether we want to see them or not. But for now, we're going to go with this default. And now we have this copier connected to these 2 circuits through a 2-pole circuit breaker. In this lesson, we are going to bring in an equipment connection so that we can connect an air compressor in this sprinkler room. As you may know, in many fire protection systems, the sprinkler needs an air compressor to keep the lines pressurized. So we need to connect up the air compressor. We are going to say that we received some PDF documents from the Fire Protection Engineering and found out that they're going to put a 3 kW load in here, and it's going to be at 208 3-phase. So we need to bring a 3-phase connection in here for that piece of equipment. Now, in a previous lesson, we did show a 208 volt receptacle. If we take a look at this again, it has parameters that would let us change this to 3-pole 208 and use that as a 3-phase connection, but it is a receptacle symbol. Maybe we don't want that kind of symbol. Maybe we want a junction box symbol, or maybe we just need a disconnect symbol or a motor symbol, something like that. So let us take a look at what we have out of the box Revit for that kind of connection. So we are going to go back up to the Autodesk Cloud, and we go to Insert, Load Autodesk Family. And we were in here previously and left it at the terminals. So in here, we do have more receptacles. We have starters and switches. We do have disconnect switches. So if we just want to show a disconnect switch, we could do something like that. So let's look up here at the disconnect switch right here. So disconnect switch, let's load that and see if that will work for us. So it looks like I put it under electrical equipment. So this would not actually be a piece of equipment to connect. This is more of just an equipment that we would show that would feed another actual connection. So we actually need a connection. So let's go look again. It's not actually a terminal. So let's go back to electric power and see if we can find appliances. Now here we actually have fans, hair dryers, hand dryers, and heaters. These are actually pieces of equipment. Let's see if we can use this fan and make it look like some kind of a motor connection that we can use. So let's go back to electrical fixtures, and there's the fan. It's actually a fixture that we can have a load. We'll drag this into the sprinkler room, and let's see it. It is also, as our most out-of-the-box devices, it is a wall-hosted fixture. So let's put it next to a wall, and let's see, where would a compressor be? Probably in this back corner, right there. Now, what's most important here isn't the symbol so much. Now, you can always edit this, and in a future lesson, I'll show you how you can edit these symbols. Click on it, and let's see if it has the parameters we need. Now, they're not instance, but let's see what we have as far as type parameters. We have voltage and poles, which is what we need. We have a load classification and a load. So this has all of the parameters we need to adjust it. So let's go ahead and duplicate this and call this air compressor, air comp. We're going to give it a 208 volt, and we're going to do this 3 poles. This is a 3-phase connection, and we figured it's around a 3 horse or 3 kW. Let's just put 3000 in here. In practice, you would of course look at a fixture cut sheet for this piece of equipment, or you'd look at a schedule on the fire protection PDFs. There. Now we have that piece of equipment that we can connect to our panel, just like anything else we've connected. So we would simply click on it, hit power, and then find our panel. Let's go with select panel, go down, find A, and click on A, and there it assigned it to panel A. And then before we get out of here, we can actually change the name of this. We want to make this a air compressor. Apply that. And we can add the wire right now since we have this circuit already selected. There we go. And then we can change this around, and we can move things around and make this look nice and get things all moved. Then we can hit a tag by category, leaders off, select that, and there we go. It chose 5, 7, and 9 from our panel to connect it. One thing I want to double check on this is the load classification. We notice it came in as an appliance dwelling unit. It was set up as a fan, maybe in a house. We want to put this load classification to something more appropriate. Now, it could be this, if it was a piece of HVAC equipment, we'd say HVAC, but this is not. This is just a motor. Let's call it just a motor. Now, what does this mean, load classification? First of all, it lists it this way at the bottom of a panel, so you can kind of see how many kilowatts of motors do you have, how many kilowatts of lights. It gives you a breakdown so you can see how things are broken down. And furthermore, and more importantly, it applies a demand factor that is consistent typically with the NEC, so that things get calculated properly with the NEC rules. So the demand factor is also called motor. And in future lessons, we will get into how to change this and how to set this up and take a look at the nitty-gritty to get in the weeds with these load classifications. But for now, we just want to make sure we pick the right one and say OK. And there we go. Now let's take a look at our panel schedule and see that there's the air compressor, and it shows dashes here for the other 2 poles. And it shows 1000 VA per pole. The way this was set up was a balanced load so that it equally distributed 3000 VA amongst the 3 phases, which is what we want for this kind of a load. And our 20 amp 3-pole works for this as well. Now, if we need a larger breaker, this is where we can change it. We can just type in here and say a 30. Just hit 30 and it'll say 30 amp. And it's just a text. So there we have it. And you can use this connection for HVAC loads, for plumbing loads, for any other kinds of hard connected loads that you want to connect to your panels. In this lesson, we're going to look at adding a second branch panel and dividing up some of our loads into these different panels to show you how easy it is to move things around in Revit, even though they're already circuited. So let's go ahead and add another panel. We're going to call this branch panel Panel M for mechanical. And we will start connecting maybe HVAC, plumbing, even this air compressor, motors, essentially, to this separate panel. So what we can do is we can go over and find the panel and bring it in, or we can simply right-click on this existing panel that's 208. We want to use another 208 surface-mounted panel board. So we can right-click and say Create Similar. And here it is. Now we can find a wall to put it on. We're going to put it right next to panel A, like that. Escape out of there. Let's go give it a panel name, like we did before. So down here under panel name, we will call this panel M. M for mechanical. Simple as that. And then we want to tag this. So hit tag by category, no leader, M, and then drag this up. There's our panel. And it has all the characteristics that we want. If we go edit type and take a look, it's got different heights dependent upon how many circuits. So we can take a look at how many circuits we have set up over here. Down here we have 42 circuits and 225. We're going to leave it at that for now. It's a 12208 distribution system just to make sure everything's good. And there we are. So that's good to go. Now, I want to move this compressor that we connected previously from panel A to panel M. I can do it a couple different ways. I can't do it from the panel level. I can't go into the panel schedule. And that reminds me, let's create a panel schedule and use the default. There's our panel, panel M. I can't move things from panel to panel within the panel schedule. I can move things around in a panel. I can move these up and down like I showed before and across, but I can't move from panel to panel. We have to do that at the actual load end. So we have to go into this load and change it. Now, I clicked on clicked on the wiring. Let's make sure I click on the load. I can simply go up to electrical circuits, panel A. I can now select panel M, and look at that. Instantly, it assigns it to the first available circuits in panel M. And it's there. If I go look in panel M, it's there. Simple as that. I mean, if you've ever done this with Excel and CAD and other ways like that, you know what process it is to have to do this. Simple in Revit. Other way you can do it is to hover over it and get into the circuit by hitting tab a couple times. Now I'm in the circuit. Now in the circuit, I can grab the panel. Same thing. But it's easiest just to grab it, hit a circuit, and again, we can select the panel or select it with the drop down and change it. Let us again go back to the Autodesk Cloud and see if we have any more tags available. Go to Load Autodesk Family, and this time all results, let's go into annotations. Now there's lots of different annotations. Let's narrow it down and get down to the electrical annotations. And cable tray, conduit, and tick marks, we're not looking for any of those. We are looking for some kind of a wire tag. That's what we're tagging the actual wire. Wiring is what it is. So we need to look, let's go down to the W's. The wire tag circuits, that's the one we have now. This one's called wire tag panel, but the little thumbnail shows in parentheses panel and circuits. That may be what we're looking for. So let's click there, load that. Now we can try to find it over here. It's going to be somewhere buried in annotations tags, but an easy way to get to a tag is to click on the tag that we already have, and then go over to the right under properties and let the drop down see what tags do we have available. And we can change this tag easily from here. So wire tag, we have wire tag panel. That's the new one we put in. Let's click on that. And there we go. It put in the panel and the circuits. Now put it in parentheses. You may or may not want those. It would take family editing to change that. So we're going to avoid that for now, but at least this gets us closer to what we want and lets us see the panel and the circuits. So we want all of these tags. Now, Is there any way that I can change all of them at once? Well, I could go right-click, select all instances visible in this view. It will select all of the tags that are the same. And then I can go up here and go wire tag right there. So again, if you want to change everything in the view, now the view means not just this window, but the entire view of this floor plan. I also could have said in the entire project, if I had other floor plan views that had circuiting, that would change it everywhere. So that's kind of a pro tip there. An easy way to get to all of them is select all instances visible in the view or visible in the entire project. And then you can go through and change them here once and they all change. You may have to adjust positioning on some of these, but at least they're all changed. So now we have our tag that has the panel and the circuit, which makes it much more accurate and for us. In this lesson, we are going to add a main distribution panel to our building to connect our two branch panels to. It's going to be the start of our building electrical distribution system. So as you know, in a commercial building, we typically have more than one branch panel, and we typically need a large incoming service. So how can we do that? Well, let's take a look at what we have for electrical equipment in this template. We have a dry type transformer. We have a couple lighting and appliance panel boards. Now we need some kind of a distribution board. Let's go back to the handy dandy Autodesk Cloud and see what we can find. So we'll go back to all results and go back down to electrical. And this time we want not architectural, we want MEP distribution. Now we have a transfer switch. Here's a circuit breaker switchboard. And that's about the main switchboard we have. We have a metering switchboard, a motor control center, a transformer switchboard, and a utility switchboard. I think the best for us would be this circuit breaker switchboard. Again, we're using out-of-the-box families here just as a learning method to see how to connect these things together. We will get into advanced topics like customizing these or bringing in some custom families later. But for now, we're going to get the nuts and bolts of getting this stuff all connected together so you can see how it works. So now we have under equipment our circuit breaker switchboard. Let's see what we have. Now they have some types in here that are just broken down by size. There's different things you can do with the different types. And let's just go with one of these. Let's bring one in and see what we have. There we go. And they have an SB in it and they've got some circuit breakers. Let's say we're going to have our main switchboard out here along this exterior wall. Now, if you've done much commercial design before, depending on your area, you may have to have some kind of a metering switchboard outside that comes into an internal distribution section. So we're going to leave that metering and such for later. For now, we're just going to get this distribution section installed. So let's put that there. And as you'll notice, this is not hosted. That means I can move this anywhere I want, and I can hit space bar to spin it around. This is a non-hosted family versus the hosted ones we've dealt with before. So we just want to get this close, and I could put it right in the corner, but I like to leave a little extra room for other panels. So let's just start here for now. And furthermore, part of your electrical design, figuring out where these go, you're going to be looking at foundations and other structural elements. You're going to be looking at many things to determine where the best place for this stuff is. But for now, we're going to show it here for connection purposes. So let's take a look at this and see what we have. It's similar to a panel board where we have a main circuit breaker rating, and then down here are the actual mains. So they've kind of separated where things show up down here. This is where we'd put in our amp rating. So we're going to say we're going to have an 800 amp board for now. So let's just type in 800. And then our main circuit breaker, if we have one, would also be 800. And we haven't done a one-line diagram or anything like that yet to size anything or to lay out a topology of this. So we're just going to go with placeholders for now. 800 amps. And it is set up, look at that, at 480. Well, that's our first problem. We don't want a 480 volt board in this building. So how can we change this? If I click on here, I can't just change distribution system because this distribution system selection only pops up with what our switchboard is set up for internally. And internally, it's grayed out, it's set up for 480 volt. Well, how can we change that? Let's hope we can get to a type parameter in here to do that. And we can. So in here, in the type, we can change the voltage. Now, we could make a new type, duplicate it, and call it, since it's a type parameter, we can call it let's just call it a 208 volt three-phase board. And we will set that at 208. Again, creating different types for these different type characteristics is a good practice. So we have 208, three-phase. Load classification is not relevant to a piece of distribution equipment, since it will just reflect the load classifications of the loads that we connect to it, or the other panels' loads that we connect to it. It's more of a feed-through device. It's not a load. And then again, this voltage and power are just text. They have no actual relevance to the connections. And we can change the width and length and height of all this. Let's go ahead and let's make this something like a 6-foot board, just to get it looking a little more like a switchboard. Now, as we see here, the way this is set up out of the box is length is actually what I would call maybe the depth. So let's fix that. So they must have these backwards. Let's go 2 feet. Again, we're working with what they give us out of the box. There we go. That's a little more what I was expecting. Something like that. Now that we have this in here and we have it assigned to our voltage, let's go make sure that we have the right distribution system. So it looks like it automatically picked that. If it didn't, you'd have to go down and find it. So it's set up now because the internal data of that switchboard is 208. Now it will let us assign it to a 12208Y distribution system. Now these distribution systems are in the options. So if we get into advanced features, we'll look into how you can add other distribution systems if you need them. If you're doing a house and you need a 12240 split phase, for example, maybe you need to add that to your project. And that's how you would do that. But we're good here. Something I haven't addressed yet is, the three-dimensional aspect of all of this. Granted, 90% of our electrical work is just two-dimensional. And so a lot of our plans are two-dimensional like this, but there is a 3D aspect to it. And if you get involved with some advanced designs, your architect and other trades, mechanical and such, may want your model linked into theirs so they can be coordinated in 3 dimensions. As we start adding things like some feeders, we may want to coordinate that with structural and with ductwork and piping and architectural. So we want to keep in mind that yes, there is a 3D aspect to this that we will have to deal with as we get more advanced. And just to get an idea what that looks like, let me show you how that works. So you click on something, or we can surround something. Now, if you click and you start surrounding and you're picking the model, again, we need to make sure under the selection up top left, there's also some selection buttons at the bottom you can mess with, but I like them up here. Make sure that your architectural link is pinned and that we have select pinned elements unchecked so that we don't accidentally click on it. It's kind of like locking it. But we want to surround this room, and then we can go up to this little, under view, there's a little box here called selection box. You click on that, and it creates a little box of your area you just selected, the devices you selected. And you have to kind of zoom in with the scroll wheel. And what you'll notice is there's a little teeny blue box showing here. And it has little arrows. And we can use these little arrows to slide what's called a section box. And this is cutting our building. So we can move this just inside the wall. And the height is good. If we have it too high, we're going to have a ceiling or the next floor in the way. So we'll make sure that's below the floor. But you can play around with this box and get it to show what you want. And as you can see, we can see this switchboard family, what it looks like in 3D. So it's set up as a 3D box. And in this case, they have a bunch of switches across it. And frankly, this looks European to me. But again, for our purposes, this works. And so that's what that looks like. Now, you can use this little box up here to change the view of this 3D view. Right now, I'm clicked on this corner. between front and right, if I click on another corner, let's go to this corner here, just click on it, and it changes, it rotates it, and changes the view. Now I can change this around to go to this other wall, and now we can see our panels. Here's the back of our switchboard, and then here's our panels. So as you can see, there are 3D elements to these, and this is where you can start adjusting heights and sizes if you want to see what this looks like in 3D. Again, not much yet, but this gives you an idea. Now, one thing I would caution you at is when you create this 3D view, it just names it 3D by default, and it lands up here somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. It got buried up under here by default, under coordination. If you want to save this 3D view for future use, you want to give it a name. So click on it, and like F2, and I like to say 3D, and I'll say main electrical room. Like that. Because if I go through and create another 3D view, let's say I select that receptacle and I hit this box again, it creates a new view called 3D. It would erase the previous 3D if I didn't give it a new name. So keep that in mind. If you want to save that view for future use, give it a name so that your new 3D view won't override it. And again, this one here, to see anything, I need to click on this box and start moving things around. But it's fun to play with. And let me change it to this view so I can see my receptacle. There's my receptacle. Now, it depends on the scale on how thick this is. And we can change some of these thicknesses. But an easy way to do it is just to change the scale to something like a 1/2 inch to the foot. Again, we'll save it and we have to wait. And it just takes a second. But now we can kind of see, what we see here is a cover plate. And depending on the scale is how that looks. You can also go with thin lines. But you see it's kind of a 3D cover plate. Now, there's no graphics on the face of this receptacle. No slots and things. That's stuff that we would have to customize ourselves as a more advanced topic. But anyway, that kind of gives you an idea what that room's looking like. And let's go here. There's our column that's in that room. There's another wall here somewhere. There it is. And we can pull this down so we can see the floor and get it up a little higher. So there's our room, and there's our other receptacles around the wall. Now we have one receptacle that we mounted up high. I want to connect these two panel boards, get rid of thin lines, these two panel boards to that switchboard. Now on my YouTube channel, I have a video specifically on how distribution systems work in Revit. And in there I explain that whenever you click on a device and you click the power button, you are connecting the feed. You're connecting upstream. So a power button connects upstream to a source. So in this case, if I click on the switchboard is the source of power for my panel boards, which are down below it or served by it. So connecting the power button on this switchboard would only connect to an upstream device like maybe the metering board or even the utility transformer that feeds the building. So I can't connect panel boards from the switchboard using power. That's only an upstream connection. I need to go downstream, connect panel M and panel A to my switchboard. Just like I started at receptacle, power button to connect to the source, which was a panel. So start at A. I want to connect to its source. It is fed from the switchboard. Now we need to give the switchboard a name. Can't forget that. Panel name. We will call this just MDP, main distribution panel, something like that, or main distribution board, whatever terminology you use. So let's go to panel A, hit the power button, and find its upstream panel. Now look, M comes up as the default. M was the last panel that I connected something to, so it just automatically jumps in here. We don't want to connect A to M. We want to connect A to the main distribution panel. There it is. We connected it. Now, it's your option whether you want to show a home run or not on a panel connection. Our firm typically does not show home runs on distribution equipment, so I would not show it in our firm. You can if you like. And it connected it, and it gave it a load name A. Now you can just leave it at A if you want. I like to go in here and ahead of it put panel A, just to kind of give it a little more description. And that would show up in my MDP panel schedule, which we will get to. So we're done there. We can just hit escape. It's all connected internally. How do I know? Click on A. We can look over here. It's circuit number 1 to what? Now to find its source, we have to really come down here to look. Supply from way down here, supplied from the MDP. So they've broken up what circuit and what panel it's fed from in this case. So sometimes you have to do a little digging to find things. So it's fed from the MDP. 4 wires, 3-phase connection. Let's do the same to M. Click on M. Power. Now MDP was the last panel that I selected, so it comes up by default, which is okay in this situation. It hooked it up to circuit number 2. Now what happened to, since these are 3-phase, what happened to the 135 or the 7, 9, 11? Well, since this is a switchboard, it has a different kind of panel schedule, different kind of circuit numbering by default. So it will just label things by connection, not by actual poles. So click on SB, and furthermore down here you will see maximum number of circuits. Well, this one's set up for 0, which is not good. I think even though it says 0 here, it will let you connect a few. But how many 3-pole circuits do we want? We can set it up for 3 or 6 or 12, whatever number of branch circuits you want, and then of course, code-wise and design-wise, you have to realize if you have a main breaker or not. If you don't, then you can only have 6 mains, that kind of thing. So you can put it to what you want for now, and it can be changed. We want to have at least 6 on here, so hit enter. If we don't have 6 numbers of circuits, then we're just going to start getting some errors when we try to connect more panels to it. Let's go ahead and take a look at a panel schedule for this switchboard. Now, even though it's a switchboard, it's called a panel schedule. And we can use the default. Now, the default switchboard here, it says switchboard up here, it's a different look. So that switchboard is programmed behind the scenes to use a different kind of schedule. This one lists them by circuit number, and these are 1, 2, or 3 pole circuits. So we have panel A, 3 poles, and you can change the frame size of the breaker, you can change the trip rating, and then it brings in the load automatically. I can't change that load. It brings that in automatically from panel A, which is nice. So anytime I add or change a circuit on panel A, it automatically changes the load here and automatically changes it down here by load classification and here under connected and demand. So all of the calculations are done automatically. No messing around with an Excel spreadsheet. Let's go through and name this panel M. And we can play around with these frame sizes and such. Some people don't show a frame size or trip rating on a schedule. They let the one-line diagram indicate those things. Again, this can all be adjusted. Advanced lessons will show how we can change what shows up in this schedule. But for now, we're going to leave it, and we're going to say these are 225 amp trips. And you can put any other notes you want. You can also add some notes down here in the legend. You can add notes up here, and it has similar things up here. Some of these things we can type in ourselves, and some of these things come in automatically. It's not clear graphically which it is. You have to kind of just play with it, and notice if I double click, I can't change that, but I can change mounting and enclosure. I can change AIC rating. The mains and main circuit breaker come in automatically, although I can change those here. So there's a variety of things you can and can't change. You just have to get familiar with it. But the main thing is, this is what that switchboard schedule looks like. And now it shows all these things connected, and they're connected behind the scenes logically. So if I change circuit somewhere else, it will change here. So that's very powerful. So there you go. And we can get our tag on this switchboard. Click it. And there we go. Called MDP. In this lesson, we will go ahead and add a piece of HVAC equipment into this electrical room. I want to make clear how we would do that by utilizing this fan type of family that we used for the sprinkler compressor. So we're going to assume that we have a set of PDF documents of our HVAC design and found out that we have an exhaust fan in this electrical room that we need to connect. And we are going to use our fan symbol that we used before. So we can just right click this and say create similar. And then as we know, this is a wall hosted family. So let's go over and find the wall that this exhaust fan lives on. We're going to say that it is in this area right here. So we click on there. Now, what I want to make clear is that we don't just want to start connecting this. What we are connecting right now is the air compressor. We just pretty much copied the air compressor over. If we had another air compressor, this would work. But in this case, we want this to be an exhaust fan. If we start changing the electrical ratings of this, we are changing the air compressor and it would change this. So we need to make sure that we create a new type specifically for each piece of equipment that has different characteristics or even a different name. So we want to duplicate this first and call this exhaust fan. Now, a lot of mechanical equipment is numbered with a mark number like EF1, EF2. Rooftop units, RTU1, RTU2. So we want to follow along with their naming convention. This one's going to be called EF1. And then we can fix its characteristics now that we are in its own type. We're not going to be changing this air compressor now. So we're going to say that this exhaust fan is a 283 phase, but it's only going to be a 2500 VA load. There we go. Now we have it as its own type. Now we can connect it to the panel we want. So we can go to power. And last panel we selected was the MDP. So we want to make sure we don't use that. We want to use the M panel. So now it's going to the M panel. And we'll go ahead and show an arc if you want to use arcs for home runs. Now this section mark appears to be in the way. When we eventually print this to a PDF, by default, these marks won't show up if we haven't dragged their view onto a sheet. Now, if this is in the way, we can move it and click on it, and we can move the head of this somewhere else. And it doesn't change its view properties. See the arrow and the dash line? We didn't change what this is a section of. We just move the head out of the way. So either way, we move the head out of the way. Now we can get this where we want it over there and get this arced right. And again, you can move this grip to wherever you want. Let's make sure we don't disconnect that grip from the exhaust fan. If we do that, we lost our home run. We've lost the connection of this wiring to our equipment. So we want to make sure that this is still connected to that little circle. As you can see, the circle for connection is here on the wall, not in the middle of the symbol. So you got to be careful with that. Now it's reconnected. Now the grip itself we can move independently of the connection. And then we can go ahead and tag this, make sure we have no leader. And we have our panel and circuit shown from previous lessons. Now, one thing we haven't talked about yet is how to label these. I would like to label this as exhaust fan 1. Now, one way to do this is just to put a dumb text tag, I call it, on it. So we could just hit this little A, the little text mark, and then it's showing that we're going to use the 1/4 inch. We want to drop it down to 3/32 Arial. And then just click here and start typing. I can call this EF-1. And then if I check on this, I can add a leader up here with these leader tools. And I can do a straight line leader or an arced arrow leader. I'm going to use a straight. And I can put that arrow down there, and I can move this shoulder up there, and I can move this around. So we can do that. But this ends up just being what I call a dumb label. If I change the name of this, it doesn't change here. One of the powers of Revit is to have things more linked and more automated. So I really want a smart tag that reflects the name of this. Now, if we go to Load Autodesk Family and look for tags, I'm already down here under the annotations electrical. There is no such tag available out of the box. We can find things like electrical equipment tag and electrical equipment type mark tag, which we already have. That's electrical equipment, panels, switchboards, not fixtures, which are receptacles and fans. Now, electrical fixture tag for fixtures is just a circuit number. So we don't have an electrical fixture type tag. So we're going to have to actually edit one of these. You'll find this as you get further into Revit that some things you just can't do out of the box. It just doesn't exist. You'll have to either obtain custom tags somewhere or build your own. So I'm going to show you how to simply build your own. Let's get out of this. So what we're going to do is we're going to tag this with the electrical fixture tag right there. And we have either a circuit or a panel is what we have available. We're going to edit this. So click on that and we're going to jump into Edit Family. This is a very simple edit. It's a good first family editor exercise. So you go up to this button called Edit Family. Now we're into the family editor. It looks a lot like a project. On the left, you'll see a project browser, or wherever you have this project browser window attached. And same thing with properties. You'll have a property similar to a project. In this case, we're editing some kind of an annotation. And I'll call your attention up here, if you go to this family category, this little yellow folder box, it shows you that you are an electrical fixture tag. This is the name of the category. This is a fixture tag. You have equipment tags for panels and fixture tags for devices. So we're editing a fixture tag, so we're good there. Now, if you click on this, this is called a label. Jump up here, it's a tag label. Now, a label just reflects a parameter from whatever you're tagging. So in this case, if I go to label and if I edit this label, you'll see a bunch of category parameters. These are parameters that are in a typical electrical fixture, like a receptacle, that I can create a tag for. So for example, right now, the panel name that your fixture is connected to has been dragged over into this area here that says what you want the label to have in it. This label has the panel in it, and there's the spaces and prefixes and the sample value, a suffix. So you can arrange this to look the way you want. That other tag we have for the equipment that shows the panel and the circuits had a bunch of parentheses. Well, you would put these parentheses all in this place here. So instead of reflecting the panel name, we want to reflect the type name. Click on panel, and I want to send this with the red arrow back into this category. So I want to get rid of that from my label. I instead want either the type name, which is what we called it when we did a duplicate, we gave it a type name. Or further down, it can be called a type mark. So we can have a type mark. In this case, we're going to use that type name. So we want to click type name, and then we want to move this, copy this over into the parameter name. So now our label is going to say type name, and the sample value is just going to be type name, which is fine. Look, see, there you go. That's what it's going to look like. Now, I want this to be just in a single line, so I can take this grip and spread it out, and now the text will automatically be in one line, and I can make it as wide as I want. Now I've changed what's in this label. Simple as that. Now, one thing I noticed is that it appears to be centered in this big box. When it adds a leader, the leader is going to start way over here at one end or the other. So I really need to make sure that this is aligned. So instead of the center horizontal, let's go off to the left. There. Now when I add a leader, it should be coming off the left of that. Now I want to save this family. File, save as. I want to give it a different name. So in this case, I want to give it, instead of device panel tag, they use the word device, but they also call it a fixture. So I'm going to call this electrical Fixture type tag. And now I also like, when I edit things and create my own, I like to put a little thing in front of it. I use ER for electric raw, but you can put initials of yourself or your firm, whatever. I like to do that to kind of flag that this is a modified. I also like to put which version of Revit this is done in. As you do projects for different architects, different clients, you may need different versions of Revit, and it's good to know what version is this set up in. It's set up in R23 is what I call it, Revit 23. And then I only save one backup. That's all we need. You can do more. Say OK. So I've saved it for future use, and I can bring that into other projects, or I can bring that into my project template that I create. Now I've saved it. Now I can just load it into the project, and then it keeps it open for future modifications, or I can say load into the project and close this. I'm done modifying this, so I'm going to close it. So now that it's in here, we can just select it by clicking on the M and going up here, and there it is, ER Electrical Fixture Type Tag. Click on that, and it changes automatically to our type. So we want to move this over here, and then we can add a leader to this by clicking on the leader line. It's different than text. We don't do it up here. We just do it over here. There it is. Now, we can change where it draws it from. Now, we see that it's putting the leader at the bottom. Now, if you're picky about where this is, we can change that too. Let's go back into this and edit it again. So we'll go back to Edit Family. There it is. So what affects that? Now, we have this vertical alignment. That just means within this box, where is it going to align? It's going to align vertically, but how can we change where this leader hits? One thing we can't see here are things called reference lines. We should turn these on, and it will show us how this is set up in relation to its future leader. So what we need to do is change the visibility of those lines. Now, the way we do that is to go up to View. And under View, there's a Visibility Graphics button. Click on that, and it's not a model, it's an annotation. If you click on annotations, right now this is clicked off. It's not going to show any annotations in that view. Turn that on. Now it will show, say OK, now it will show annotations. There we go. Now it's showing these reference lines. Now, in this case, the intersection of these two green reference lines is where the leader would hit. So we want to move this label now down something like that, so that the leader attaches in the middle of the text instead of some other strange place. So there. So now we can save this and put it back in. Now we can do that easily by just saying load into project and close. It will say, do you want to save it? Yes. And it already exists. Replace it. Yes. Do you want to overwrite the existing version? Yes. There. Now, our leader hits in the middle of our label, which is what we want. So we had to fix a couple things there, but hopefully you learned something on how to edit labels. And then the end of this automatically comes down to the insertion point, which was that little box. We can change where this line hits. Click on the label. Over on the right, under the bottom, it says leader type attached end. It's attached to our device. We can unattach that by going free end. Now it's a free end, and you'll see you have another grip. Now we can move this to maybe somewhere else. Furthermore, what if I want that to be an arrow? Click on the label. Now we need to go to edit its type. The leader arrowhead is a type parameter for this type. And I want all of my fixture type tags to have this arrow. So you have a couple of different degrees. You can have an open 30 degree, or you can have some filled. I'm going to go filled 15 degree. And there's our arrow. So now we have this tag looking like what we want. Now we can use this tag for any kind of electrical equipment, and it will reflect the type. So let's right click this, create similar. Let's do this guy. Click on there. Now, if I want the leader when I do it, I can go up here and type leader as I tag things. If it's already tagged, then I have to go over here and change it. So I'm going to tag this with air compressor, move it over here, and I can move this shoulder up there. There, now I've tagged my air compressor. Now, what if I want to tag some of these special receptacles that I did already? This guy here, if I go to tag, it uses the last tag that I used, which was the type. Click on that, and let's keep the leader on. Big copier right there. There's the leader. And then what was this? What did we call this one? This one was called just copier. We can use that. Let's go ahead and I can do it either way. Right click, create similar. Click on the copier. Move it around. Kind of line it up if you like. Copier. So now we have this custom tag that we can tag all of our electrical fixtures with, that if they have a special name. It wouldn't make sense to tag a regular receptacle. Anyway, that's how you create a custom tag and how you create additional HVAC equipment connections. So they're each independent. In this lesson, we are going to delve into lighting electrical connections. Now, this can get a little complicated, mainly because light fixtures and ceilings don't always align properly. And Revit does things a little differently than you may be used to if you were using CAD or something like that. So I need to get into a couple things here before we actually start dragging lights into our model. So the first thing we need to get into is let's set up some lighting views, lighting plans. We call them views. Now, over on the left in our project browser, make sure you have the lighting opened up. Now you'll see there's two kinds of default plans that were in this template. We have floor plans for lighting and we have ceiling plans for lighting. Brings up the question, why are there two different kinds of plans? Well, this is one key aspect of Revit in that it has views that you might say are aimed at the floor. They look at the floor of the building, like our power plan or our site plan, and other views look at the ceiling. Now, it's not just like laying on your back looking up at the ceiling. That would be kind of what you might call a mirror image. It's more like the ceiling being seen by looking at the floor, which is a mirror. And they actually call it a reflected ceiling plan. The way that Revit has this set up is view range, that 3D view range we looked at in previous episodes, is set up differently for ceiling plans. Okay, that being said, why is there a difference? Let's jump into a floor plan. It's best to show you this with an example because until you get in and play with this, it doesn't really become crystal clear. So let me look at floor plan lighting. We'll just go to this default lighting floor plan. Now this has no view template associated with it yet or anything like that. This is just out of the template, how it's created. First of all, what we'll notice is that, well, we see our panels and such. We see our fans, we see the receptacles, we see all those things in this plan. We have not yet set up the view to turn certain things on and off, so we'll deal with that. And Revit is looking at the floor because this floor plan is set up with the camera aimed down. So if I try to put a light fixture in here that wants to attach or be hosted to the ceiling, it doesn't work. Now, let's see what we have in here for light fixtures. I'm going to close the electrical equipment and close the electrical fixtures. Let's open lighting fixtures. Just open a plain recessed lighting fixture, whatever a plain recessed lighting fixture is. Looks like it's a 1x4, 2x2, 2x4, that kind of thing. So let's drag one of these in and see what we get. Now we get the little plus sign and we don't see a light fixture yet. Normally it will try to place it on a vertical face. So if I hit a wall, it'll be like a receptacle. It's trying to maybe recess a light fixture into the wall, or as we found out, it can connect to grid lines, which is strange. But that's not what we want. We want it to find a ceiling. So then we have to click place on face. They should say horizontal face instead of vertical face, but it could also be a slanted face, like if you have a vaulted ceiling. So that's why they just say on face. Some face other than vertical is what they mean. So again, I'm not seeing my light fixture. It's frankly trying to probably place it on the floor. So let me click on the middle here, click it there. And when you can't see what I placed, you get this message here. None of the created elements are visible in Floor Plan 1 lighting view. You may want to check the active view, its parameters, and visibility settings, as well as any plan regions and their settings. Okay, so they give you a whole shopping list of things to go through. And that's why visibility is a complex subject in Revit. So if we check the active view, check parameters, visibility settings, we're going to go through all of that. But the first thing that I check, let me escape out of this, is do I have light fixtures turned on in this view? So let's go check that. Again, we don't have a view template, so we're going to use the standard Visibility Graphics Override Edit button up here. And we're in our model, in the model categories. We are not in the Revit link. So remember, we are in our model. Let's go down the categories and make sure that lighting fixtures is turned on. Lighting devices and lighting fixtures are indeed turned on. So we're good there. That's not the issue. The next most likely issue can be a view range setting. So let's look at the view range. Again, we're not in a view template, so let's go to view range right here. The primary range, if you remember what this looks like, the primary range is the bottom, the cut plane, and the top. Let's see what we have. For the bottom, we have associated level, which we are on level 1. If you look over here, level 1, associated level, at 0. Okay, we're at the floor. The cut plane is 4 feet above the floor, so we're cutting through doors and windows, typically. The top is clear up to level 2, which is above us, which makes sense. So we are seeing the full range. And then view depth, as we remember from the power plans, view depth for a floor plan, which we are in, not a ceiling plan. There's a difference, and we'll get into that. On the floor plan, the view depth goes down this yellow area below the floor. We're not going below the floor. We are at 0. So we should be able to see the fixture right. Well, we have to realize that this is a recessed lighting fixture. If it got recessed into the floor, it means it's actually below the floor. So let's try our section to see what we can find. We have one here. We're going to drag this down to make sure we get where we think our light fixture is. And let's see what we have. Double click the section and let's look. Here's our area. This is our room. And look at this little thing. What's that? There's the plain recessed lighting fixture. It's like a floor box. It's recessed into the floor of this room. So it flipped it upside down and it recessed in the floor. Because we're in a floor plan, it's looking at the floor. It's not looking at the ceiling. Now we could change our view range if we wanted to. If we cared about this, we could change the view range to see below the floor and all that. But this is not what we want. This is just an illustration. So we don't want this to be in the floor. We want it to be in the ceiling. Now pick new. Can I move it to the ceiling? No, I can't move it anywhere. I'm moving it to the wall. This is not the way to do it. Let's just get rid of that light fixture. This demonstrates to you, I hope, that we can't place ceiling lights on a floor plan. Now, if we had floor-mounted lights, let's say we're putting in, freestanding lights, like furniture, we may be able to put that here. If we have wall-mounted lights, maybe an emergency bug eye type light or sconce, we could do that in a floor plan. But the ceiling lights have to be done in a ceiling plan. Now, that idea begs the question of maybe we need both kinds of plans. And in some trades, I see them do that. In our low voltage or technology trades, they will often have a floor plan for technology because they'll have floor boxes with teledata outlets in them, things like that. And they'll have ceiling plans with projector connections. And so they'll do both. So that's a decision you need to make. For my practice, what we do everything lighting-wise in an actual ceiling plan. And we set it up so that we can still see wall-mounted or floor-mounted, not recessed, but floor surface-mounted fixtures. And I'll show you how that works. I just want to cover that first. So now let's go to a ceiling first floor plan. There we go. You will also notice now we see the ceiling itself. We see the T-bar. This is the T-bar acoustic tile T-bar type ceiling. And again, in this section, we can see where that is right here. Now, if we hover over this, as long as we have pinned elements selected, we can hover over this and hit tab and click it, and it says it's a ceiling. So there's a ceiling in here, and we want our lights to be recessed into that ceiling. So I'm going to turn this back off so I don't click it, go back to my ceiling, and we can turn off the floor plan. All right, so now we're actually in a ceiling plan. Let me explain this view range to you now. When you're in a ceiling plan, which is a different kind of plan than a floor plan, this doesn't explain it well at all. I wish I had a better picture, because now the view range is not here, it's above here. I wish they had a better picture of that, and they don't here. But if we go to the help desk about view range, they talk about this, but now let's talk about a ceiling plane. This is talking about the normal floor plan. Now, view range in a reflected ceiling plan. Here we go. Like plan views, reflected ceiling plans also have view range, but with some differences. A reflected ceiling plan's view direction is up from the cut plane. The ceiling plan includes the cut plane as part of the primary range, but it is typically positioned above the cut plane of a plan view. Cut planes in a reflected ceiling plan are often set above the head height of doors. Some do. We leave our cut plane down here with the doors because I want to see the door swing in my lighting plan, so I know where to put switches. And then the area between the cut plane and the top of the view range establishes the primary view, and then the view depth, this one's the key, is established in the up direction from the cut plane. Elements not in the primary view range but within the view depth will use the beyond line style. So again, the main difference is the view depth is up. So just remember, ceiling plans are looking up. So I want to make sure we got that out of the way. So we're good here. So now once we have that, we can start putting lights in here. Let's see what happens when we drag our plain old light fixture, a 2x4, into this. And let's just drag one of these in and see what we get. So we want it place on face, not vertical, place on face. There we go. There's our light fixture. Now, it kind of snaps to the T-bar grid. I'll call it those grid lines. It kind of snaps to the T-bar grid. But it's not really attaching to the grid. I can click it there, but I can move it around. It's not forced to be in that grid. So if the grid changes, the light fixtures are not going to move with it. I will say, though, that if the ceiling changes height, if the architect changes the height in the next model that we get, then the lights, because they are hosted, the host is the linked Revit model, they will go up and down with that. So let's take a look at that section again. Let's make sure our section includes, it needs to include that light. And there's our light, and it's recessed into the ceiling. Now, there's nothing fancy about this light. There's no trim or anything nice. It's just a box, which is fine for most of your work. So now we have a light. Now let's take a look at what's in this light. Click on it. We have a power button, which is a key, right? Because we're going to connect this to a panel. So we need that power button. And let's go look at the instance parameters. Now there's an elevation from level, and that's set automatically because, as most Revit families out of the box are hosted, this is hosted to the ceiling. So it's at this ceiling height. And that's about all we can change here. If we go to edit type, here's the name of the type. It's a 2x4 120. Now, these are type parameters, so it makes sense. The dimensions are 2 foot by 4 foot, 6 inches deep. We can change these, which would change the type parameters. The load is a type. Voltage is a type. There's no poles in here, so we can't change this to a 2-pole circuit, which may be fine for standard lighting. And then we have a load classification, so we can change this to just be regular lighting instead of dwelling unit. So we have the parameters that we need in our model to get this connected and sized. Is something you want to think about. If you've ever done any lighting, you know that typically each different kind of light fixture is a type. So some people label them with letters like ABC, some go L1, L2, L3. There's various methods of naming fixture types, but you want to think about the different types you have. A 2x4 is typically one type, and if you have a 2x2, it would be a different type. So maybe a 2x4 is A, and your 2x2 can be a B or an A1 or some other type. So we want to keep that in mind, that we want anything that's different about a light fixture itself, not where it's located, but itself, would be a different type. We had different types for our mechanical equipment, and we're going to have different types for our lights. So what I like to do is I like to duplicate this out of the box name, because we're not going to call it that. Duplicate this and call it some kind of a type. So I'm going to call this, let's just say we're going to call this L1 for light 1. And then depending on how I tag it eventually, I may need to put a type mark the same, L1, which is what the tag will reflect. Again, back up at the type, I can rename this and add a little more. If I want this to say 2x4 recessed, linear. Pops up over here in my project browser, so I can remember what an L1 is without having to open it up. So that's kind of a handy name. It's kind of, I call this the browser name, if you will. The label name will be the type mark. And then load classification lighting, voltage is 120. Now lamp is just a text value. I'm going to put LED. That's what we typically use nowadays. And wattage is just comments. There's not real watts. The actual watts or parent load is going to be here. Now this was set up as some kind of a fluorescent at that value. So we're going to say this one's going to be a 30 VA 3000 lumen type fixture. Again, you'll have a fixture cut associated with this, whether you're designing the lighting or whether you have an interior designer or architect or lighting designer doing that. Get all the data in here. And then eventually you'll want to put in a description and things like that that can populate a lighting fixture schedule if you want. Your schedule can actually read the data out of these families and populate that schedule for you. So I'm going to put a simple description, a 2x4, and I use all caps for this, recessed, linear. Now there's no place in here for the housing and things like that. You can do model manufacture, we can put that in later. We'll deal with that fixture schedule stuff in a future lesson. But for now, we want to get this light in. There we go. Now, lighting design is a whole nother subject. How many lights, how many lumens, what kind of distribution, all of that. That's more of an MEP electrical design issue, lighting design, that is beyond the scope of these lessons. We're just going to learn how to draft it, how to model it. So we're going to say our lighting designer told us that these are going to be placed at 8 foot on center. So here's 4 foot. If you think about it, center to center, 2, 4, 6, 8. This is a 2x2 grid. There's 8. And we're going to do another one. And you can just use copy for this because they're all in the same plane. They're all the same ceiling height. And these are this is actually still hosted to the ceiling, even if you just copy it. You could also right click and say create similar, place on face, and do it like you did before, like that. And that way it's finding the ceiling each time you place it. If I was to place this in a different room, I would want to use the create similar. So now I'm into the find the ceiling in my model mode. And for example, if I put one in here, this ceiling may be a different height. It is. Elevation from level, 11 foot 7, 11 6 inches. So this is some kind of a ceiling way up beyond 11 feet. Whereas this ceiling is down at 8 foot something. Now these are odd numbers because this was a metric building, so it's not exactly in feet and inches. But if you're working in an American project, this will probably be end up like 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, something like that. But that's what's going on there. So within my same ceiling, I can copy it, and it gives you kind of a snap. And then once I have 3 of these, I can hold Control down and select all 3. Then I can copy all 3. Let's go 2, 4, 6, 8. We're going to do an 8 by 8 pattern. 2, 4, 6. No, that doesn't work. So we're going to say the lighting designer told us that we have to put them closer together to get an even pattern. So I can window them as well, copy. As long as I have pinned elements turned off, I can window. If I had that and I try to window, I'm selecting the model. So that's another reason to make sure you have your selection done properly. Now I can window these, copy from here, 2, 4, 6, down to there. So, and this is the kind of thing that a lighting designer has to decide whether we shift them or whatever, but for now we're going to leave it like this. There's our lights in our ceiling. And again, we can check the section to make sure they're all in the ceiling. Looks like they are. We can also do a 3D view. Let's window these and hit our little selection box up here. And now we have a little 3D view. Click on the section box. They call it selection box up here, but it ends up being a section box as well. There's our floor. And if we move the walls, if we move the sides, we'll eventually hit some walls like that. Let's go hit this other wall. And we can see these fixtures have this shape, more like a real fixture, that's popped up into that room. Now we can hold shift down and then center mouse wheel will let us orbit. And it kind of changes where we are, but we can orbit down. I'm kind of lowering my view. And then I'm kind of up inside this room now. So shift and then you can orbit around as you like and see what your room looks like. So there's a view and those are nicely up in the ceiling. So that's good. And then again, like previous lessons, if we want to save this view, we need to name it. So we will call this 3D instruction room. Now we already had one. We're going to call it 2. So what happens if we go back to the instruction room here? We had this set up like that and we didn't see the ceiling, but there's a similar 3D plan. So we have 2 of those now. But the last thing I want to do here is I want to tag these. So what do we have for tags? Let's go up to our tag by category and click on a light fixture. Now what do we get? I'm going to turn off the leader and we get some kind of a box with a question mark. Let's see what this box is doing. Light fixture tag. Circuit tag. Well, it's not circuited. Now we need a tag that identifies what the fixture type is. There's not one in our model. We can edit this like we did for some of the power, or we can go to the Autodesk Revit Cloud and see what's there. Let's take a look at that. Remember, insert. It's good to get used to doing this. Load Autodesk Family. All results, we will go down to annotations. And we want to type in light fixture. Lighting fixture circuit tag and lighting fixture tag. We already have circuit tag. What does this do? Let's see what that does. Now we can click on the tag we put in and we can change it to our new one. And we don't have to have a box. Let's see what this does. Standard. There. It doesn't say it, but it's displaying the type mark. Remember the type mark that we put in. Edit type. Down here, the type mark is what it's displaying, and that's what we want this to do. Now, you may want quotes around it or underline or something like that. Again, that's custom tag editing. And in that bonus lesson, I showed how to do that, similar to here. So you can take this tag, put it wherever you can put it, inside it, below it, wherever you want. But now we can right click this, create similar. We can tag each light fixture and move the tags to where we want, whatever you like. We put them inside, put on this side, wherever you want to put them. And I have a lot of architects and contractors that want to see every light fixture tagged. That's the basics of getting lights into your model and tagged. In future lessons, we will deal with how to turn these plugs off, how to set up a view template, and then eventually how to circuit this, how to get light switches and all of that. In this video, we're going to clean up this view and turn off these electrical fixtures that we don't want to show up in our lighting plan, and we will set up a new view template strictly for lighting. So first thing we want to do is take a look at how to turn these off. Now we're going to turn these off by category. So if you click on one, you can see up here it's called electrical fixtures. That's the category that we need to turn off to make these disappear. Now, a panel, for example, is an electrical equipment, a totally different category, and Revit works with categories. So we're going to turn off the category called fixtures, and we want to leave the panels. Because we do not have a view template yet, we don't click here, we click up in the actual visibility graphics override area. So this will let us get to all the categories, and you can see these are model categories. And our electrical fixtures are actually a model category as opposed to an annotation category like tags. So let's go down the model categories, and you can see we have many of them already turned off. But we want to turn off just the electrical fixtures and leave the equipment. We typically like to show the panels and switchboards even in our lighting plans because we're connecting lights to those same panels. So turn that off. And all of a sudden, those receptacles disappeared, and the fans we had shown were also electrical fixtures, as it turns out. They turn off as well. As you work through your project, you may find other categories you want to turn off, and they may actually not even be in your electrical model. They may be part of that architectural linked model. And we learned in earlier episodes how to turn off the grids, for example, that were in this architectural linked model. Now, one more thing I'd like to notice is I have not added my room names yet to this view. I added it to my power view, but not to my lighting. So let's do that now and go up to Annotate. And over on the right, we have Room Tag. Now we can do the Tag All like we did before. So if I hit Tag All and then include elements from linked files because the room names are actually coming from the linked architectural file. And then go down to Room Tags right there and say OK. The visibility graphic setting is set to hide the category in the view. Do you want to enable it? This gives us a chance to turn on rooms in this view. So let's do that. And that did it for us. So now we can move these around. And like we did in the power plan, we can even move them outside the room as long as we add a leader line. Over here to the right, if you click leader line, then we can use the little plus style move symbol to move this out, and now we can move it outside. And as we add lights to rooms, sometimes they get pretty busy, and we'll move these out. Now we have this looking like we want, and we'd put this light fixture in here just as a test. We're going to delete that one for now. We'll do something else in here for lighting. But for now, let's go ahead and create a view template now for our lighting. So the way we do that again is we go over to our view, our ceiling electrical, we right click and we find Create View Template from View. And now we can give it a name. And again, you want to come up with some kind of a standard name that you give these templates to make them kind of stand out. I typically use all capitals and I put my ER in front of it. So I say ER, I'm going to say lighting plan, and I give it the scale. This happens to be 1/8 inch scale. And there it is. Lighting plan 1/8 inch. Okay. Now it doesn't always apply it to your view. So now you need to go to view template that says none and actually find it and apply it or say okay. That will attach it to this view. And then the last thing I want to do as far as this view is I want to get this plan named similar to what I've done the power plans. So F2 will let you rename, and I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to say 01, overall first floor plan, lighting. Now, some people will call this a ceiling plan lighting. Yes, it's technically derived from a Revit ceiling plan versus a floor plan. And yes, we're looking at the ceiling, but not always. Some lights we may end up having on the wall. or if you're doing some ground mounted lights. So you can name it how you like, but in our firm, what I do is I leave it as a floor plan for lighting because it doesn't always just contain the ceiling information. That's just my preference. And then while we're at it, we can label this second floor the same. O2, and you get the drill. And we've not yet made a third floor lighting. We can do that as we need it. Now we have our lighting view set up the way we want, and we've named that view template. And we can apply that to other lighting plans without having to reset everything up view by view. In this lesson, we are going to add switches to our lighting plan, and then we are going to circuit these lights to a panel. Now, the first thing I want to notice is that we left the panels on and the switchboard on in this view template that we created, but I would like to also tag these panels. So it's as simple as tag by category up at the top at the quick access bar, and check and see I have leader on, and I don't always need a leader for my panels. You can do that if you like. And I just hover over the panel there, M, and then I move this out of the way. So that's panel M, and there's panel A. Simple as that. Now they're labeled in our lighting plan. And remember, tags and text are only in the view that you put them in. These will not show up in any other view unless I actually put them in that view. So before I circuit these, I want to add some light switching. As you know, if you've done much lighting design or worked with lighting designers, lighting controls is a very sophisticated topic. I mean, decades ago, we used to just put a line voltage switch on the wall and hammer everything on and off manually. Well, those days are gone. And so nowadays, we have a much more automated lighting control system. And that could even just be with an occupancy sensor as your automation. In more complex environments, you get some daylight harvesting, daylight sensing. You may have some time of day, time clock type things. You may have some networked lighting control that lets somebody sitting in an office halfway across the country control the lights in a space. So that whole lighting control issue can be very simple or very complex. Now, how you show that in your plans can be different too. Some people will simply talk about lighting controls by putting a note that says, this room shall be controlled such and such a way with a manual switch at the entry and occupancy sensor or vacancy sensor. So it depends on how you're going to show that in your practice. If you actually want to show an actual switch at the door of some kind of control, then we can do that here in Revit with the built-in switches. So let's go down and at least see how to do that. So lighting devices now are what the switches are. So we have a built-in out of the box, typically in a template, we have lighting switches, and they have different kinds. Not all of these are very useful. The one we typically use is just the single pole. Now, it's default from putting lights in was placed on the face, and I don't want to place this on the ceiling like I did a light. I want to place it on a wall. So now we need to go back to place on vertical face. That's why that was looking strange. And again, out of the box Revit, pieces are typically hosted to something, and this is hosted to the wall. So there we go. There's our symbol. Looks like a $sign. And we can just put that on the wall somewhere near the door latch, not the hinge typically, unless it's down here past the door. But as you can see, like anything, it'll host even to the side of a light fixture if you want, or to a grid line. It'll find the center of the wall. It'll find the outside of the wall. They get tricky trying to mount hosted devices. But if we get close to this wall, we can do it. Now, sometimes if you can't find the wall, you may have to go to the other side of the door to find the wall. And you can do that and escape out. And then you can move that along the wall to where you want. So there's various tricks to getting these things to attach to your walls correctly. Also, sometimes I'm going to put another one in here just for practice, create similar. Sometimes if you can't find the wall, you'll have to hit tab a few times and it's popping around, finding different, even here, it finds two different surfaces of wall. So that's another thing to do. So that can get tricky putting these hosted symbols in. So there. Now, let's click on this light switch and see what it's made of. It actually has an instance parameter called voltage. Now, this can be changed in a 480 volt building to 277 volt, which is your line to neutral voltage here in the US. So you can change that here if you have a 277 volt lighting situation. Why would the voltage matter on a switch? Well, it matters if you want to actually connect the switch to the same circuit as the lights. Therefore, it has to be the same voltage for it to actually circuit. And if you circuit it to the lights, then we can have an arc of wiring, which will show graphically that this switch is controlling these lights. Now, there's other ways to indicate lighting control. In fact, Revit even has a built-in system where you can assign a light switch to lights, but it doesn't change anything visually. It really, frankly, doesn't do anything in my opinion, so I don't even use it. But I do attach it to the circuit, and I do use arcs to show it. Other thing you'll see is some designers and engineers will put a lowercase letter next to it, like a lowercase a, and then they'll put a lowercase a by each of these. Or if you have two switches with an A and a B, you'll have A, B by each. So you can describe how things are switched. What I'm going to do in this situation is assume that this building is going to be controlled with some digital lighting controls. So this switch will be described elsewhere as actually being a push-button style switch. It may even have up and down dimming controls in it. So this is just a symbol for some kind of lighting control station. We're going to keep this simple and just show a switch in here for now. And we'll say that some kind of a note we add will describe the rest of the system. So let's just get into circuiting these things. We're going to circuit them to panel A. Panel M we are reserving for mechanical loads like motors and such. So similar to receptacles, we need to just select what we want to circuit. I like to start with 1, click that, circuit the 1, power, and then we have to pick a panel, panel A, and I like to label my circuit name here that's going to show up in the panel. I'll put lights instruction room, something descriptive like we did with power. Now, that one light is circuited. I'm still in circuiting mode. I still have the circuit selected. Now, I like to go to edit circuit, and it's already defaulting to add to circuit. Now, I can see how these just highlight. Now, my tags don't highlight. The architecture does not highlight. That's why I use this mode. It makes it easier to select just things to circuit. Even my switch will show up. So now I can easily just select these without letting other stuff get in my way. It's just a little trick I use. And then click on the switch. Now I've got all this stuff selected. Then I can finish editing the circuit. Now these should all be circuited. Well, to verify that, I need to hover over one of them, hit tab. There's my dash lines and my arcs show up. Click it. Now I've selected again my circuit. Now I can add my arc wiring if I want to. So I'll add that. And as you can see, it connects these lights, and it does a pretty good job of, connecting them at the edge. Now, the method it connects it may not be exactly what I would do. So you can change this around. Once you've got the arcs in here, let me move this out of the way. Once you have the arcs in here, you can move their points around, and it knows they're connected. I mean, technically, you might come in here, go all the way to the switch, go into the switch, if it's a line voltage switch, and then come out and feed things. Again, this is a low voltage switch. So what I'm not showing is all the low voltage or kind of like a Cat 5 type cabling that comes from the switch now and also attaches to these. That brings up another point. If you want to get to that level of detail, now you may be adding individual lines of a different line type for your digital switches. Again, depends on how far of detail you're going. We typically just show the line voltage connections and let all of that controls be done by, for example, a vendor, maybe an end light or a watt stopper vendor drawing up shop drawings and showing all the detailed control system lines. Again, depends on what you want to show. In this lesson, we are just going to be dealing with the line voltage side of this. Now, this project template has us showing tick marks in every single wiring. And we can change that, but for now, we're going to leave it. We'll get into some of those controls later. For now, we're just going to learn the concept. And we can move these around. Now, this gets cluttered here. I'm going to move the circuiting. And make sure I grab it. There we go. Get it out here, for example. And then I can tag it with no leader. And we have this set up for panel and circuit with the parentheses from before. So it will use the same wiring tag as we used on the power circuits. So there. And now, if we look at circuit A5, let's go down to our panel to complete the loop. Panel A, double click that. There's panel A. It put it into the next available spot, which happens to be 5. Now, like I mentioned before, we can move these around. And so, for example, let's say I want receptacles down the left side of this. I want lights down the right side. Well, we can move these around easily. I can just move it across. This guy, I'm going to move 2 with that and move it to there. And then take this and move it up to here. So you can do all kinds of moving. And as you know, when you move it here, it also updates it here automatically. So there, we've circuited our lights in this room, and we've even got the switch in there to show that that switch is tied to this circuit. In this lesson, we're going to find an alternative way to get light fixtures into our model. So sometimes the architects or interior designers that you're working with will actually bring some light fixtures into the project and place them in their model. So that means they're here in the link somewhere. Well, I don't see anything jumping out at us right now. Let's try second floor. And I think what you can tell here is these guys appear to be light fixtures. And if we have things picked on the left properly of the selection, if we say select pinned elements is okay, then we can hover over the model itself and hit tab. Remember, the tab key is very important. Hit tab, there it highlighted. Now I can click it with my mouse and it tells me over here that it's a light fixture. And if I hover over it there, it's some kind of a light fixture, pendant light. It's got a voltage on it. So chances are it may have the electrical connections in it that we need. Now we can't connect it directly. There's no power button because it is actually in the linked architectural model. So we can't connect that. But what we can do is we can, like we did with the grid lines, we can copy this into our model and then we can use it in our model as long as it has the features we need. So let's try that. Escape out of there and go up to the Collaborate tab, back to the Copy Monitor like we did with grids from a previous lesson. And then don't use Current Project, that's our electrical. We want to select a link and we want to select the architectural model link. And you may have to zoom out to see if you're picking it, but you can see if you hover over pretty much anything in there, it lets you pick it. So hover over that, select it, and now we have the option to copy. Now remember, copy does a copy and monitor. So we'll show you how that affects this issue. But now we can pick on walls, doors, whatever. We're going to pick on the light fixture. And that's all we want to copy is one light fixture. And you may think you want to copy all of them because you want them all to be in the same place as the architectural, and you may want to be flagged if something moves. Well, yeah, a lot of times we will follow the same layout as the architect, but sometimes we don't. So I don't need to copy monitor every light fixture in here. But check finish for the copy. And now we have this light fixture in our model. See, I can move it around. Now, because it's monitored, you can see the little monitor, like a heartbeat button there. Every time I move it, I'm going to get a warning down here. Coordination monitor alert, relative position of 2 fixtures changed. So this is letting us know this is the monitoring part. Something changed. Either we moved our light or they moved the light. You're going to get this anytime you move this light. So we don't want that to happen. So let's click on this to make sure it has what we need. Well, we have a power button, which is a good sign. That means this has an electrical connection. Some architectural families do not. Now let's go over, there's no voltage or load or anything over here in the instance parameters, but let's check the type parameters. Edit type. The type parameters. You can see this was set up as a fluorescent. Now we can change that. The ballast voltage we can change, and the number of poles we can change. So, and then here's the apparent load. And we can even change some of the dimensions. So it looks like this fixture would actually work for us. So we'll have to remember that. Now we're doing this building at 120, so we can just change this right now to 120. And the load we'll have to check with a fixture cut to see what that's going to be. But again, every time we move this, we're going to get that alert, which is very annoying. So let's just right click it and say create similar. Now it's a face hosted family. And so it's looking for a ceiling, and there must be no ceiling there because I get the do not enter sign. So the only ceiling is out here. And you'll notice that I can't place it right on top of the architect's light fixture. I can't even get it close. Look at that. I'll show you what's happening there. And that is an issue with having the architect's light fixtures turned on in our model. But hit the space bar to rotate it. We can use this fixture in our model. And what's nice is it's going to look like we want. We have a section already here. Let's make sure it goes deep enough. Okay. If we look on the section, now we can see there's our light fixture. Now that's the one we're monitoring. So I'm going to delete that. See, monitor alert deleted. So it's keeping tabs. Now the other one we just copied around. So this will let us use this light fixture, and we can use that in our project now, and we can actually circuit it up to our panels. So that's another way that you can get a light fixture into your model. And again, we just have to make sure that it has the right connections, and in this case it does. Now this also shows up in your project browser. An easy way to find it is to click on it, right click, and say find in project browser. See that in the middle? Click on that and it will highlight it for you over here. That's a nice way to find things if you can't find them on your own. And there it is. It's a pendant light, linear, one lamp. Now only one type of that came in. It may have multiple types in the architectural file, but now we have that light in here and we can move it around and we can connect it like our other light. Now, what about this issue where I couldn't place this right on top? Now I can once it's in. I can put it right on it because it's already in the model. It's already linked to the ceiling. Now, the reason I couldn't place it, create similar, actually on it, and let me turn it, and see, I can't even get close. Now, let me show you the reason for that. There's a piece of 3D geometry inside a light fixture family that right now is invisible. It's turned off, so we can't see it. But let me show you. It's called the light source. We don't have the template assigned here yet, so we go up in here, the visibility. We can go here and go down. We're in our model, which will affect both the model and the architectural model. Because look at the architectural model. It's following whatever the host does right now. So whatever we do here, we'll do it in both. So let's go down to the lighting fixtures, open that up, and there's a thing right here called light source. We have it unchecked, turned off. Turn that back on and say, okay. Now, what you can see is these yellow lines. Those yellow lines are the boundary of a 3D object called the light source. Now, this has to do with if you're trying to do lighting calculations within Revit, which is a whole nother lesson. And spoiler alert, I don't rely on those very often, but we still may cover that. But that light source acts like a 3D source, and it won't let me, if I right click, you'll see I can't place anything in that light source. It's in the way. Now this isn't a huge issue because I can place a light just outside the light source, let it go, and then I can move it in to be on top to match it. And then that's the trick you have to use to place lights on architectural lights. This light source is not too bad, but some families, this light source is huge. Now I know on some can lights that I've used in other lessons, the light source is a cone of light, and by the time it hits the ceiling, it's, half the size of this room. I can't place anything near it. So that can become a huge issue. How do you deal with it? Even having the light source turned off, as we noticed, does not eliminate its 3D boundary from affecting us. The only way to turn off the light source is to turn off the light itself. And if you turn off the light, of course, you can't see it to line things up. So it's kind of a catch-22. And it really only affects these face-hosted families like this because it's trying to find the ceiling in that blocks it. And let me just look at it in section to show you what I mean. In this section, I don't have it turned on, but if I go back and turn that on again in this view, remember, this stuff is view dependent. So under lighting fixtures, let's turn on the light source. There it is. And you can see the pattern of it. And so this gets in the way of my light trying to find the ceiling because it starts pretty much at the cut line, at the cut plane that we have, and then it looks up. And so if it's down the cut plane, it's starting to look up, it'll run into this yellow. If you think of a ray going vertical, it hits that yellow and it can't find the ceiling in this wide area. So let me show you what happens here. If I change the light source size, it's 2 feet right now. Let's go to like a 4-foot size. This can happen in an architectural model. Look at that. Now, it didn't change in the architectural because that's in the link, but in ours, now that's really huge. Now, if I was trying to place a light fixture around this one, so let's go ahead and say create similar. Look, I can't get within 4 feet or I can't get within the 2 feet of this. And now I have no ceiling in the middle, so I'm really in a mess. So as you can see, that light source is the root of many evils, and we just have to keep that in mind. We have to put our light fixtures somewhere else. Now, one other solution is you could go into the architectural link and shrink down the light source of each of the lights in the link, which is cumbersome, but I mean, sometimes that may be what you have to do. But just wanted to show you in this lesson, that's how you can copy monitor, select architectural fixtures to use in your model if they meet the requirements. In this lesson, I want to cover an issue that you may run into when working on certain projects. Sometimes the architectural model is not fully developed yet when you receive it and when you need to start working in it, or sometimes that model will never be fully developed. What I mean is sometimes you'll have areas that have no ceiling in them. However, you do want ceiling mounted fixtures such as these recessed fixtures. So how can we deal with that when we have these kind of light fixtures that are called hosted? And that is what the out-of-the-box lights are. Now we can get around a lot of this by using non-hosted families, which is a whole other issue that we'll get into later. It's an advanced issue and it takes custom families. So to deal with out-of-the-box issues, let me show you one trick that we used early on in our Revit experience. Let's say, for example, that I want to put a light out in this area here, and I know this area has no ceiling, so we'll use it as a practice. If I try to right-click, create similar, and then place on the face, because I don't want the vertical face, I need a horizontal face, as you recall, I'm fine with this area here that has a ceiling. When I pop out into the middle, this is where I get the do not enter sign. Now, sometimes you may have the view range set up improperly to see the ceiling in your space, but I'm talking about a model that has no ceiling here on the first floor for me to do this. How can I get a light in here anyway? Well, the main trick that I use is I try to find a ceiling nearby, such as here. Sometimes you need to go into another room. If you place it there, then, and escape out, then I can actually drag that here. Now, it may give me an error right here. Instance origin does not lie on host face. Okay, that's cryptic. Instance will lose association to host. Well, that just means that the origin of this instance of the light does not lie on a host face, so it's not finding my ceiling or my surface. And so it will lose association to the host. So now it's just floating. Okay, that's what that means. But, you know, in two-dimensional drawings, that works. We can still connect it and all that. Now, if we look at, you know, a 3D view or a section, it may not be at the right height for where the ceiling is supposed to be. That's the price you pay for this kind of trick. But again, if you're mainly concerned about getting a two-dimensional drawing circuited and out, which a lot of us do, this is one way to deal with that. And another example in this space here itself, say for example, is this stair. Now when you walk in here, I can kind of tell from the ceiling pattern that there's a ceiling here, but the stair itself does not have a ceiling. There may be a landing if the stairs go up and turn a corner and go around. This could be a landing that I could put a light fixture on, but again, there is no ceiling here. If I right click and try to put a fixture here, now I may not use a recessed in this instance, but the same thing works with a surface mount fixture. I can do it here, but I can't do it under this landing. So again, just to get it to work, put it here, drag it down, and get it shown where you want it in your landing. You'll get the same error, but at least it is there. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to put some emergency lights into our electrical model. Now, as you may know, there's different kinds of emergency lighting we can put into a building. We can turn one of these normal lights into an emergency light by perhaps installing a battery backup in it, or a separate little mini inverter to run it, or even connect it to an emergency panel that's backed up by a generator system or a central inverter. So there's many different ways. And then also we could install separate little battery backup lights, like we call them bug eyes or frog eyes, that can mount on the wall with the adjustable heads. So let me show you a couple ways to do this with some out-of-the-box families, which we're fortunate to have available. So let's first go up to the Insert tab, Load Autodesk Family. We're going to hit the cloud, and you'll normally end up with all results. Well, lights are not under electrical, they're under lighting. So go to lighting, and then we have architectural lighting, which does not always have electrical connections. Now, some of these pictures look like I see a green crisscross circle, which means electrical connections. So you could use some of those. But we also can go to the MEP ones. And if you look through here, there's a number of different kinds of lights. We've seen some of these before. But what we have here is one called Emergency Recessed. And it's hard to tell from the picture what it is, but let's click on it. And Emergency Wall Light. So those are the two that are listed as emergency. Now, if we needed an emergency pendant or something like that, well, we're in trouble there. But let's bring these two in and see what we get. So load those, and it will load them into your model, and they'll be down underneath your light fixture family. So let's go down and see what we get. Down under lighting devices, lighting fixtures, here we go, emergency recessed lighting fixture. And it mimics the plain recessed lighting fixtures that we see before that we're using here. So we can pull one of these in. So we ended up using a 2x4 at 120 volt. Pull this in, and let's see what that looks like. Now we need to place on a horizontal face, and it's starting to look like a normal light fixture. Let's just put it somewhere to see what it looks like. There, so it just has a different graphic. It has half shaded in, which is a pretty typical emergency fixture. Now, each firm does their own thing, but again, out of the box, we use what we get. So this is what we will be using. So I first want to create a duplicate of this and give it my name. So like before, edit the type and duplicate this. I'm going to call this one an L1E to differentiate it from the others. This is assuming I'm going to have a different kind of fixture. There's something different about this type. So in this example, I'm going to use a battery backup light fixture. It's actually a different type than an L1. If I was just using an L1 fixture attached to a generator system, it doesn't need to be a different type. But again, that's kind of a design issue. You can label these how you like, but that's how I typically work it. I don't call it a different type unless there's something actually different about that light fixture, not just its purpose, but how it's built. So L1E, and we're going to change its load classification to just lighting, so that ends up properly on our panel and gives us the proper demand factor. It is 120 volt. It looks like it gives us two different loads, emergency load and a parent load. So we'll have to see which one shows up when we connect. And then we want to put our type mark in L1E so that schedules properly. And what we did before is we kind of gave L1 another additional name. So let's go ahead, apply that, and I'm going to add to my name. let's get that 2x4. This is just for us. This is just a name of the family type for us to remember. And then eventually we'll get in here and type in descriptions and things like that so that we can schedule this into a nice lighting fixture schedule, which we'll get into in a future lesson. So okay for that. And then we need to actually insert this light into this circuiting in place of one of the others. Well, how are we going to do that? Let's say we're going to put that light either here at the exit or in the center of the room. We'll say in this situation, we'll put it right in the middle. So perhaps I can go up here and just change this light to this other light. We will try that first. So if we go to emergency recess lighting fixture, find our L1E, see if we can just change it to that directly. And look at that. It's swapped it out. And then we have to move this to match. That's a nice way to swap out a light fixture when it will let you. Now, if it's a different kind of light fixture, maybe it's surface versus recessed, it may not let you do that. You may have to go cut a light fixture out and recircuit it. So I'll show you that method just in case we need to do it. So let's say, for example, we also want this to be emergency and we can't just swap them. So what we end up doing is deleting that light fixture. And you'll see that your wiring ends up kind of going haywire. We've got all these loose ends that it doesn't know what to do with. So there's actually 3 loose ends not knowing where to connect. What I typically do is just delete these erroneous wires for now, because I'll add them in easily later. Let's get my light fixture in here where it belongs. And I'll go ahead and put my fixture type on there without a leader. And then I need to circuit this in with the rest. Well, the way we circuit something in with a circuit that's existing is we hover over one of these a couple times maybe until it starts to dash line like that. That means I'm in the circuit. Click on it. I'm in the circuit and I want to edit the circuit up top, and then it automatically wants to add. So the only one that's not highlighted here is this guy. Click on that. Now, what it turns out to have is it has 2 connectors. It could be a 2-source emergency light. Back in the fluorescent days, you may have had 2 ballasts, a 2-lamp ballast and a 1-lamp ballast, and you'd connect one to normal lighting circuit and the other to the emergency lighting circuit. There was 2 different circuits. Well, we're not going to do that. So let's just stay with connector 1 power in this case. That's where that emergency and standard came up. 2 different connectors. So that's connected, and we're finished editing. And then what we can do again is, now that it's on the circuit, we can tab until we get to the circuiting. It only took 1 tab that time. Click on it, and let's go arc wire to get the wires in. So it added wires for us, and it added the wiring even into the switch, which we can tweak to make it look better, something like that. But now we're all wired back in. And that's how you would remove a light fixture and then insert another one in here. And then the other kind of emergency light that we can put in is this separate emergency wall light. So over here on the left, emergency wall light, we've got 2 different voltages. Drag one of these in, and this one needs to be placed on a vertical face. Now, it could be placed on a ceiling, and you get this look. And then if you put it on the wall, you'll see it wants to be hosted like that. So if we wanted to put a wall light in this room instead, for example, down here, we could put that in and give it a type and all of that. So let's go ahead and give that a type and duplicate this and call this, we can call this something like an E1 for emergency light. And I sometimes just call them a bug eye or slang. Of course, it's got the old incandescent type of lamp in it, and we can change this to LED and whatever we want as far as our fixture schedule. Load classification is not a dwelling unit. It is just a standard lighting. And then our load is not going to be 100 watts. It's going to be something more like a 25 watt, 25 VA. We'll have to go, again, we would use light fixture cut sheets to figure out what this is. But for now, this works. And then we can circuit this guy in after we get it tagged. And as we notice, I forgot to put in the type mark. So let's go down to the type mark and call it E1. And then we can circuit it in just like everything else. Hover over the circuit, click it, edit circuit, and this will become just like second nature after a while. Hover again to get some wiring, and there it is. Simple as that. You can move that where you want it. And that's the other way to put an emergency light into your space. Again, if these were separate circuit fixtures with generators, you would have them wired to an emergency circuit and so on. But this is the general idea. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to create a lighting schedule, but not just a dumb schedule with some text. We are going to create an interactive schedule that pulls data from this model, from your families, into the schedule automatically, and that you can actually modify some of the data within that schedule that goes back and modifies what's in your model. So you'll see what I mean. We're going to create a simple schedule with just a few basic elements right now, and we can expand upon it in future lessons if we need more information. So let's at least get started. We're going to learn how to create a schedule. You can learn some of the power that's built into these Revit schedules. First thing we want to do is to create a schedule. So we go up to View, and over to the right of Plan Views and Drafting Views and Legends, we get Schedules, and there's a drop down. Now, there's a few different kinds of schedules. And right now, we're just going to stick with this top one called Schedule and Quantities. So you get this new schedule dialog. Well, what's going on in here? Here's the categories of equipment. As you know, in Revit, everything's put into a category, whether it's a wall, window, door, or a light fixture and all such. So what category of families do we want to highlight in this schedule? Well, we're looking at lighting fixtures. So let's go down to light fixtures, and there's lighting fixtures right there. And we can only have one category in here, so we'll click lighting fixtures, and it gives you a generic name, lighting fixture schedule. That's fine for now. And we're scheduling building components. And the phase, you can have an existing or a new. We are in new construction in this project. Project phasing is a whole nother set of lessons. So let's just go with new construction. Then we click OK, and it will put us into this schedule properties box. Now, what's all of this? Well, first thing up top, we've got fields, which means which parameters are we going to put into this schedule along the top of the schedule. We can filter some of these. We can sort them. We can format them. We can change its appearance, kind of like in Excel or in Google Sheets. We can change thin lines, thick lines, but we'll get into all that stuff later. Our first thing we want to do is get the fields figured out. And we're going to select available fields, which means parameters from lighting fixtures. Now, these are all the different things in a lighting fixture that we can pull out of the families that are in our model and get them into the schedule. Think about what you want in a schedule. You want a fixture type, the name, and then you want some data about that for each light fixture if you're familiar with a lighting schedule. So let's go down at least and start with the name. Now, the way we named our fixtures is that we used the type mark. That's how we name it. Now, we also have a type name that we, like this here, L1E 2x4 recess. That's our type name. That's for us internally to keep track of it. The actual type that shows up in the documentation on the plan is that type mark. So you click on that and then use the little green arrow to move it into the scheduled fields. This is what's going to end up in our schedule. So another thing we want to put in is maybe the light source. Is it an LED? Well, most things are these days, but let's at least put that in there. So we want to look for the lamp type. So that's under lamp. So using the term lamp for an LED module even. And then maybe want to know how many lumens that has. Well, lumens in Revit are called luminous flux. Luminous intensity might be the candle power if you're familiar with lighting design at all. Luminous flux is how many lumens this has. And then maybe we want to know how many watts, how many VA does this have. So this is stuff that we typically put in our schedules. So all these things are available. So we want the apparent load is the name of that. Maybe we want to start putting in things like the manufacturer, model number, our basis of design. So let's go down and maybe we can find something called manufacturer. Let's get that in there. So, maybe that's enough for now. and we can add more later. But for now, let's try that. We've got 5 different fields that are going to be in the schedule. Let's see what happens. There, it started a table. Looks like a spreadsheet. So if I hold Control down and then scroll, I can scroll up. I can make this larger if I want to see it better. So this is what I have. It automatically brought in every single light fixture that I've installed. And you can see I have multiple L1s and L1Es. I've got some down here that don't even have a type. So what's going on with all of this? Well, first of all, what we're seeing is every single instance of these lights. Now, in a lighting fixture schedule, I don't want every instance. I only want each type once so that I can put in some information. So how can I fix that? Let's go back, and you can get back into those fields over here to the right now, into the properties. So here's the fields edit button. Let's go back to the fields, and we can adjust this. So the way we can adjust this is actually in the sorting and grouping column. So we need to go in here. We may want to sort these, like put them in a certain order. If we had like rooms or room names, we'd put them in order. But let's just go in the order of the type mark. We want this in the order. So the A's, B's, C's, all that, alphabetical order. So let's go sort by, or put them in order by the type mark, and ascending works. Start low, go high. And then down at the bottom, we'll jump to the bottom, and it says right here, itemize every instance. And that's what's happening, is it's taking every single instance and itemizing. Let's uncheck that and see what we get. So, okay. And some of this is by trial and error. So there we go. Now we have some blank one, and then we have an E first, because E is before L in the alphabet, and it put them in order. There we go. Now, what's this guy here? This ends up being fixtures that we have in our plan that don't actually have a type. Now, if you remember in earlier lessons, we went to the second floor and put in some fixtures when we were trying to learn how to copy the architects. So we didn't really have a fixture type for these yet and all that. So what we can do, we can leave these in here for now, and I'll show you how we can filter those out. So let's go over now to the filter. We're learning all these different options within the schedule. So let's go now to the filter, and we can filter things. Now we want to filter by what? Let's say that we want to filter out any fixture that doesn't have a type mark yet. So let's do that. So here, we're going to filter by type mark. Now, we have a bunch of qualifiers we can put in here. Conditions. It equals, does not equal, is greater than, and we can put equals what? So there's one that says does not contain, begins with, does not begin with, ends with, does not end with, has a value, has no value. These are some checks we can do. If there's no value in the type mark, if it's not filled out, then we can leave it out. So we're going to say filter by type mark. We want it to have a value. It has to have a value or else it won't show, is pretty much what our filter is. Now, filters are a big deal in Revit. You see filters here in a schedule. There's filters we can apply to views. There's filters and selection sets. Anyway, filters are a big deal, so it's good to start learning how these work. So we want to filter by type marks. It has to have a value. There. It eliminated the fixture that had no type mark value. And then another thing we can do is we can change fonts, we can change line types, all of that. We'll get into some of that later. Right now, we're just looking at getting the content going. So what it's doing is it's pulling out the information from the model. And I can actually change this here. Some of these light up and I can change this. If I change it here, then I'm actually changing that parameter in that type. So if I change it here, so for example, L1E, we don't have LED assigned. Well, let's try to use LED. We can use a drop down to find it there. Now, this change will be applied to all elements of type emergency restless light fixture L1E. Okay, this is my type, L1E 2x4. It's telling me this is a type parameter. If I change it here, I'm changing it everywhere in all of the L1Es, which is what I want because it's a type. So now if I go back and look at my L1E in my model, edit type, now we will see that LED got put in there. So it's a two-way street. I can put it in here and it shows up in the schedule, or I can put it in the schedule and it shows up here. That's the interactive nature of Revit, which makes it so powerful. So that's an example of that. And I can continue on now. The actual lumens of these fixtures, I'll look up in a cut sheet, and based on the lighting design, what do we end up with? Let's say, for example, these ended up at 3,000 lumens. So we can type that in here. And it's changing. Every time you change it, it's going to give you that double check, which is fine. These are all 3,000 lumens. And we're going to say these are 30. And this was a big 96. There's the 30. And then this E1 is the little bug eye emergency light. Now, it doesn't actually have a light source in it. If you get into the family editor and start looking at some of these light fixtures, what's inside them? They have electrical connections. They have some, geometry, some symbols. Well, they could also have a thing called a light source, which would actually let you do some rudimentary lighting calcs within your model, which we will get to in a future lesson. But this E1, because it's an emergency light, it's not really made for illuminating a space normally. It does not have a light source. That is where this luminous flux would be. So we can't put that in here. We'll have to deal with that somewhere else in this schedule. But we do have the load. Now we can put in the manufacturer, and let's just call this as a, see if you can follow along with this example. An Acme number 123. And again, that's a type. And then the L1, we'll say that's a different Acme number 456. And this guy here, again, we're just, putting stuff in for now. 456, and it has an E after because it has a battery. An example. And these can be stretched out. And not only can you stretch them out here, but when we throw them onto a sheet, which we'll do later, you can stretch them out there. But anyway, this is the basics of an interactive schedule that you can use. And you can schedule many things with this, not just lights. So we'll get into that too. But this should whet your appetite for how schedules work. In this lesson, we are finally going to create some sheets where we can drag our views that we've been working on onto, and to start getting this project documented for printing to PDF. So this is kind of an exciting lesson. We actually get to present our information for others to see. So first of all, I'm in my power plan, and I notice I see some lights. Before we go further, we need to adjust our view template for this power plan. And you may find yourself adjusting your view templates as you go until you get a good set of view templates that are in your project template, which we'll get into later as well. But for now, let's see, how do we turn the lights off in this power plan? Well, go down to your view template. Remember, we can't do it up top here because we have a template activated. So go into our template. Now, we want to go and override our model, not the link. We're not talking about the architect stuff, our stuff. So go into model. Now we are in our model, and we're in the model categories. So we just want to turn off other systems or categories that we do not want to make visible. The first visibility level here in Revit is by category. So that will just turn off all of that category. So we want lighting devices and lighting fixtures just to be off. Say okay, okay. And there, they disappear. Now we are back to what we want to see in our power plan. So now let's see about getting this power plan onto a sheet. Well, if we go down here to our project browser, down here we see we have a sheets category, and it's empty. So we need to create some sheets. Now there's a few ways to do this, like anything in Revit. There's always a few ways. You can right click and say new sheet, or you can go up top to the view, and to the right over here, past scope box, you'll say sheet. So either way, click sheet. Now, we get to select a title block for our sheet. Either none, or there's a built-in title block that we can use. So let's start with that. And it's set up in the ANSI standard sizes. E1 is a 30-inch by 42-inch here in US, imperial dimensions, horizontal setup. So let's just say, okay. And that creates a sheet. It just gives it a name like A101, 102. It puts whatever's next in this series, and it shows us this title block. Now over here, if we open up sheets, we can find it. There it is. Now we can go and click on this and start renaming it. And if you just hit F2 is a way to get here, or you can go into here to go rename, and there. So we can call this what we want. Now, what do we want to call our power plan? Well, I usually start off with the 300 series for power. My lighting is a 200 series, E200s. My cover and symbols might be E100. Whatever scheme you use, you would do that. So I'm going to go with E301. And I want to call this first floor plan dash power. Now, there's different ways to do this. People sometimes just say first floor power plan, whatever you call it. Just give it the name you want to give it. There we go, first floor plan power. And as you can see, it automatically puts it here in the title block, because within this title block are a bunch of labels like we saw in tags that reflect things in the database here. So it puts E301, first floor plan power, for us. So it reflects the name. So we would normally bring in the architect's information. Now, if we already brought that in at the beginning of the project to get our location set up, then it would show up here. Now, in this case, that architectural model does not have an owner and project name associated with it, so it's still blank. But in a normal project, you might end up with actual info. And then we can actually fill this in if we want. And we can call this project name Big Building. You also may want to use your client or architect's title block, or in some cases, if you're doing your own project, you may want your own title block. So you can swap this title block out with whatever you want. Now, I have a personal Electric Rob Services title block that I like to use when I'm doing my own project. So let's swap that out. First, I need to bring it in. So it needs to be somewhere, on your hard drive for you to bring in, or in the cloud that you can bring in. So let's go find that. If it's from an architect, you will have had to extract that from the architect's model, which I'll show in future lessons. But for now, we're going to bring it in from the hard drive. So let's just go to Insert. It's a family, so load the family. And I want to bring in my title block. So now it's called ER. It's an E1 size title block. So it's very similar to the generic one. ER, it's an E1 30 by 42. So open that. I brought that in. It puts it into my project browser. But I can easily change it out by clicking on this one, and then I should be able to find it up here. And there it is, the ER E1 size. Click on that, and there you go. It's got a little logo and some information. It's got the website on here. So it's pretty much the same as the other with some customized features. Very simple title block. There we go. Now we can start putting our views onto this sheet. Well, how do we do that? Well, it's pretty simple. We just go up here to our list of views, and it can be 3D views or ceiling plans. It could be, when we get into details or even panel schedules, we can put any of that stuff on here. So let's just go to our floor plan, overall first floor plan power. Let's drag this over. We drag it, let go. There it is. Now, fortunately, it fits on this sheet nicely. We happen to have the right scale for this. 1/8 inch is the right scale to make this fit. Now, architects will set up the scale for their drawings based upon what will fit on what sheet. They may even need a larger sheet or a smaller sheet. All that kind of goes together. So this one works out. You may zoom in here and notice that I don't really want it to say 01 dash. I don't really want that in there. How I can't change that. How do I change that? Well, the way you change that is you click on the view, and over in your properties box, down here under identity data, you get the view name, 01 whatever, and then you get a title on the sheet. We can change the title on the sheet to be different than the view name. So we can click here in title on sheet and pretty much override the view name. So we can just call this first, let me make sure I've got that clicked. There we go. First floor plan dash power. Let's say we want to call it that. Apply. As you can see, it just overwrote the default view name. So that's the way you can name these views differently than what's over here for your sorting mechanism. It also made it just one line because it's not too long. I'll show you in future videos how you can edit this line and tag and everything here to look the way you want. You can even change this bubble, things like that. We can edit that. But that's a family editing thing that more advanced we'll get to in the future. But for now, that's how that works. And so there we go. And this is a view. I can't change this view from here. Now, a little trick is I can double click and now I'm into the view and I can change it as if I was opening the view from here. So you can get in here and change it in this position. And then if you want to do something back on the title block, you have to double click outside the view and then you're back into your sheet. So you can go from sheet space to model space. If you're familiar with CAD, you had a paper space and a model space. It's a similar idea. But that scale is locked. So when you zoom in and out, it's not going to screw up your view. So let's go ahead and create one more sheet and see how that works. So again, we can this time we'll just go to Sheets, New Sheet. We're going to start with the ER title block this time, so we don't have to change it. There's our new sheet with the custom title block. And then again, we can go here. Now we can just hit F2 to rename this. And this time, we want to do a 200 series for our lights. Let's do a 201, and we will call this one First Floor Plan Lighting. And then I want to drag in my lighting plan. Now let's see what happens if I drag in my first floor lighting plan. Now what I see is I get this huge plan that's bigger than my sheet. And I can move it around and make it fit right. But what's going on here? It puts my name way down here. What's going on? Well, what we'll find out, let's get into that view and take a look. What we find out is over here in the scope box area, it says none. If you recall back on our power plan, we applied a scope box called building to crop the view. We want to use that same scope box to crop it exactly the same. So just click on building, apply. What that did is it brought in cropping regions. Now, if I go back to this sheet, and I can get rid of some of these and just open the sheet itself. Now I'll see it's cropped down. But my title's way down here. Well, how do I change that? It gets picky. If I click on the view and try to move this, I'm moving everything. See that? The whole view moves. So I can't click on the view to move it. I have to click on this by itself, then I can move it. So that's a little bit tricky. So I can do that. And then now if I want to shorten this, I can't click on this to shorten it. Now I actually have to click on the view to shorten it. So as you can see, there's some back and forth on what to click on to do what. And even down here, if you want to change where this end is, you click on that, and then a little dot shows up here, that little dot that you can use to do that. So it gets tricky on where to click for what. Now, one easy way to get this all situated is to simply just delete the view. Now, I didn't delete the view from my project. I just took it off of the sheet. Now I can go back in and re-drag in the view, and it's nicely cropped now because I applied my scope box, and then everything lines up automatically. It's much easier to do this if you just insert from scratch. Now again, we have two lines here. We only want one, so I'll shorten this name. I'm going to go down to the title on the sheet and call this First Floor Plan, and it's doing a drop down. If I want to call it Power again, I don't. Lighting, apply it, and there, it's shorter and it fits. And if you click on this view up the top, you'll see I'm in a viewport, is what they call this. And sometimes there'll be different kinds of viewports, and we'll see how to add other viewport styles to maybe we don't want to say what the scale is, or maybe we don't even want a title on it if it's a schedule, for example. But that's for future lessons. But this is the basics of setting up sheets, and we can drag on many things. We'll be dragging on panels and such later as we develop this list of sheets. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to add some notes to your sheets. And this can be general notes or keyed notes that have little symbols associated with them. So there's a couple different ways this can be done. Now, there's some fancy ways that use built-in Revit keynote systems and things like that. You can learn those if you like, and I can cover those in future lessons. But my preference is to simply create notes with text, place them on my sheet, and then include symbols in my drawing that refer to them. And that's just my preferred method. So I will show you at least that method to get things started. One thing you could do is simply start typing text onto this sheet. There's nothing going to stop you from hitting the A up here and just start typing on this sheet. You could do something like general notes and just say, A, coordinate everything with everyone. Tongue in cheek there. But, you could just start typing and just start doing that here. Now, if you want this general note to be on every sheet, you would have to go here and click on this and maybe Control C copy, and you can paste this to other sheets. And I can show you how that works. So let's just say Control C copy. But if we do that and then we go over to the floor plan power, if you don't see the paste up here, make sure you get into the modify tab. I could just say paste, and it'll kind of show you in faint lines where that note is on the other sheets if you want to place it in the same place. And you can kind of hover this over, line those up, and you'll get almost right. Now, another way to paste this is to do the drop down paste and go down to align to selected views, which gives you a drop down of views. If you want to paste something onto all 10 of your sheets, you can do it this way easily. Or if you just want to paste it to the current sheet, go down to align to the current view. And my current view is a sheet. And that just pastes it automatically, as you can escape, automatically exactly where it was on this sheet. So now they line up. That's one way to do notes. If I want to change this note that I have on both sheets, I have to change it twice. If I change this and put a B in, see, art plans for locations, for exact locations. Now, that note on the lighting plan doesn't have that. So I've lost out on some of the features I could use in Revit to just type things in one place. So this is not the preferred method of putting notes onto sheets. Now, if you only need a one note on one sheet, you can, but I think it's would be good for you to get into the habit of creating notes as a view that get dragged on and get that kind of into your system. And that's kind of the preferred workflow, the best practice type of thing. So let's just do that. Now, there's two different ways that we can do notes. We can do them as what's called a drafting view. If we go up to view, we can go to a drafting view here, and that's mainly for details. You want to detail a single line diagram, one line diagram. You want to detail how a light fixture mounts, things like that, details. You can do that with a drafting view, and that's just two-dimensional drafting. Another thing is called a legend. Now, legends display a list of various building components and annotations. You can create legends for materials. You can also use legends for notes. There's a difference here. A drafting view can only be dragged onto one sheet. You can't have that general notes as a drafting view and put it on lighting and power. Drafting views can only be on one sheet. Legends, on the other hand, can be placed on as many sheets as you want. And that's kind of the idea of a legend, is maybe you want a small legend of symbols on every one of your sheets for reference. So that's the main difference there. So let's go down to legend and hit legend, and we'll create one. And we give it a name. I'm going to call this one just general notes, because I'm going to use it on power and lighting. And that's just my internal name, general notes. Now I want to give it a scale. Well, this isn't going to be any kind of a detail with a scale, so I'm just going to make it a 1-to-1, so it's 12 inches equals a foot. I have a blank slate. Now I can start adding text or lines, whatever I want. So I'm just going to go to the text, and I'm going to make sure I'm in 330 seconds Arial. And we'll get into how to add more text choices here. But for now, this works. And I click, and it's really tiny. I need to zoom in with the scroll wheel. There we go. So I'm just going to type. Now, maybe I want this underlined. So I can go up top and use some text tools, like standard, Word type of tools, and say general notes. And I'm going to get out of there. Yes, I want to keep my changes. Okay. Now, and then I can start another line of text directly under this, and it kind of helps you line it up. Click on there, and now I can just type in something like A, coordinate with Just a kind of a general note, just for something to do. There. Now we have a legend down here on the left, general notes. So if we go to our lighting plan, we can now, like we did the view here, this floor plan view, a legend is just another view. We can drag this view, and now we can put this general notes here. Let's say we want to put it here. And just so you know, these lines you see for the crop line, they're not going to show up when we print it to PDF. So they're just kind of for our guidance. General notes. And you can see it puts a title in here and doesn't give it a number. How do we get rid of this general notes title? That's kind of the bonus feature of this lesson. We're going to learn how to edit that. So go here, viewport, and then we can just edit this type. We don't have to get into family editing. We can just edit this type. And under this type properties of a viewport, we can duplicate it. We want to, because we don't want to change the main viewport. We want to create another one. So let's do viewport 2. Let's just call this viewport no title. We're going to make sure that it doesn't show a title. And it's simply title, view title. Do you want to show the title? Yes. We're just going to change that to no. No, we don't want to show a title. Simple as that. We can change its color, line patterns, things like that. But simply, let's just make this called no title. Simple as that. Now we can say no title. So we have general notes. Now I can go into first floor plan and drag that in to place it here. Or if I want to place it the exact same place, I can copy and paste a legend. So Control C, copy, go to my power plan, paste it, align to the current view, and it pastes my legend. Now this is similar to what we did with text. However, it's a legend. If I change it in one place, I change it everywhere. Now I can open it from here, double click general notes, or I can again get into it by getting in here. Now you can see I'm into this. Now I can change this to be some general notes, and I can close it here, escape out. Now, because I changed the legend, and let me double click out of here so I'm back to my sheet. If I go to my first floor plan, look at that. So there you go. That is the reason that we want to use legends and such instead of just text. The next piece of this is, what if I want to have some keyed notes that relate back to my plan? Let's say I put a little 1 in a circle or a hex or a diamond, whatever, some kind of a symbol, or even just say note 1 because I don't have those symbols. So now what I can do is I can create yet another legend. So let's go new legend. And this one's going to call keyed notes, lighting, and same scale, 1 to 1. Now I'm in keyed notes. Again, I can start typing text. It's tiny. We're going to go underline keyed notes, lighting, and close that. Now I'm just going to use numbers here because I don't really have symbols set up yet. Let's say 1. And we're going to make a note for our emergency bug eye fixture to connect it to the unswitched leg of the lighting circuit so that it doesn't try to be turned off and go into battery mode every time we leave the room. So connect to unswitched leg of lighting circuit. And that's good. So there's that keyed note legend. Now let's go to our lighting plan, and we're going to bring that keyed notes lighting in, and we're going to kind of line it up under this general notes. And then this guy, again, we want to use our handy dandy note title. There we go. And we find out that these are a little too far right. Now what I like to do is hold down Control and hit both of these. And then I use my arrow key to nudge it to the left. Is one way to move things. There. And again, these lines won't be here. So keyed notes lighting. Now I need to actually reference that note in my lighting plan. So again, I can double click to get into my lighting plan, and I know I'm in my lighting plan because things highlight. I want to put a note onto this E1, and I'm just going to use the old, this is just text now, just a text label, note 1. And this is a shortcut instead of having symbols. Note 1, click on it. Now I can add a leader to this text right there and point up to that guy and then get a shoulder on it. Simple as that. And that refers to my keyed notes. Now, if I don't like this arrow, I can go in and change it. So I'm clicking on text Arial, and I can go to the type of that Arial and just make the leader arrowhead be different. Now we can do colors and all that too if you like, but let's go into and change this to a filled 15-degree arrow. Just put it whatever you like. Now all of my 3/32 Arial text notes arrows will be this way. So there we've added notes, and let's click back into our sheet. So there you go. That's the way to add some notes to your drawings. In this lesson, we are going to create a one-line or single-line diagram to represent the topology of our electrical distribution system. Now, as you recall in previous lessons, we connected panel M and panel A to our switchboard called MDP. And furthermore, we're going to need some kind of a metering system, and we'll put that outside. We'll add that physically to our model later, but for now we can get that drawn up in a one-line diagram. So let's see how we can do this kind of a diagram. We're going to create a drafting view. We're going to create a new view, and remember, views are any of these things on the left. They can be an actual floor plan view like this. They can be a drafting view, which shows the details or notes. They can be legends, like our symbol list that we'll create. They can be schedules, like a lighting fixture schedule or eventually a mechanical equipment connection schedule. So lots of different kinds of views. So let's go up to View, up top, and then we're going to go to Drafting View right here. If you click on Drafting View, it will ask you for a name and a scale for the drafting view. Now this view we're going to create here, we're just going to call it something like one line diagram. So I just go in all caps, one line diagram. And I like to put the voltage of my system in this label as well for this. It's just a name of a view that we will see in our project browser. So I'll do the 208/120 volt 3-phase 4-wire, which is a standard nomenclature for this kind of distribution system. And then the scale, my drafting views, I do at 12 inches equals a foot. So 1:1 when I do notes or diagrams. Now, if you're doing an actual detail and you want a scale applied to it, that would be different. So, okay, this is just a two-dimensional view that we can start drawing lines and circles, kind of like a CAD view. So the way we do this is we go up to Annotate. We are going to be creating annotative elements, which are detail lines. We can do regions, like filled regions, and we can add text, things like that. So let's start off with a detail line. Now, why am I just drawing lines? Do I not have any families that I can drag in or insert to draw this diagram? Well, no. So out of the box, Revit does not come with any symbols to use in one-line diagrams. So we either have to create our own symbol families, which we will eventually because it's a more advanced topic. We're just going to draw them by hand with lines and circles and text and then copy those around. So we're just drawing a two-dimensional diagram. So up here we can go to a detail line and we have a selection of tools. We can use a line or a rectangular tool. We can draw different polygons, circles, arcs, and even some splines, ellipses, and things like that. And then we can also pick a line style or line type. Now I typically draw mine with medium lines. And then if I want like the boundary of a switchboard, I might use a center line. So you can use some, these are the built-in ones. So the symbols that you use are going to be related to your firm, your area of the country you're in, or even what country you are in. So that will vary widely. There are some standard symbols that people try to use, but there's still always a little variation. So I'm going to be using symbols that I'm familiar with, but you draw what you would use. So I'm going to start off by drawing my switchboard boundary. And so I'll use the rectangle tool, and then I can select a line type. I'll use the center line. And it's a simple point and click and then just drag it. Now, this is real world dimensions. So if I was to plot this on a piece of paper, for example, this would be 2 feet wide by 1 foot high. That's very big. I just need inches. So let me zoom in with my scroll wheel. I'm just zooming in with the scroll wheel. But I want to zoom in, and I want this to be about 2 inches tall. So you can see the temporary dimension on the right. And it depends on what zoom you're at. There we go. 1 1/4 inches. And I can always change this later. We'll go 2 inches tall, roughly. And then whatever we want for wide, 6 inches wide. And it doesn't have to be exact. And even if you do put one in, you can grab it and you have your temporary dimensions. You can move this around and it will show you the dimensions. But something like that. And as you can see, it's a centerline line type. This is my switchboard. I do this as kind of a horizontal rectangle. And I'm going to put a bus bar in here. Now, what do I use for a bus bar? Let's go to detail line. And again, we're using mostly the built-in line styles until we see how we can create more. And let's just use a wide line. And I'm going to draw a bus bar from here to there. See how it's a little wider. Again, draw this the way you would normally if you were doing this in CAD or even on paper. So what I'll do is I'll draw a circuit breaker. Well, again, since we don't have symbols, we have to create our own look. So I'm going to use an arc right there. And this is, if you look at it, it's a start end radius arc. You can create an arc in different ways. You can create a start and a middle and then the end and things like that. But this one's a start end with radius. So I like to start my arc a little bit above this line. And that's the start and the end of it. And I can get exact with these dimensions. Let's say it's a 3/4 inch right there. Click. And now I can pick my center line. And so I'm just going to do something that looks right to me, like that. And, maybe that's too big for your symbol. Maybe it's too small. You can adjust it. But I'll do that for now. And so that's my circuit breaker. And I'm going to pull this up a little bit so I have room. And so in text, I'll just put up something up here like a 800 amp 3-pole. Again, we're just drawing this like a detail. And I'll have something feeding this. I'll do that in a minute. But let's talk about the feeders coming off of this main distribution panel, we're calling it, to feed panel A and M. So I'm going to use now something like a medium line. And I'll go from here. I'm going to go down a little bit because I need another circuit breaker. I could copy this arc down here if I want. But maybe I want to do it in the medium line type right here, arc. And I'm going to, again, start somewhere like right here. And I'll go down around 3/4 of an inch and then put my arc there. And this time I want my text over here. So this time, some people like to put the frame. Now we haven't completely designed our building, so we don't know what size these panels are actually going to be yet. So I typically put in a placeholder again, just to get things going, and then we can always tweak it later. So I'm just going to call this a 400 amp frame, 225 amp trip, 3-pole. Some people don't put the frame, they just put the trip, and that's fine, whatever you do. But that's a way that you can label that breaker. And then I will create more detail lines. Now I can go back up to detail line and select it, or like I can in my model, I can right click and say create similar. Now it may not pick the right tool because the line tool is the default, but it will pick the same line style. So at least I know I'm doing medium lines. So I will start about here. And now I'm going to continue this outside the switchboard, get it down here a ways so that I can put in a panel. So let's see, how am I going to put a panel in? Well, again, I need to draw lines. And on these, I just use standard medium lines. You could go heavy lines. You can do dash, center line, whatever you like for a panel symbol. And I'm going to do another rectangle. So I'm just going to start here. And I'm going to do this about, how wide? I'm going to do 3/4 inch wide and about 1 inch tall. Now I want this centered. So I select the whole thing and move it, and let's see if it doesn't actually center it for me by just moving it. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to use actual move now. The move command up here under modify, you can do all kinds of things. You can align it, you can create an offset, you can mirror it. I'm going to hit move, and if I pick this, as you can see, snaps are always on. So it'll snap to the corner, and see that little square pink symbol called endpoint. If I get close here, it's going to find midpoint. See that midpoint? It's a little triangle. So now I've got the midpoint. Click on that. Now as I move this, I can move it to the endpoint of this vertical line. And that in effect centers this symbol. And then what I can do is put some text in here. Hit the text button. Now we have some justifications for this text. This is the vertical. It's vertical alignment, top, middle, or bottom. And then the horizontal alignment is align left, center it, or align right. So I'm fine with the top, but I want it aligned center. So click on that. Now I can place the center, something like this. Remember, I'm putting the top center, and I can just write the word panel, and it centered it. And if it's not quite centered, I can move it left and right with my arrow keys, kind of tweak it, hold down shift and use the arrow. It's a bigger shift. And then I can actually copy this text now. Click on it, and up here under modify, there's the copy command. And what it's showing you in parentheses is some shortcuts. Your keyboard shortcuts you can use. So I could just type CO. Click on that, do CO, copy. And now it's acting like a move, but it's really copying it, and I can copy it down there. And here, double click it, and now I can edit this text, and I can put panel, I can just put an A. And because I copied a center justified text, it's also center justified. So again, copy, create, similar. You can use all of those types of tools to help. So there's panel A. Now, because I have all of this drawn, I can copy all of this over. Now, how do I select all of it? Well, I just get up here somewhere and kind of surround it like that. It's all highlighted. Use my copy command, and I like to start up here and copy it to the right. Well, how far? Well, you may want actual, 1 inch increments or 1 1/4 inch increments, whatever you like to do. I'll do 1 1/4. And there I have that. And this one's going to be now the other panel. I can just edit this text and say panel M and click anywhere to get out of it. So there, I've created the basics of this switchboard, and we'll add on to this as we design the building further. And let's get our incoming power coming in. So what I'll do here is I'm going to use this medium, create similar. I'm back to my medium lines. It's a line. And I'll start here. And you can see how it lines me up with these little blue alignment tools. So alignment tools and snaps and temporary dimensions all help us to create a nice diagram. And what I'll do is I'll go up here. I'm going to go up a ways because I'm going up to my transformer. And in the middle here, I need to put some kind of a metering. I'm going to right click on this center line style and create similar here. See how it puts me into center line? And I'm going to select rectangle. And I'm going to create a boundary of my CT can, my current transformer utility metering can. For this. We'll say at 800 amps, they're going to let us put a CT can in, and I will do this like that. And now, if I want to move this whole box to the left, if I hover over one line and hit tab, remember tab is very important in Revit. If I hit tab once, now it highlighted the entire rectangle. Now, if I click on it, I have selected the entire thing, and I can just drag and move it, or I can hit the move and move it from a point. So I could have centered it again like I did before. Let's do that again. Tab over it, click it, hit the move. Now I can find my center line, and it looks like it's already centered. Now I want to draw a CT, current transformer. Now a common way to do that is to do a series of zigzags, which kind of represent coils around the wires. Remember, this is single line representation. So something like this, and I'm going to use, let me escape out of that. I'm going to use a different line type. So let's go down to my medium lines. And I want the center about here. It's going to be something like this. Now we can see this doesn't line up exactly. So what I can do if I want that to be lined up, again, use my tools, move, find the center line right there, make sure it's lined up. Okay. And now I want to mirror this vertically. Click on it, and up here you have a mirror with an axis that is already in my model or in my drawing, or I can create an axis on the fly. Now, I'm going to mirror this vertically, so I want to flip this up here to be a diagonal line right there. I don't have a horizontal axis to use, so I need to create one. So I'll click on this. I will go to the mirror draw axis, click on that. Now, I need to draw my axis. So I'll make sure I snap to the end of this. See how it snaps as I get close. Draw my axis like that and see how it mirrored it vertically and escape. Now, it copied this one here when it mirrored it. It didn't get rid of it. That is controlled by the mirror command. Let me show you. I'm going to do it again. So click this, go to mirror with an axis. Now, right here on the left up top, modify lines, copy. Copy is checked. So that means it will copy this line. If I had the copy unchecked, it would mirror this and get rid of the original. So I want to keep copy on. And again, I want my axis to be horizontal here. And then one more time, click it, mirror it, draw my axis, and there we go. That's the symbol I'm looking for. And one more of these lines, create from here. And I'm going to put my meter beside my CT can. So I'm going to create similar. Let's draw a box. Now, what I want to put is an M inside this box. It'd be a box, be a circle, but let's put an M in here. So just click anywhere and put an M. Now, one thing about text, this default text over here on the right, text 3:30 seconds Arial. If you analyze this text, and you can click edit type and look at it, you can see that it's got a color, a line weight. The background is opaque. You can go with a transparent background, and I'll show you the difference there. Background is opaque, which means if you drag this close to a line, you will see here how it blots out the line. It has a white background that blocks out the lines. That's an opaque. If you were to go over here and change this to transparent, okay, now you can see your lines underneath it. So that's a handy little trick if you notice that you don't really like that background. Now, this means that all of my 3:30 seconds Arial will be transparent background because I changed that type. But you could create another type and call it transparent so that you have both types, opaque and transparent, if you need them. So just keep in mind, if you change the type, it changes all of that type. But for now, I'll leave it transparent. But what I'm trying to do is just get an M in here and get my box dialed in so it's not huge. And we'll just do something like this. Again, we're just drawing symbols, surround the whole thing, and I want to move it by midpoint, so there, and move it to there. I'm trying to snap things to make them look orderly. Something like that. Maybe that's too small, but we can change it later. And then the last thing I want is I want my utility transformer. Now for this transformer, I'm going to assume that I found out from my utility that they're going to put a pad mount transformer. And my symbol for a pad mount transformer that I use is typically this. Medium lines, rectangle. I will draw some kind of a pad And again, I want to make sure this is centered. So let me move it from the center to snap at the end. There we go. And then I also, let's right click, create similar, and I will go up and draw the transformer like that. Now, if I want this to be exactly mirrored, maybe I'll just go to the stop at the midpoint, click these, and you can select these either by windowing like that, or you can do the other direction and you get this dash line, which is a crossing selection. So if I cross both of these, if I cross anything, it'll select it. So cross those. Let's do a mirror. And I already have a vertical line I can use. So let's do the one where we already have an axis. Pick axis. I pick this vertical line. And there, it mirrored my two lines that way. And this doesn't have to be all one line. It can be two. If you prefer it to be one line, you can get rid of that one and just extend this over. But at least these lines have been mirrored. And I could have just mirrored that vertical. A couple different ways to do that. So there's my pad mount transformer. Now, what I would also add to this is I would start adding some labels. I would start adding some text to describe what the stuff is. Maybe I'll say something like pad mounted utility transformer. And you can see it's all one line of text. And I can close this or just click anywhere to get out. Now remember, I also it remembers that I had centered. Now maybe I don't want everything centered from now on. Well, I can change this, even though I've already typed it. I can change this to left and get out of it. And now it's left justified, and I can move it over here. Or next time I type, I'll make sure that I click that before I type, and then everything will be left justified from now on. So this one could be CT cabinet. Let me click out of here. Now it's left justified. And this one can be meter base and get out of it. Now, what if I just don't want to set this? What if I want a leader? Well, you can put leaders on text. Click on the text, and up here you'll see I have some leader tools. In fact, I can tell where that leader is: top left, mid left, bottom left. Right now, the default is top left or bottom right. And then I can go left with a straight leader, right with a straight leader. I can go left with a arc leader or right with an arc leader, so I can pick what kind of leader. I typically use straight leaders, but you can go either way, and I'm going to go off the right. So click that, and you'll see it puts a leader in here. And then we can take this endpoint, drag it around, kind of like we did in the plan view, and then we can put a shoulder on it, and escape out, do something like that. Now I can move this independently. If I move the whole thing, it all goes. So you have a lot of variety with what you can do here. This one here, I'm fine just leaving it like that. Now this, let's say this guy's too wide. Well, I can take this grip here and drag it left, and it'll start scrunching it horizontally and putting it in multiple lines. Look at that. So you have a lot of variety there as well. And then this guy, I like to label this main distribution panel MDP. Some people call it main distribution board, main switchboard, whatever you want to call it. Now, when I get further, I can add some feeder sizes to this diagram as well. We can do that with text, with an arrow, or with a circle. We can also put some kind of a circle or oval with a symbol in here with a letter that refers to a feeder schedule. So many different ways, of course, to represent this. We can add these all as we go. But this is the basis for our one-line diagram. And like we did with our floor plan views, we can create a sheet to drag this onto. So let's go ahead and do that. Down here, we have our sheets right here, sheets. And let's open one of our sheets, a floor plan. Now I can go up to sheet and create a new one, or I can actually just right click here and say, duplicate sheet. Now, do I need detailing? Which means, do I need all these notes and everything? No, I don't. I just want to create an empty sheet. So duplicate empty sheet. And it chooses the same title block that I had before, which is handy because sometimes you have different title blocks in your model that you need to use. Makes a copy. So let's go over here, click it, and F2 to change it. We're going to call this, we usually use a 500 series, but whatever you use, 501, and I'm going to call this one line diagram. Okay. And it puts it down here for us. And then, like I did on the other sheets, I just drag my views in. So let's take my one line diagram, and where did that go? Well, up here, it's under drafting views, coordination. Now we could change where this goes. Under discipline right now on the right, it says under coordination. We can put it under electrical, and the subdiscipline maybe can be power. And that will move it in our project browser under electrical, power, drafting views. So you can decide where this goes in your project browser based upon its discipline and subdiscipline over here. So I'll do that, and then I can take this and drag it. So I just drag it over, let go, and there it is. And I can put it anywhere on my sheet. I'll put it down here for now. And you zoom in, and it gives it the same title as the view. Now it gives it my scale. Now I don't always want to scale for a one-line diagram, but right now I have no way to get rid of that. If I click on this and look at the viewport, it shows the scale. Now, I could change the scale of that viewport, which I don't want to do. Click on viewport, and there's a no title choice, which just totally gets rid of the title. Well, I do want some kind of a title, so I want to leave that. So for now, I get the scale. We will have to customize this title family in the future to get rid of the scale. But for now, we're just going to leave it. There's that. And now we can also, on this sheet, we may want to drag our panel schedules. Or you could create a separate sheet, depends on how busy it gets. So let's try that. Let's drag our MDP on here. And you just drag them like you would any other view. See that? Let's drag our A, just hold it, drag it over, put it right here. Now we can see that these are pretty wide, and I can only fit 2 on a row. We would have to customize our panel schedule template to change that, which we may do in the future. But drag M, and we're fine putting these right here for now. So now we have one line and all of our panel schedules all on this sheet. And of course, anytime these change, it would automatically change how it looks on this sheet. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how to customize this little view title right here. As you recall, when we drag in our detail, it automatically puts in this view title. Same thing with a floor plan. Now, what can we do with this title if we want it to look differently? For example, on this one-line diagram, it's not a scaled drawing, so I don't need 12 inches to the foot. I don't need any kind of scale. Often in architectural drawings like this, if it's not drawn to a certain scale, we can put not to scale, or NTS, down here at the bottom. So that's one thing we want to learn how to do. Now, how can we get into the nitty-gritty of this thing to get rid of that little scale? Well, that is in the family called View Title right here. Now, how can we get to this family? To edit it, you can't do it from here. You're going to have to go find it down here in the project browser. So let's go down to our families right here. I'm going to close some of these. It happens to be an annotation type. So let's go down under V, and there is View Title. And we only have one type. But we can edit this if we click on the actual family name, right click, and go edit. Now we can get into the family editor. Now this is an advanced topic, and we're only going to barely touch the surface here. We'll have other lessons that really dive deep into this editor. But in here, we can actually edit this view title. So under here where it says scale, right now it's called a label. And if you click on the edit the label, now you can get into the insides of this label, where that label can represent any of these parameters. Right now it says the view scale, but that label could say something else. The view name, the sheet name, what phase is it, what detail number, all those kinds of things. We don't want this to be a variable label. We just want it to say something like NTS. So we're going to replace this label that has a variable or parameter with just text. If we go up top and just hit the little A, we can do some text. Now, what text do we get? Well, there's only one kind of text right now, so we may have to change what that looks like. And we can see it's pretty large. I'm going to put NTS for not to scale, is a common abbreviation. And that's too big. I don't want it that big. Let me go ahead and change the size of this font. I'm going to edit the type because, again, it's a family. Text note 1 right now is set to 1/4 inch. I'm going to duplicate this and make a text note 2. And I'm going to make this a 1/8 inch text. Now that's just the size of the text. And that will more closely resemble what we have in that title. So get rid of this. I'm just going to delete it. And instead, I'm going to put this in its place, approximately where the other one was. So I'm going to save this now as a whole different family. File, save as, family. And I'm going to say view title, NTS. And I just need one backup, save it. And once it's saved, I can actually load it into the project and close it. So it loaded it into my project. Now let's see if we can go down and find it right here. View title, NTS. There it is. Now to get this in here, I need to create yet another type of viewport. So I'll click on the viewport, go to edit type, and let's create another one. I'll call this viewport 3, not to scale. And I'm changing the title to be this one, NTS. And there we go. And if this is too far down or too far up, we can go back and edit that. But this is the basics of how we can create different kinds of view titles.